Molly. Miss Molly? Where did that come from? It doesn't matter. This is episode 139 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast that is known throughout the internet as Look Out Sir. My name is Dan, and it's that bit where I take it upon myself to say hello to my special friend, my super buddy, my very special pal, good old Phil. How's it going, brother?
I'm good, thank you very much. How are you?
I'm alright, mate. Not bad at all. I'm excited. We got Kill Team recently, didn't we, Phil? Kill Team?
We did. The peer pressure of our Patreons forced us to buy Kill Team Into the Dark, which has arrived yesterday at my house, much to the arson of my wife for having another big box of Warhammer. But yes, that now lives in the shed. It is heavy. It is a heavy box.
You can tell her that, a portion of that box belongs to me.
I tried to smooth it over by saying that, and she was like, "Make sure it happens."
Make sure this leaves my home.
Basically, yes.
No, that's fair. I'm looking forward to it, mate. I mean, I need to work out how I'm going to get to you to grab said Kroot. At some point, I'll come over and we'll make that make sense. And then I'll get painting.
Yeah, I'll try and get the stuff and the scenery I've got to paint up as well. So I've got a few. There was actually in the White Dwarf issue a few good little colour schemes. So I was going to take a photo and send it to you, because there's a kind of more like the classic one that everyone's been doing is like slightly like dark blue navy colour.
This for the Imperial Navy? I thought you were
No, sorry, I'm talking about the scenery, so the walls and stuff. But yes, it is a dark bluey, like the Imperial Navy colour scheme for the walls. There's another one which I quite like, is a kind of white, creamy brown colour, which is a bit more in line with how you used to see Zone Mortalis be painted up. So I'm almost veering to that one, but both of them do look good, so I'll send you the photos and we can agree between us which scheme to go for.
Mate, in terms of the terrain, it's all on you as far as I'm concerned. I mean, all I would do if I were you is I would spray them silver. I would then put a bunch of silly putty over places where I didn't want the silver to not be silver anymore. Then I'd just spray spot colours of blues and reds or whatever, and then probably go over the top with a really light spray of silver, and then I'd just get a load of streaking grime and just pour it all over
well, my
it
plan was to
done.
do either streaking grime or just my usual oil wash method of doing that. Yeah, because I think with the cream one especially, that looks really good because it makes it all nice and sort of brown and dirty and looks quite appropriate. I've seen some good. So I believe though that basically the fittings are so tight that basically you can't get any paint whatsoever on any of the peg bits because they're a pain. And apparently it sounds like it's I want to say badly designed, because the tolerances for the fits is so much that it's a struggle even when they're unpainted to slot them in and out. They're not they're so tight to be robust. They're almost perfectly millimeter accurate, but that's almost too good. You needed the peg bits to be slightly smaller, so actually there's a bit of a wiggle room and give. But in a way, it makes it really solid. So some people have said once it's all built, you can literally lift the whole thing up as one piece because it's that sort of solid. But then at the same time, it sounds like you've got to really put a lot of force into then removing those bits. And on a painted piece of terrain, that might be you're rubbing bits of paint off because you're gripping it so hard.
Can we not just work it into a series of universal shapes though, right? Just do a few L's maybe, and of differing, one bit of wall and then three, and just do a bunch of those.
Possibly, yeah. But it's done where every component sort of breaks down into individual bits, and every map has literally this is shape C1 wall that goes next to A5. It sounds like you'll be spending a good 20-30 minutes just building the table in comparison to Zone Mortalis, where if you've already got it all pre-built, it's okay, here's a tile, done.
Yeah. All right. Well, there you go. Top shelf. Other things that are potentially tight and frustrating are demons, I hear. And to mark that occasion, we're going to talk about them, aren't we, Phil? That's what we're doing this episode, right?
Exactly.
Demons,
this episode is Chaos Demons.
But not before a 5-star review.
Come on now, Timmy. You've got your orders. You've got to do it.
But I don't want to, sir.
You've got your orders. Now get up there, get over that trench, and get me that 5-star review, and get it back here right away.
Okay, sir.
Despite me saying that I wasn't interested in continuing to ask Phil where I get the 5-star reviews from, I haven't thought of anything else to do, so this is how it's going to go from here till probably the end of my time, at least. Phil, I suppose all your time as well, Phil, because I can't rightly ask you after you're deceased.
Where
did the 5-star? I suppose I could stand by your grave
to a little séance. Yes.
Yeah. Could you imagine that?
I'm moving it to
the Ouija board.
The Ouija board basically says Facebook, Audible, iTunes, and then underneath it's a map of the world. So that's my choices, basically.
That's it, basically, yeah.
Today, I'm moving the little puck to, I'm going to say, Audible of England.
Audible of England. No, it's not Audible of England. It's Apple Podcasts of England or Great Britain, particularly.
50% right.
Well, we can't assert that this individual resides within England. I mean, England...
No, it's the United Kingdom.
Exactly. The United Kingdom of Great Britain. Anyway, let's get on with this 5-star review. So this comes by way of Apple Podcasts of Great Britain and comes from an individual called Tao John. Good old Tao John. What do you suspect is his favourite army, Phil? Tao John? What do you reckon?
Angels.
Almost certainly. Definitely a Blood Angels player. So Tao John has left us this lovely 5-star review, and it reads, "Damn it, Phil." 5 stars, as is, of course, as I haven't said recently, a prerequisite of appearing here in the 5-star review segment. And if you would like to be like Tao John, please consider leaving us a 5-star review wherever you are able. Alternatively, you could become a Patreon, because people are, and you could be too. It doesn't really get you anything. We don't even call out the patrons. We're awful.
No, I know. We've had some new ones. We should really call them out and name check them as a roll call.
We should
when we get new people. But you do have the power to make us buy Kill Team. So that is something that the patrons have done. They asked, they spoke, they demanded even, or they actually politely wrote to us. And I passed the message on to Dan. Dan was like, yeah, we should probably do that, so let's do that. So that is what is happening directly because of our dear, old and young patrons.
Exactly. God bless them all. And there's merchandise as well, but that's me shilling out of the way. Anyway, this 5-star review reads, "Damn it, Phil. I'm writing this review to say thank you." Well, that's a bit of a tonal shift. A brilliant podcast and a lovely pair of lads to talk. Okay, well, there we go. As someone that recently joined 40k Tabletop and picked Tau, it's been rough, but you guys have really helped me enjoy the game despite playing an army that feels like a fork in the world of soup. Interesting. I suppose this must have come at a time before the new Tau rules had come out. In fact, I can tell it has, because this is November of 2021. Oh, how times have changed, but I digress. Good chemistry and a fantastic podcast. If you love 40k, you will love this, despite Phil being an uncultured swine and not understanding a Legacy of Kain reference. Oh, Phil, how do you not understand Legacy of Kain references?
I still don't know what that is, so I'm sorry.
I'm trying to think of an appropriately obscure Legacy of Kain reference I could have thrown at you in response to that. Maybe sometimes, Phil, a coin... This doesn't work. A coin lands on its edge. I don't know. We'll go with that. That's a thing that Kain said once to Raziel. Yeah. You flip a coin enough times, maybe one day
it will do.
Lands on its edge. Yeah. So there you go. Really, really good story, Phil. Not necessarily the best gameplay you're going to experience anywhere these days, but camera controls in Defiance, my goodness. But love the story. My God. It was like one of those things. So I got Soul Reaver 2 back in like 2002 or 2003 or whatever it was. I immediately was like, this is pretty amazing. And then went back and played all the other games. Even Blood Omen 2, which was like, at the time. But yeah, God, what a time. Anyway, Phil, elaborate and say thank you to Tao John, and then we'll move on with our lives.
Okay, thank you, Tao John. Appreciate the shout outs. Glad that you like the podcast. I don't know how you end up picking Tao though. Neither of us are Tao advocates, so maybe you didn't listen hard enough to the episodes in question. But anyway, glad you are on the 40k bandwagon. Glad you are enjoying Tau. Maybe you're going to have a Kroot army. Maybe secretly you're a fanboy of the Kroot and you're Tau adjacent, really, and that you're really going to get into Kroots, because that's what I would love. I would love to see more Tau Kroot about. But thanks for the review. It's very nice.
It would be super cool, wouldn't it, if more people really got into the Kroot side of things. I'm still incredibly hopeful that we get a Kroot army sometime soon.
So what was really interesting is I watched an old interview, I can't remember how it came about, but they were talking about when they created Tau, it was very much they were coming up with some army concepts, they were pitching a bunch. Tau and Kroot were both in the running to be the new army. And for whatever reason, they pivoted into Tau, but they amalgamated the Kroot into them. So they kind of got, a 2-for-1 option. But Kroot were always kind of meant to be mercenaries originally. So it'd be great if they will one day get a kind of almost like a Kroot mercenaries. Because you could have, Kroot as part of the Tau Empire, and then Kroot mercenaries, which is like a standalone force using the same model line, but also with other stuff as well. So the Kroot mercenaries from Kill Team are meant to be more like rogue Kroot, not necessarily in there as part of the Tau faction. So it'd be great to see that one day as a fully formed out army, because they did a load of stuff for Forge World, basically did a bunch of models for them as well. That'd be great to see come across in plastic. And speaking of which, do you know, because remember we had a comment talking about the Demiurge and about how someone said that they weren't squats, but it turns out they are, because I've watched a Warhammer Plus lore video for Leagues of Votann and about how the Demiurge are effectively part of the Votann, or like a sort of sister group of, I'd say squats. And squats is just a name given to them by the humans. So Leagues of Votann is the overall name, but there's all these other names throughout, and Demiurge is one of them. So it is interesting that Demiurge are actually officially squats / Votann, but just the Tau, the ones that have interacted with the Tau. And a similar thing with how you could potentially have different types of Kroot, and obviously the Kroot we know are the ones that are pejoratively aligned with the Tau, but there could be others out there that could be rogue Kroot. That's what I want.
Mate, would love it. Would absolutely love it. But there we go. Thank you so much, Tao John. You're an absolute saint and a scholar, and we appreciate your support. And hopefully we have continued to entertain and excite you as we continue to produce episodes of Lookout Sir in the nearly 12 months that has transpired between you leaving us this review and us now talking about it. Although not quite 12, 10 months. 10 months.
Hope you're still with us.
Exactly. Hope we haven't upset you with all of our negativeness over the years. How we've changed, Phil. Well, this is what's
bitter and cynical. And
that's
older and grayer.
That's how it is. That's how it is. We're just angry at the world now. Look at all these kids having fun. Brrr, brrr, that won't do. Anyway, Old Men Yells at Clouds, episode 139.
Yes, off to play with our Napoleonics now.
Mate, it's coming. It's coming. Counting down the days. Transitional noise. Why, hello there, everybody. We're going to talk about demons, because of course we are. Why wouldn't we be? I mean, it's not like Leagues of Votann is what every other content creator / podcaster is talking about right now. Clearly, you're sick to death of hearing all of the various things about those pesky squats and their insanely broken rules. So me and Phil thought it was only right that we took it upon ourselves to get around to finally reviewing what seems like a relatively underpublicised Codex, although I don't know. Did it feel underpublicised, Phil? Have you seen many people talking about Chaos Demons when they came about?
Not really. Obviously, there are a few people talking about it. It made a tiny splash, not the big sploosh that you want them to be making.
Yeah, compared to the Votann. The Votann definitely seem to have gained some solid momentum. You know, all the peeps that talk about stuff seem to be really into them. But the Demons, maybe it was just because they came out in like, I don't know, late Augusty time. Maybe it was just the summer. People were, you know, out enjoying the last moments of warmth and sunshine before, you know, the great dark winter descends upon us. So maybe that's what occurred.
No, that could be the case, for sure.
I mean, us 40k gamers are well known for going wild in the summertime, you know. You can always find us, you know, propping up the bar, hanging out at the clubs, going mad on the dance floor. These are the sorts of things we do on the reg.
Well, you know, you joke, but I think we all know what it's like when we're at an after party at Warhammer World. Whew.
Oof. Oof. I mean, my goodness. If there were any women there, they'd be impressed.
That's true.
Ah, well, indeed. Anyway, long story short, we are going to talk about Codex Chaos Demons in the way that we normally do, which is to say we have not actually read, played, or seen anything about this book prior to reading it here today, which is quite a feat.
In my defence, I have skimmed it, so I know the layout. And spoilers, the layout has changed in a very interesting way, which we'll get onto in a bit. But otherwise, I haven't actually read any of the rules. Why would I do that?
No, exactly. I consulted with my friend Dean, who is a extraordinarily talented and capable Demons player. I said, Dean, tell me what you took to win games with Demons, and he did. I didn't really understand why, but I at least have a frame of reference for what is good. So says a man who, within a week of this book existing, went to an RTT and won using Demons, because if I haven't made it clear, he's very good with Demons. He was good with Demons before Demons were good.
Well, that is good. I like how you shunned our other Demons playing friend, Big Phil from Rapid Firewall Gaming. Does he not deserve a chit chat, a little debrief about the Codex?
No.
Oh, okay. Is he rubbish at it? Is that it? Is that what you're saying?
It's not that he's rubbish at it.
You're just saying that because he's a big man.
No,
he's not here. He's not in the room with you. You can say what you mean.
He's ever present, mate. You know, he's
looming over you.
Exactly. He's made a lasting impact on me. I'll never quite, I'll never quite be rid of him.
What happened the last time you played? Ooh,
he's buried deep inside me. I won't tell you how.
You're still feeling it for sure.
I have, definitely. I've got one of those cushions with a hole in the middle. Like
okay,
that's
too
cushions.
much. We were doing very well to toe the line,
to it.
But you just went straight over it.
That's true. Maybe I'll edit it so as to remove the offending material. We'll see.
Anyway, so we're going to quick chat about the Codex cover and the lovely artwork that it is.
Oh, as is customary, I got to say this, right? Like this, I don't like it as much as GSC and Mechanicus, right? Because those are special. Those are special little boys. But this is a flipping good cover. I mean, it is a challenge to make the forces of the Demons and all of their different flavours seem cohesive, especially when also attempting to express some of the more kind of theatrical aspects of these. And I think these guys have just done an excellent job. I think what's really beautiful about this is the more you look at it, the more you kind of unveil as you sort of glance at all the details. It's a really, really excellent piece that is something that you can spend a lot of time poring over the details, and I think that is a really great thing to see. I'm surprised Khorne aren't nearer the front. It's interesting that the dude, chugging along on his massive juggernaut is kind of in the background. It sort of feels like that might have come closer to the fore, but yeah,
I think they're always stereotypically the go-to. They're like the Space Marines, right, of the Chaos factions. They're the ones, like Khorne's always the generic one, so it's nice that they've kind of shoved them to the back. And what I like about it is, as you say, I noticed the Bloodletter early on, but then I was like, oh, he's actually riding something as well. Like, there's definitely lots of little bits of cool detail. Here's like the pink horror, and he's casting like a little psychic shield to protect himself from a bolt of fire. And then you realise right at the front there's some sisters of battle, like hanging out there, getting impaled or doing some shooting. And then even like the pink horror seems to be like charging himself up with a little lightning bolt, which is cool. It's very evocative and uses light in a very clever way to draw your eye to certain bits of the page.
I mean, going back to our earlier established kind of filth theme, Phil, not that I want to dwell too much on this, though. Brave decision to go with the tentacle attack on the sisters there. I mean, that is a bold move, Cotton.
Ooh, yeah.
You know, there's definitely subgenres of animated entertainment that they've clearly drawn inspiration from when having that poor sister enveloped in tentacles as she is. In for a good old afternoon, I'm sure.
Well, I bet. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure it won't be fun. But, yeah, look, I mean, I think, yeah, really cool looking cover. You know, tentacles notwithstanding. It's, it does the business and does a great job of showcasing all of the kind of demons. I think the only one of the collection that lets it down is the actual central figure, which is the Plague Bearer. I think that's actually one of the more underwhelming additions. He just sort of seems very kind of static, like he's kind of just been sort of shoehorned in. It's like, you know, you got all the other ones in their signature poses, demonettes kind of, you know, smashing up sisters, pink horrors using their magical shields and, you know, psychic powers to, you know, keep away bolt shells, blood crushers smashing in the back, being all crazy as skulls fly in, and then Plague Bearers there going,
just doing a cool pose. But I do like the little Nurglings running down by the feet. That's very cool.
Yes.
I can't quite make out what the thing is behind the pink horror.
I think that is a blue horror. So I think that, or it's another pink horror or a blue horror.
Maybe
I think it actually is another pink horror. Actually,
pink horror turning into a blue horror, maybe.
Oh yeah, that could also be true. It could be splitting out. Of
it is. Yeah, actually, it's got the same eyes and nose as the pink horror, but the hand bit is all blue. But I think that, as you say, could just be it's casting the power.
Yeah, I think that's the. Yeah, I think that or it's the blue coming out of him. But mate, look, honestly, I mean, you know, it's a cracking cover. I'll give it a it's in the upper echelon. This is high praise indeed in terms of you know, what they've done here. I think as well, like you say, like just as you go into the details and you see all of the really like crazy, like Cronenberg-esque you know, kind of like details that are within. It's pretty great. And to be fair, that artwork and that kind of, that visual really runs throughout. They've done an amazing job of sourcing or crafting new artwork or using existing artwork that just really gets across the kind of almost, you know, kind of Lovecraftian sort of horror of the warp throughout, really. I mean, there's some really grotesque, but also really, you know, I don't know, just, I mean, it's compelling, the right word, evocative. Just some really nice looking stuff. It's a real demonstration of how incredible Games Workshop can make their publications when they really put their mind to it. It's got some great stuff. That's all I'm going to say.
There's even a cool Inquisitor image in one of the pages because he's
I saw that.
Talking about the Nurgles and the demons, and there's a cool little map talking about the Eye of Terror, and it's got the husk of Cadia in there, which I quite like, and the former site of the Cadian Gates. That is cool to see. The carnage.
Have you made your way over to page 26/27 yet? The War Zone Persephone, I think it's pronunciation. Some gorgeous pieces in there. They've got it's really
like
incredible.
Birdman on the right-hand side, and sort of... Yeah, I've not actually read it, but it almost looks like what you'd imagine some kind of weird Dark Mechanicum would be, because it's definitely got some Mechanicum vibes to it, but then also looks completely not that either. So yeah, that's quite interesting.
Yeah, no, honestly, there's just some incredible stuff in this. I think, again, they've got like images of, they've got images of some of the worlds. So there's like, pictures of ships floating through the warp as they pass through like one of the gardens of Nurgle and all the rest. It just, look, long story short, between the photography, the illustrations, as is often the way with Games Workshop, they really struggle to make bad books at the moment when it comes to this edition of Warhammer 40,000. It's the benefit of having been in the business of elaborating your fantasy universe over the span of however many years it's been now, in excess of 30, I believe. So, yeah, I mean, it's
40, I think.
Possibly. Yeah. I mean, it's extraordinary. It's a really gorgeous book. I've got a lot of praise for it. But anyway, we're not here to talk about all of that, although we just have. We're here to talk about some rules, I suppose. That's the thing that people want to talk about. So how do you want to start, mate? Should we do the usual detachment abilities, try and work it out from there?
Yeah, so, page 53 is the detachment abilities. What is interesting, you'll see very soon, is it's effectively 5 codexes in one. You've got the 4 Chaos Gods plus Bellical, which seems to be the sort of generic stuff, and it's actually split down completely, so they are almost like mini codexes. So you've got the stratagems, warlord traits for each god, plus you've actually got all the data sheets for that god in one place, which is quite interesting and a bit unusual. It does mean the layout has changed, which is quite interesting. I guess we should get on with it and go through the detachment abilities.
Yeah, seems logical. So a Legion Demonica, which I suppose is now the usual, Games Workshop Latin for whatever demons are.
Yes, so instead of saying Chaos Demons, it's Legion. Yeah, Legions Demonica.
Legions Demonica is one that only includes Chaos Demon keyword units, although it's not saying Chaos Demon. Sorry, it's saying Legions Demonica. Use the right words. Excluding models with Agents of Chaos or unaligned keywords. They gain Demonic Allies, Demonic Legions, and Demonic Relics abilities. And troop units gain OBSEC. Shock. Horror. Excluding swarms, yes, sorry, I should have
as a minor
specific.
Point.
Yeah, indeed, because they do have troop units that are swarms, I guess. I mean, maybe they do, maybe they don't. We'll find out in a moment. I feel like Nurglings used to be troops, but they may not be anymore. We'll get there soon enough. Demonic Legions. If your army only contains Legion Demonica detachments and includes any greater demon units, one of these must be your warlord, unless your army also includes Bellical, noting that Bellical is not a greater demon, he's a demon prince. For each greater demon unit included in a detachment, you can only include one herald unit with the same allegiance keyword in that detachment, without that herald unit taking up a battlefield role. Oh, hang on, have I said that correctly? For each greater demon, you can include one herald. Oh, so not only one, you can include one herald, and it basically is added without taking up a
free slot. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's quite handy. You've got Demonic Relics, which is basically stuff that you can add, and they're all outlined, but basically each of the different gods has some of their own relics. So Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle, Slaanesh have their own relics. So yeah, there's ones for those. Although they're not specific about any relics for Bellical's lot. So maybe there's a generic set of those in a moment. And then lastly, you have the Demonic Allies. The following rules apply if you wish to include any Legion Demonica units in a Chaos army in which not every unit has the Legion Demonica keyword. Demonic Pact. If your army includes one Legionnaires Demonica detachment and the combined power rating of all units in that detachment make up more than 25% of your army's power level, then until the end of the battle, every unit in that detachment gains Agents of Chaos. No more than 25%. They gain the Agents of Chaos keyword. If Bellical unit is included in this detachment, this ability has no effect. Okay, so basically, Demonic Pact does not work if you put Bellical in, so you can't add Bellical.
So he gets his own Armies of Renown later on, which is obviously, I presume, a reprint or an update version of the Warzone Armies of Renown that he had. So I think that's probably why he can't be used in this way.
I mean, that makes logical sense as well. I mean, Be'lakor is a very jealous and particular demon who doesn't like kind of sharing with others, I suppose. So it would make sense that it's unlikely that you could make a demonic pact with a individual of Be'lakor's persuasion. Although maybe I'm being wrong when I say those things. Anyway, long story short, they gain Agents of Chaos. So if you under 25% of your army is demons, then they all become Agents of Chaos, which essentially means that you can add them to your army with no negative penalties, at least obviously in the cases of Chaos Space Marines or Chaos Knights, which is super exciting.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, no.
Yes. So the inclusion of Legion, Demonica, Agents of Chaos, Khorne units in your army does not prevent World Eaters units in your army from using any rules that require every model in that army to have the same keyword. Basically, this is the same for Tzeentch, Nurgle, and then Legion, Demonica, Agents of Chaos, Slaanesh units. Does not prevent Emperor's Children units. So basically, as you may or may not be
Tzeentch
aware,
and Thousand Sons, Nurgle and Death Guard, etc. So the kind of demon faction that ties with the Chaos Space Marine faction merge well together, as you'd expect.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense, and if I'm honest with you, already one of the coolest things I've read about this army, the fact that they have actually facilitated and given us rules where we can express more of what I would consider the kind of default Chaos army kind of archetype, as it were. I think Chaos armies, for me, at least in 40k, should be a mix of cultists, demons, and a sparse assortment of Marines. I feel like Marines should probably be the least frequent feature within any Chaos army. So the fact that they've kind of given us rules to facilitate that is amazing. I notice we turn the page and we are gifted with yet another piece of extraordinarily almost overly detailed artwork, I would say, in this instance. I mean, this is quite old school. This hasn't even got Primaris Marines in it. So,
it's an old piece. But normally we would flip sort of past a bunch of sections to try and find the datasheet abilities, but they are gifted to us on the very next page afterwards.
Holy
and
cow.
This could be because they finally listened to our constant decrying of how you've got to flip back and forth in the book, or it's a one-off just for this book because of the weird structure in which this is effectively 5 mini codexes in one, which is interesting actually, because AOS, they have literally a army book for each of the Chaos Gods. They don't have a weird combined all-in-one book that we've got here, but maybe that's because the AOS range is a bit bigger in terms of models for those individual sub-factions, which would be my guess.
Yeah, potentially. I guess as well, obviously, I guess when it comes to the Age of Sigmar stuff, they've kind of gotten to a point now, haven't they, where I guess they're supporting the Chaos stuff relatively early on in the edition, whereas I think we're all aware that this is one of the later additions to Knight, so maybe they just felt like they needed to get it done, you know, get it out there. So so we got allegiance keywords, malefic weapons, abilities. So I've said a bunch of words up to this point, Phil. Why don't you say more of them?
Thanks. So allegiance keywords, you've got the 4 main ones. You've got Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle, Slaanesh, and then also you've got the bracket allegiance keyword, and basically you've got to pick one of those 4 gods when that appears. Then we've got malefic weapons. So many Chaos Demon weapons are malefic weapons. Such a weapon will have an ability that reads malefic and then a value such as 2 or 4. Each time the bearer fights, it makes a number of additional attacks with that weapon equal to the value, and no more. And no more of that number of attacks can be made with that weapon while resolving the fight. If a model is equipped with more than one malefic weapon, it can make additional attacks with each of the ones it's equipped with. Unless otherwise stated, malefic weapons are never affected by effects or abilities that allow models to make additional attacks, or abilities that would add to, subtract from, or improve their characteristics in any ways. So basically, if you have malefic 4, you get 4 extra attacks with that weapon, and that's it. Then we've got the generic abilities. So demonic has the demonic invulnerability, manifestation, demonic terror, and warp storms, which we go through now. So demonic invulnerability, as we talked about before. So I'll just summarize it. It's an invulnerable save, but it's got a different name. So stuff that ignores invulnerable saves don't ignore the demonic invulnerability. And I believe it tends to be different based on whether it's a melee attack or a ranged attack. So it says this characteristic has two values. The first is used for melee attacks. It's allocated to model, and the second is for ranged attacks. So what is interesting about that is it tends to be, I think, slightly better when it's being shot at, and then slightly worse when it's in combat. So it's sort of countering the fact that you know, demon armies can sometimes just get shot off the board before they even get into combat.
I don't think that's universally true, though. I think in some instances it's the other way around. I think it's based on specific specialisms. Like, I would assert that again, without having completely gone and checked, and I can see you doing the checking, so thank you.
Yeah, so Slaanesh is mostly 5/4, so 5 up in shooting and 4 up in combat.
Yeah, so better in combat than they are.
Is that the right way around? No, yeah, first is combat, sorry. So,
yeah, okay, fine. So they're worse in combat, but better against shooting. But I think the reverse is true.
So Nurgle tends to be 5/4 as well. I think that's probably going to be the generic. Oh, some like Horticulus Slimex is 4/4. Who else have we got?
Which, by the way, is sort of one of those weird things.
Tzeentch is 5/3 or 6/3.
So they're better at being shot, or they're better at being...
Yeah, ranged is the second one, so they're much better at being shot at.
Okay. Interesting. I think the fact is it's an important thing to do for demons, because obviously Games Workshop have made it clear that their intent, or one of the mechanics that they are intent on further exploiting, is the ability to ignore invulnerable saves. So that is quite crippling to demon players. So the fact that they no longer have invulnerable saves, but in fact have a special type of save, it's pretty big.
Weird though, because obviously, so things like force weapons for Grey Knights traditionally would ignore invulnerable saves, right? At least on a certain roll, because that made them really good at killing demons, but now that's not the case. And I guess there's nothing in their book that makes them now ignore demonic invulnerable saves.
Yeah, I guess not. Again, this is one of the issues with the way that Games Workshop write and release rules, right? Is that I suppose when they decided to give demons demonic saves was probably in response to the fact that they had decided that they were going to start eradicating the functionality of invuln saves through these rule changes. But obviously they did the Grey Knights earlier on in the edition and hadn't made those same assertions, I suppose. So they, rather than having kind of core system mechanics that, dealt with the relationship of demon hunters versus demons, just sort of end up in a weird place where it's like, well. But, I mean, a lot of what the Grey Knight's abilities are doing against demons is more mortal wound based, I suppose, and to the best of my understanding, these invuns don't offer any durability against mortal wounds, unless I'm mistaken.
Instead of a normal save characteristic, as described in the core rulebook, this characteristic has two values. Yeah, so it doesn't save you against mortal wounds, but an invuln save wouldn't either, right? So
No, not at all. So I suppose if that is the basis, then it'll be still fine, I suppose, in terms of how they've built the mechanics. So to go back on what I said earlier, maybe they have thought about it, and maybe they just use mortal wounds as the method for circumnavigating the invuln options.
Yeah, possibly. It's been a while since we looked at the Grey Knights book, so we'd have to go back and have a look at it.
Yeah.
Now, the next rule is manifestation, and you would be forgiven for thinking it's just deep strike. And we normally always skip over this one because it's just deep strike, but it's not. So we're going to read this one.
It's not just deep strike.
It doesn't seem to be from my initial look at it. So let's see what it actually says. So it says,
could this just be a mistake, Phil?
I mean, it could be. If so,
Okay.
it will be edited out right now. Okay.
Oh, okay, fine.
My voice is still here, I'm assuming. So during deployment, you can set up this unit in the warp instead of setting it up on the battlefield. Sounds a bit like Deep Strike. If you do
Yeah,
so,
it's got the same ring to it.
then in the reinforcement step of one of your movement phases, you can set this unit up anywhere on the battlefield that is more than 9 inches away from an enemy model, or more than 6 inches away from any enemy model, and wholly within 6 inches of a friendly warp locus model. That's a keyword. That was on the battlefield at the start of your turn. If that warp locus model has an allegiance allegiance keyword, i.e. Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle or Slaanesh, the unit being set up can only use this ability if it has the same allegiance keyword. If every unit from your army has the Legionnaires Daemonica keyword, then in the reinforcement step of one of your movement phases, you can instead set up this unit anywhere on the battlefield with one of the following restrictions. So wholly within your deployment zone and more than 3 inches away from any enemy models, or neither wholly within your deployment zone nor within your opponent's deployment zone, and more than a number of inches away from each enemy unit equal to the current leadership characteristic of that enemy unit, to a minimum of 3 inches and a maximum of 9 inches. So basically you can deploy either in your deployment zone 3 inches away, or in the no man's land of neither person's deployment zone, based on that unit's leadership. So if they've got a leadership of 5, you could deploy 5 inches away. If they've got leadership 10, they can deploy 9 inches away. So that's interesting, that the easier to scare a unit is, the closer you can be when you deep strike, which is pretty huge. But you can't do this when you're treating them as agents of chaos. You can only do this if your whole army is the Legiones Daemonica keyword.
It's a shame that they didn't allow it to go beyond 9, like on those games where they're playing Custodes and they have to be 11 away.
Yeah,
that would have been cool.
In a way, that would actually be an interesting game. Well, if you're just playing against chaos, if you're just playing against Custodes, you're kind of getting screwed there, right? Because all of a sudden you've got to deploy like 11 inches away, which seems a bit unfair. But then at the same time, if you're fighting against an army of Gretchen, say, and their leadership's 6, then because those people exist, right? Then all of a sudden, I can deep strike everything 6 inches away. Ha ha ha! Isn't that unfair? Although that seems very unlikely to ever be the case. Tends to be an army would have a mix of leadership values.
Yeah. It's a shame in a way that by becoming agents of chaos, they don't synergize or allow them to use this ability. Because you could imagine if you were rocking like Night Lords and you were doing a load of stuff to reduce leadership values and then bring them in. That would be really cool. I mean, they do have the Demonic Terror ability, which is the next ability, and I assume there probably is some stuff in here that kind of affects people's leadership, because that's only logical that demons would have that effect on people. But I mean, it's interesting. It feels like something that would have been really cool if you could have synergized it a bit more with units of Night Lords in particular, or other of scary things.
The other interesting one is you can deploy 6 inches away from enemy models if you're wholly within 6 inches of a warp locus model. So I guess we need to see what those models are. I presume standard bearer type models or
Locus
psychic
specifically,
characters.
Locus have in the past typically been the heralds.
Yes,
they're the ones
that would be my
Locus.
guess. Yeah.
Well, that's what they've been historically. They may have extended it to include some other ones. We'll get to that, I suppose, in a bit. But
so that's a cool
regardless,
way of
though, right?
Circumventing those rules.
Yeah, and it's pretty big, and again, it's another justification for why it's worth using that free slot to bring in a locus model like a herald or whatever, because that's a big advantage, especially if you're going to go quite Khorne centric. If you're going to bring like a big unit, bloodletters. I think bloodletters are now capped at 10-man units. I don't think you can take big units of them anymore. But the fact that you can bring a bloodletter unit in and have it arrive within 6 of the locus would be pretty mad. And I imagine there's some very strong, things like, was it Skull Taker? Was their named herald before? I imagine he's still pretty ridiculous. So he's probably more ridiculous, to be fair. So I can already start to imagine the synergies.
Yeah, indeed. And then the last ability is Warp Storm. So they basically turn the page and read a double-page spread all about Warp Storm and what that ability does.
There's also, there is Demonic Terror, which we didn't talk about, even though we did talk about.
We skipped that out, yes, because we briefly talked about it. Yes, while an enemy unit is within 6 inches of this unit, subtract 1 from the enemy unit's leadership characteristic and subtract 1 from any combat attrition test taken for that enemy unit. Unless you're Krieg, in which case you ignore that bit.
Yeah. Woo! Or Great. Space Marines.
Or kind of almost anything.
Almost anything, just, yeah. But Krieg as well, Phil.
But especially Krieg, exactly.
Especially Krieg. Krieg do it better than anyone.
They really don't, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
So,
there's some real wounds there.
I know, I'm still smarting. But, new Codex can't be that far away.
That's it.
Who knows what we get.
Not the Krieg Codex of your dreams, though.
No, because I imagine at most it'll be like a footnote as a regiment ability, and maybe I don't know. Do we even get?
We got a new plastic kit, mate. They'll probably get something.
Well, yeah, but a plastic kit is called Veteran Guardsman. So is that going to be a Krieg specific faction box keyworded, or is it just it's a Veteran Guardsman kit that everyone can have? I mean, who knows how they're going to do it? It's a puzzling quandary.
Indeed, a question for another time. Let's talk warp storms. How does warp storm work? I hear you ask. Do you want me to read it, or would you prefer to do so?
I don't mind. I thought you were going to throw it my way because it's a lot of reading.
It's all right. I'll take a punt. I'll put my dyslexic brain to good use and,
okay.
and try
we can do the individual god bits. We can alternate them. How about that?
I feel like that's fair. So we have, if every unit in your army is a demon, excluding agents of chaos or unaligned, at the start of each battle round, you can make a warp storm roll. To do so, roll 8 d6 for each 4+, gain 1 warp storm point, or WSP. Ooh, WSPs can also be gained via other rules or abilities. No matter the source, you can only gain WSPs from such a rule if every unit in your army has the Legion Demonica keyword, excluding Agents of Chaos or unaligned keywords. Warp Storm points, or WSPs, can be spent during that battle round on the Warp Storm effects listed below and opposite, and each will specify when it can be used. These include a series of effects themed around each of the 4 dark gods, which can be used if your army contains a detachment dedicated to the appropriate dark god. Ooh. Good God, this keeps going on. Each effect has an associated Warp Storm points cost, because of course it does. If you do not have enough Warp Storm points, or WSPs, which is, by the way, an acronym that they introduced at the start and have never used ever throughout this entire thing.
They do when they're talking about the points below. Yeah.
Oh, they do.
Even though it's like it's kind of yes, I would have guessed that's what the Warp Storm points is. Yes.
Well, yeah, but now you know for sure. Anyway, it doesn't matter unless otherwise specified. You can only use. You can use the same Warp Storm effect multiple times. Oh no, Jesus Christ. Unless otherwise specified, you can use the same Warp Storm effect multiple times over the course of the battle. But you cannot use the same Warp Storm effect more than once per battle round. That's
right. You should have led with that bit, Games Workshop, and then just said, yeah. But you can do it multiple times over the course of a battle.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was assuming, because that's the usual established language.
Yes. Exactly.
And I used my my dyslexic cheat, which is, I used my predictive version and then hoped that I was right, and I wasn't. Any spent Warstorm points are deducted from your total. Strong. If an effect instructs you to return any destroyed models to a unit, A return model cannot be set up within engagement range of any enemy units unless those enemy units are already within engagement range of this unit or of its unit. And at the end of each battle round, unless otherwise specified, any unspent Warstorm points are lost. Some abilities will allow you to retain Warstorm points. Each ability will specify how many Warstorm points can be retained. Retained Warstorm points are not lost at the end of the battle round. Core blimey, right? So all of those words to basically say, roll 8d6, because why not? For every 4 points.
The 8 points is the chaos symbol.
Oh, look at you, on point. Hey.
Law genius. Richie, stick that as an end of year quiz question, because then I can get it. But obviously Joe will beat me to the buzzer and get it as well. Well,
no, I think we're changing the format, but again, we need to have a meeting about that.
Okay, but, we'll talk about that later.
We will talk about that later. Anyway, the point is that basically roll 8d6, and for every 4+ you get a point. And then what do points make? They make
prizes.
Warp storms.
Chaos prizes, yes.
Yes, boons, or whatever they were called in older editions. The point is you get an accumulation of points, and then you can spend them against abilities, and that these abilities trigger at different times. Well, do they always trigger in your command phase?
These ones you can do anytime you want, I think.
Anytime. You do them any old bloody time.
I mean, it would make sense to restrict it to your command phase, but I suspect there are some that you do in your opponent's phase as well as yours.
Almost certainly. Anyway, the long story short is there's a bunch of extra stuff that can happen, and Phil's going to tell us about the undivided things.
Do you just want to pick like one each and be quick about this?
Yeah, I think so. I think we should do the most expensive one, or basically one of the most expensive, one of the cheapest.
So that they range from 2 to 5, 5 only being for undivided. And if you think about it, if you're rolling 8d6 on a 4+, your average will be 4 per battle round, but obviously you could potentially save some up if you have abilities, is what it was implying. So I'll do the first one for undivided, which is Dark Invigoration, which is the whopping 5 WSP. Use this effect at the start of your morale phase. One model in each Legiones Daemonica unit from your army can regain up to D3 lost wounds. If every model in that unit has a wound characteristic of 1, that unit can instead be replenished. Favorite model in a unit? Okay. When a unit is replenished, you can return D3 destroyed models to that unit with the full wounds remaining. Okay, so you can either gain D3 lost wounds on a unit, or if it's got a wound characteristic of 1, it's D3 models, basically. Each returned model no longer counts as having been destroyed for the purposes of morale test this turn, and each unit can only be replenished once per turn. Makes perfect sense. Okay, that's quite cool. So you can get a lot of models back or wounds back in your army, and it's good that it works for both sort of single wounds and multi-wound models. It's not like one or the other, so it's got a bit more utility. Handy dandy. Tell us another one, Phil. Oh, are we doing I thought we were doing one each. No, we're doing gods each here. Oh, okay. I'll do the cheapest one. There's a few, and not in order. Malicious Misdirection for 2. It is, use this effect at the start of your reinforcement step of your opponent's movement phase. Until the end of that step, enemy strategic reserve units can only be set up as if they were in the second battle round. So, i.e. in their own deployment zone. Interesting. I wonder how that conflicts with certain units which have abilities to count as being in a different one. I presume this would trump it. I guess it would. It's probably a rare rule, but I would assume it would override it, because even though you could, because sometimes they say you could be 1 higher, right? So are you counting it as you're in the second battle round, but you can count it as 1 higher, so you're in battle round 3? Or is it no matter what, you're in battle round 2? And this trumps all other rules. Yeah, I suppose because of the way the language works, I guess because it sort of basically is stating that you are in a specific battle round. No matter what. Yeah, it's like, I moved up. But it doesn't matter, you're in battle round 2. But I moved up. Ah, yes, but you're in battle round 2. Oh, okay.
So I guess, I mean, it's an interesting ability.
Yeah, it's like abilities that say you must be, ballistic skill 6+, right? It's like even if you get +1 ballistic skill, it's like no, but it specifically says it's 6+, and that's all.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's.
But in those instances, you still gain +1 to that, right? So if you're ballistic skill 6+ and you add +1 to it, you do become ballistic skill 5, unless it's specifically like Overwatch, which is unmodified 6s.
Yeah, so I guess that's the thing. It's like, maybe it's.
In fact, that's actually not even true for Overwatch, though, right? Because I think Overwatch you just become ballistic skill 6, maybe.
No, because you don't have ballistic. Well, you become. You can only hit on a 6+, and that can't be modified.
Yeah, fine.
Unless there's a rule that explicitly says it can be.
Yes, indeed, because they do love consistently breaking the rules. It's one of their most consistent features of game design. We created all these rules. Throw that out the window. Get on with it. All right, Khorne. They've got 2 4s, but I'm going to go with the top one on the list, which is Fury of Khorne. Use this effect at the start of the fight phase. Until the end of that phase, add 1 to the attack characteristics of Khorne demon units. Blimey. I mean, that's pretty gnarly, isn't it? It's like, I've got a bunch of loopy guys with loads of attacks. Fancy another?
Yep, because that's army-wide, basically.
Yeah, that's very strong. And then next, we have Burning Terror. Use this effect at the start of your shooting phase. Roll 1d6 for each enemy unit within 24 of any Legion, Khorne, Demon thingy. There's not wholly within area terrain. So, basically, they have to be wholly within 24. So roll 1d6 for each enemy unit within 24 of any Khorne demon unit from your army that is not wholly within an area terrain feature. So I'm trying to.
So you
is
can
that
be
the demon unit that has to be in the terrain feature?
No,
or the thing that...
the unit you're targeting. So you're protected effectively if you're within area terrain.
Gotcha.
But you've got to be wholly within, not like 1 in.
Yeah. And then on a 6, that unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. It's all right, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to roll a lot of 6s for it to be worthwhile.
Yeah, I mean, if you manage to get 6 on your Warp Storm table and you're thinking, I'll use the 4 and I may as well use this for 2, you never know your luck, but... Yeah, I mean, fair enough. I mean, that is a real difference, though. I mean, the difference between maybe do mortal wounds on 6s to a few units that aren't in area terrain versus +1 attack for your whole flipping Khorne army.
Well, what's interesting here is, like, so for Khorne Nurgle and stuff, they specifically say you can only do this if your entire army is Khorne, right? But for
correct.
Undivided, it doesn't say anything. So you could be an exclusively Khorne army but still use the Undivided ability. So that's more like generic ones that everyone can use. It's not specific to, say, a Bellicord detachment that has a mixture of all different demons. Obviously, those are by default restricted to only Undivided, but a kind of Khorne or Nurgle specific army can also use them. So I think that's worth noting, I guess, so that they get access to all the others as well, not just the 3 that they've got here. Noted.
Tell us about whatever one you're going to pick.
So Nurgle, Swarming Insects for 4, WSP. Use this effect at the start of a fight phase until the end of the phase. Each time a Legionnaires Demonica Nurgle unit from your army makes a melee attack, add 1 to the attack's hit rolls. So it's exactly the same as the Fury of Khorne. And then Wave of Sickness for 2. Use this effect at the start of your shooting phase. Roll 1d6 for each enemy unit within 12 inches of 1 or more Legionnaires Demonica Nurgle units from your army. On a 6, that unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. So that's very similar to Burning Terror, but it's shorter range and they don't get to be protected from area terrain. No. Okay, I'm spotting a trend here. They're mostly all similar, but slightly different in a narratively themed way for each of the gods.
Oh, okay, fair enough. So basically, you've got the thing that gives you add 1 to the attack's hit roll in the case of Nurgles. That's all right.
Oh yeah, so that was +1, yeah, to attack hit rolls, as opposed to
Yeah.
+1 attack characteristic.
Well, there we go. So in Tzeentch, use this effect. So this is the 4-1.
Deluge of
of
fire.
fire. Add 1 to your ballistic skill. Cool. And then Sorceress Winds for free. Until the end of the phase, each psychic test taken with the Tzeentch unit, add 1 to psychic test. So basically, yeah, so you can add 1 to your ballistic skill, add 1 to your psychic test, and I may as well, given that it's really quick, talk about rampant mutation. Use this effect in the fight phase. Until the end of that phase, each time a Tzeentch demon model from your army makes a melee attack, an unmodified wound roll of 6 inflicts 1 mortal wound on the target in addition to any normal damage. Each enemy unit can only suffer a maximum of 3 mortal wounds. Oh well. So yeah, so basically unmodified 6s to wound will do mortal wounds in addition to any other damage. It's alright, I guess. I mean,
yeah, it's
fine.
okay. And then last we've got Slaanesh, so mesmerizing dance for 4 points. Use this effect at the start of a fight phase. Until the end of the phase, each Slaanesh unit from your army that's within engagement range can fight first that phase. Don't they have that anyway?
I thought they did, but obviously they don't now, I guess.
Maybe not. Yeah, interesting.
I mean, that's certainly what they used to have.
Yes, but maybe it's if you'd spoken to Big Phil, he would be able to tell you because he's
That's
the
true. I
Slaanesh
should
player.
have. He is. I should have spent more time talking to Big Phil. Do you want to know something about Big Phil?
He doesn't like his demons anymore.
It's not that he doesn't like his demons. I don't think he owns this book yet.
I'm not surprised. Well, he's all in on Tyranids at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah, but do you want to know something about Big Phil?
What's that?
Doesn't own the Tyranid book either.
Well, he didn't initially. I assumed he'd bought it
that's
by
true.
now.
He's probably got it by now because he's
Yeah.
off to slippery fingers, isn't he? So
he's off to no retreat. Yeah, so here he should have had it by now for sure because he's off.
but
in
he
a
didn't
couple
have
of
it
days.
a week ago.
No. Right, so that was one. We've then got lightning speed for free. So use this effect in your movement or charge phase. Until the end of that turn, each time an advance or charge roll is made, add +1 to the result.
Nice.
Okay, let's move on.
Yeah, so basically, look, long story short, warp storms are handy. In a lot of instances, they basically just amplify what you already want to do, which is precisely the sort of stuff that you want to see happen. Well done there.
And sort of on average, you'll be doing at least one thing, if not 2, if you're lucky, by the sounds of it.
Yeah.
Then it's broken down into the individual individual god factions.
Yeah, and based on that, Phil, I think it's only actually pragmatic that we actually take it upon ourselves to break this down into sections, right? Because the way they've done this, and I wasn't aware of this, is quite distinctly unique for each thing, right? So I think it would make sense for us to break this down into sections and go through it accordingly, because...
you kind of need to do the Khorne section first, then the, is it Slaanesh next or Nurgle? Tzeentch. Oh, wait, no.
Yeah. And looking at it, there really is nothing else that is generic to everything else in this army at this point, right? It is literally...
Yeah, only towards the back where you've got Bellicor does it give you some of the more generic stuff.
Yeah, but even Bellicor, right? Like, he's got, like, a specific psychic discipline, but he doesn't have his own... And he's got an army of renown, so you've still got the Disciples of Bellicor army of renown, but he doesn't have his own relics, so nothing in the kind of generic Chaos Demon section is equipped with any, like, specific relics or anything. So, so it seems logical that we're going to need to go through all of these individually.
Yeah,
and do you know what? It actually feels...
What is weird with the Bellicor is under there, that's where you've got the generic Demon Prince of Chaos and the generic Soul Grinder, which are the two that you can pick for any of the others. But, It's interesting that there is actually only 2. Everything else is sort of faction specific. That kind of makes sense, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, they used to have Furies. It's weird that they've gotten rid of Furies. They were always a pretty consistent addition, but I suppose they've not done Fury kits in freaking forever. There were demon kits made for Horus Heresy, which I always thought were absolutely stunning. As well, I think, it's odd that there's not Spawn in here. Again, demons have often had Spawn.
That is true. I guess it's meant to be more of a Spawn is we've converted a human into a Spawn, and demon specific wouldn't have done that, because...
Well, yeah, but once upon a time, the Lord of Change and various other Tzeentch-related things would, manifest or transform their enemies into spawns. So it's sort of interesting that
true.
Spawns didn't make the cut. Just looking out of complete curiosity on the GW website momentarily before we get into the sections of it all to see if spawns are actually represented on... No, they're not even retailed in the Chaos Demon sections anymore. So fair enough. Yeah, no, that it's not one of those funny little potential mistakes. They legitimately are not present within Chaos Demons anymore. Sorry, nor either are Fiends, which have gone. So, or Furies. Sorry, not Fiends. Were they Fiends or Furies? Maybe they eat both. Whatever they were, the harpies, the fly things. They've gone away. So, all right, fair enough. So, which one do you want to start with, Phil? Do you want to start with
do it in
Bellicle?
order? Let's do
it in order.
Do
all right.
Khorne.
All right.
The favoured child.
Yep, there you go. So, in which case, here's the Khorne section. There you go. Beautiful. The Book of Blood, everybody. Who is the Book of Blood? I have never heard of them. It's Khorne Demons, isn't it? Khorne Demons.
The red-blooded poster child of the Chaos armies.
They are the most metal of all of the Chaos Demons.
That's true.
Yeah, pretty cool. They're pretty cool. I mean, straight off the bat, we get into Exalted Bloodthirster territory. So the Exalted Greater Demon system has been relatively prevalent with demon players for the last little while. Essentially, it's a series of upgrades that makes your demons better than they already are. So you can essentially choose to upgrade your Bloodthirster by a amount of 40, 20, or 35 points, and in so doing, they gain benefits. But what benefits, Philip?
So we've got the Indomitable Onslaught, which is 2 power level and 40 points. This model cannot lose more than 8 wounds in the same phase. Any wounds that would be lost after that point are not lost. Now, this is interesting because I played a lovely chap, Frank, I believe his name was, at RFW2, who had the Exalted abilities for his Bloodthirsters, because he just had like an all Bloodthirster army, plus the very cool big Forge World one. And he had to randomly roll off in those days for his abilities. But here you just get to pick it. And that is the one you probably want to take. It's the most points. And gosh darn, it is damn good. So any wounds after that point are not lost.
Magical. Not bad for 40 points.
No, it's worth pointing out that you can't upgrade named characters like Scarbrand. Each model can only be upgraded to have an exalted ability once. So you can't stack all 3 onto one guy. We've also got Master of the Blood Tide. So each time this model fights, if it made a charge move, was charged, or performed heroic intervention that turn, it resolves its fight at +1 strength and +1 attack. Which is 20 points for 1 power level. And then Rage Unchained. This model is considered to have double the number of wounds remaining for the purposes of determining what the characteristics are for 2 power level and 35 points. So they're all kind of cool, but probably Indomitable Onslaught is the best one.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think the ability to cap damage at 8 per phase meaningful. I can't remember off the top of my head how many wounds a Bloodthirster has out of the gate, but I'm going to assume it's a great deal more than 8. So I imagine that is giving it a good level of additional durability. Here we go. A Bloodthirster will give you 20 wounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, all right, that's fair enough. That's definitely earning it a little extra time on the tabletop, which is pretty great. So cool, yeah, nice. We've got stratagems next. If we went through every stratagem for every single part of this book, it would add considerable time. And as is tradition, we only typically do a couple from each colour as we're going through. So in the interest of fairness, I feel like what we'll do with this going forwards as we go through these different books is we'll do 3 per thing. I reckon that's fair, isn't it?
So I'll let you go first.
I was going to say, you did the thing, so I suppose I should start this. So I'm going to go with the Brass Stampede, because that sounds awfully awesome. It's 1 CP, it is a strategic ploy stratagem, and you use this stratagem after a demonic Khorne cavalry or Khorne vehicle unit from your army finishes a charge move. Select one enemy unit within engagement range of that unit and roll 1d6 for each model in that charging unit. Add 3 to the result if the charging unit is a vehicle unit. On a 6 to 8, that enemy unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. On a 9, that enemy unit suffers D3 plus 3 mortal wounds. Not bad for 1 CP.
That's not too bad. I'm going to go for the Muddy Browns, the Glorious Decapitation. It's 2 CP. It's an epic deed. Use a stratagem when an enemy character model is destroyed by a melee attack made by a Demonica Khorne character model from your army. Until the end of the battle, that Khorne character model has the following ability: Slayer of Champions. It's an aura ability. While a friendly demon Khorne unit is within 6 inches of this model, each time a model in that unit makes an attack, an unmodified wound roll of 6 inflicts 1 mortal wound on the target, in addition to any normal damage. A unit can only suffer a maximum of 6 mortal wounds per phase as a result of this ability, but you can only use this stratagem once, which is very niche because you've got to kill character in the first place, but it's pretty cool aura buff if you can pull it off.
Yeah, no, dig it.
Which one was the last one?
Which one was that called you just picked?
That was Glorious Decapitation.
Yes, there it is. All right, well, in which case I'm going to go with Contempt for Sorcery, because as we know, the Khorne aren't into sorcerers or just any magical nonsense. Use the stratagem in your opponent's psychic phase after a psychic test is passed for an enemy psychic unit and after any Deny the Witch attempts is made. If that enemy psychic unit is within 24 of any Khorne demon unit from your army, roll d6 adding 1 to the result. If that enemy psychic is within 12 of any Fleshhound units from your army, on a 4+, that psychic power is denied. Wow. So if you're within 12 of some Fleshhounds, a 3+ will see you denying psychic powers after you've attempted a Deny the Witch as well, which is pretty reasonable, because I'm fairly confident they're going to have like a relic or something that will allow them to deny the witch. So yeah, not bad.
Oh, maybe, yeah, because they don't have any psychics, so in theory they shouldn't get denied the witch. And as you say, unless there's a warlord trait or relic that gives it to them. But yeah, get a good reason to take Fleshhounds as well for that 3+.
Yeah, they used to have a relic called the Brass Collar or something like that. They used to give him that, but I'm not seeing anything on there that suggests that they still have something along those lines.
There's Crimson Crown, Rune of Brass. Oh, which actually does talk about psychic tests, so we can read that one when we get to it.
Indeed. We've got warlord traits to talk about first. So there are 6 warlord traits. Are we going to do every warlord trait, or are we going to...
just do one each, because we'll be here a long time otherwise.
That is true. We'll be here all freaking night. So go on, pal. Which one do you want to talk about?
I'm going to go for Glory of Battle. So you
Glory of Battle.
Add 1 to the warlord's attack characteristics, and while this warlord is in 3 inches of 6 or more enemy models, add 1 to the warlord's attack characteristic, and while it's within 3 inches of 11 or more enemy models, add 1 to this warlord's attack characteristics. God, 3 inches within 3 inches of 11 or more models. You've got to cram those models in, or I guess you've just got to actually have a really big base because you're doing this on a demon prince or a bloodletter, right? That's the only way.
Well,
that's possible.
most likely you're doing it on a bloodthirster because they have been quite specific with.
Sorry, bloodthirster, not bloodletters. Yes.
Yeah. You know, bloodletters aren't that big. Nice. Okay.
Yeah. So interestingly, so a Khorne Herald can only take the first 3 warlord traits.
Okay. Well, I suppose I better pick one of those then. Let's go with. I'll go with the aspect of Death Aura. While an enemy unit is within 6 of this warlord, subtract 1 from their leadership characteristic, which is pretty good. And each time combat attrition test is taken, subtract 1 from the combat attrition test. Okay. It's all right. Nothing special. Devastating Blow was the other one I was contemplating, and I'm just going to say it now. Each time this warlord makes a melee attack, rules that ignore wounds cannot be used. Ooh, hello. That's pretty meaningful.
On a Bloodthirster versus Bloodthirster matchup. It's
totally.
An exalted one.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, when you end up in those sort of matchup situations where you're up against stuff that's ignoring damage, having a way of mitigating that is massive. So, yeah, some interesting stuff there, man. And then we're going to get into some relic territory. So we were talking about runes of brass. Do you want to talk about runes of brass, or what do you want to talk about? You talk about one. Pick one, Phil. Pick one.
I'll do Armour of Scorn.
Armour of Scorn.
It's a Khorne monster only. Each time an attack with a damage characteristic of 1 is allocated to bearer, add 1 to the saving throw. To any saving throw made against that attack. So I guess that also includes invulnerable saves. Sorry, demonic invulnerable saves.
Well, that's an interesting question, isn't it? Because didn't they say that they couldn't be like... Oh, no, I suppose it's that they can't be ignored. I guess they could be modified. Although they're not modifying the save, they're modifying your roll, aren't they? So, yeah, checks out.
Yes, to the saving throw. Yes, I guess so. Which is interesting. It's sort of like an Armour of Contempt Deluxe. And then also, because that's just the first thing, each time the bearer would lose a wound as a result of a mortal wound in the psychic phase, roll a d6. On a 4+, that wound is not lost.
Decent.
Because as you said, Khorne does not like psychic.
No. I quite like that. I mean, that's a pretty reasonable thing. Because, I mean, a lot of the time with the kind of bigger things, they often have a hard time against the small arms fire. It's obviously weight of shot sometimes that will, cause them issues. So the fact that you get additional benefits, and the fact that obviously you're dealing with a 4-up invuln in a lot of instances for these bigger Khorne monsters, the fact that basically then reverts to a 3-up against damage 1 weapons is pretty great. Because, the instances where you're just getting peppered with damage 1 shots as big monsters is not insignificant, I would say. So, yeah, cool. I'll talk about the Rune of Brass, just because we were talking about it before. While enemy psychers are within 12 of the bearer, each time a psychic test is taken, that unit suffers perils of the warp on any dice roll that includes a double instead of just a double 1 or double 6. And each time that unit suffers perils of the warp, it suffers d6 mortal wounds instead of d3. Ooh. The fact that it's only a 12-inch range is a little bit, lesser than what you might want that to be, but at the same time, I guess it's it probably needs to be 12, because obviously if it was any further, it probably would be a little bit too strong. So that's all right. I mean, interesting that it doesn't give any kind of denies, but I guess they've kind of baked that into stratagems and other things to try and offer it up in a more kind of circumstantial nature of things. So yeah, all right, cool. I quite like the sound of Agrath, the King of Blades, but I don't know whether you want to move on and talk about some data sheets before we start talking about all the different relics are here, or will you humour me and let me know more about the King of Blades? Because it is the King of Blades after all, Phil. Phil's muted, everybody. I mean, the professionalism on display here.
It was acting up.
Is it? Are you blaming the software?
I clicked it several times and it sort of didn't do anything. So I assumed I'd unmuted myself.
Well, fair enough. Do you want me to put this in as an editing note and you can respond to me? Can I talk about the King of Blades, Phil?
Yes, you can.
Oh, you are a generous partner, Phil.
I'll try my best.
You succeed. You select one melee weapon the bearer is equipped with, and you add one to the damage characteristics of that weapon. Wow. Each time the bearer makes a melee attack with that weapon, you can ignore any or all modifiers to that attack's hit roll, and any or all modifiers to attack's wound roll. Hello. That weapon is now considered to be a relic for all other rules purposes. Wow. That's big. Adding one to the damage, ignoring any minuses or modifiers. Oh, that's big. Especially when you consider that you can, you can sub that in with this devastating blow so the warlord makes a melee attack, rules that ignore wounds can't be used. So you can make this guy into an absolute, character slaying lunatic. You can do some serious damage with these bloodthirsters by the looks of things.
Yeah, well, I mean, things that do minuses to hit in combat or minuses to wound in combat feel like they're few and far between, but things that you want to kill that do have it will be a bit of a nuisance. I mean, a Bloodthirst has weapon skill, ballistic skill 2+, and has a strength of 8, and chances are most of that stuff is ×2, right? Actually, no, the axe is +4. No, great axe is ×2, yeah. So you're wounding most things on 2s anyway, right? So if it drops down to hitting on 3s and wounding on 3s, it's not the end of the world, but at the same time, that probably really does make a big dent in your efficiency.
Yeah, totally. And if you're coming up against things like, Deathwing Terminators going, transhuman all the time, only winning them on 4s is pretty big. But if you're running in and going, no, I'll still be winning you on 2s.
Well, no, actually, you won't be, because I think actually this is talking about, because that's not a modifier. So transhuman still isn't affected by this, which is sort of the downside, right?
Oh, okay. Well, okay, maybe less good. But still, not without its
it's got
potential.
It's got merit, for sure.
Yeah, if you're getting the rules wrong, it's great.
That's the way to do it.
Exactly. That's the tried and true methodology is, just, accidentally cheat. And then you'll go places. Cool, all right. So, with all that said and done, the only thing left to talk about is all the different data sheets, or slates, or whatever they are. No, not data slates, data sheets that make up Khorne. They've got a pretty healthy selection of units here, even so far as so much as to include an actual fortification. I didn't know they had a fortification, but they do.
Oh, yes. I'm pretty sure that's an AOS one.
Well, here it is in 40k, my friends, so, it
might have been in 40k for a while, but...
I mean, it's there now, I suppose, which is all that matters. I mean, it really... sorry, you were going to say...
I was going to say, should we talk about the Skull Altar then?
I mean, we can do. I was just going to quickly comment that it's really incredible, actually, how much they've expanded the Khorne demon range over the last few years, and it sort of feels like it's all kind of happened covertly. It's like, obviously the impact of Age of Sigmar on the demon army is pretty significant. I mean, there's some really great stuff in here, at least in terms of the minis, and I'm surprised there's as much variety as there is.
Yeah, was the Skull Taker and the Bloodmaster relatively recent sort of AOS editions?
Quite possibly. I think the Skullmaster was. Yeah. I think the Skull. Well, I think these guys were always in there, but I think they may not have had I don't think the range was as well supported in plastic over the last little while. So the fact that you've now got an entire Khorne demon collection that is all plastic is quite incredible. Unless, of course, someone turns around to me and says that the Skull Taker is a fine cast mini, in which case I will I will skulk away in disgust, but I'm fairly confident he's a plastic one.
I think he is.
Yeah, I think so too. Anyway, go on then. Skullwalter, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, go on. It has not many stats, but it's got a strength of 6, a toughness of 8, 9 wounds, leadership 7, and a demon saver 4+, 4+. It's demonic. It's got a Witchbane aura, so while a Psyker unit is within 18 inches of this model, subtract 2 from the psychic test taken for that unit. It's a war altar, so while a model is embarked within this transport model has the same aura abilities as the embarked model. Now that's quite interesting, especially since it's probably got quite a large base size, so you can effectively from a small model extend out the aura abilities. It's got ritual slaughter, so while there is a model embarked within this transport model can be attempt the following action. So ritual slaughter action. At the end of your movement phase, this model can start to perform this action. The action is completed at the end of your next charge phase. Once completed, roll a d6 for each demon Khorne unit from your army within 12 inches of this model and within engagement range of any enemy units. For each 4+, gain 1 warp storm point. And this model can transport 1 Khorne infantry herald model. Okay, so it's only the Khorne heralds. Interesting. A novel way to get more warp points. It's obviously got no movement phase. Oh, it's also a warp locus as well, so you could use it for your deep striking shenanigans.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you can't put it anywhere but in your deployment zone, right? So it doesn't feel like it's because it's demonic. You can actually deep strike it down, can't you? Of course.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. What's
potential
interesting
for just plonking it down in the middle of the board and then using it to just generate warp points for you.
Yeah, I mean, if you find yourself in a situation where I don't know necessarily what the setup necessarily needs to be, but if it is that you're able to use the demonic deep striking ability to deep strike within, maybe as few as 6 or 5 inches of your opponent, you bring that down. It's still a locus because it's transporting the herald, and then you can bring things within range of it, which could be quite cool. So you can definitely amplify the impact of your deep strike around the locus, synergy, because this is a much larger area that it creates around itself, to give you more flexibility to arrive within a distance of it, I suppose, which could definitely be cool. I don't hate it. I mean, how many points is a skull altar? Skull altar, 3 power level. That's what, like 30 points, 40 points, 60 points. Probably closer to 60 points, isn't it? There's where are these points gone?
They're right at the very back.
Right at the very
I think actually
back.
the subtract 2 from psychic test within 18 inches is actually really strong, because that's you can put that in the middle of a board and that's basically most of the table, or at least a
don't forget as well though,
chunk of it.
You can, put war gear on it to amplify the effectiveness of that as well. Like, you can basically be doing the whole any double, perils are D6s.
Oh, yeah. So you could potentially get a sort of an almost board-wide -3 maybe if you combo it with other characters with other aura abilities. Or, like you said, the one where you're more likely to perils.
Yeah. 50 power level's okay. Yeah, 50
points.
Points, not power level. Yeah, 50 points is...
It's pretty cheap.
Decent.
Yeah,
I think you could do some fun stuff with that. I think that's got legs. I like it. I'm going to talk about Scarbrand, because Scarbrand is the big bad bloodthirster of bloodthirsters. Cabander and all of that stuff. He's cool. But he ain't no Scarbrand. Scarbrand's so gnarly he had to have his wings taken away, for goodness sake. He's a loopy dude. So he because he doesn't have wings, he's not as fast as regular bloodthirsters. So he's only got movement 8 on his top bracket. Weapon skill 2, ballistic skill 2, strength 8, toughness 8, 22 wounds, 8 attacks, leadership 9, 4-up demonic save in all variables, 4/4, basically. As he degrades, he gains more attacks, which is loopy, but his movement and his weapon skill decreases. So he fights more, but he might not be quite as intelligent as he becomes, more and more wounded. Weapon-wise, he has the Bellow of Endless Fury. It's a ranged attack with range 12, assault 2d6, strength 5, AP -1. And each time an attack is made, you automatically hit. So essentially, he just screams really loud. I suppose it kind of shatters reality or does whatever it does as it's doing it. But the real star of the show is Slaughter and Carnage, his 2 great axes that he wields with 2 different profiles. You've got Mighty Strike, which is ×2 -4 D3 +3 damage, and each time an attack is made with his weapon, and vulnerable saving throws cannot be made against that attack. Ooh.
But demonic ones can be. Ooh.
Demonic ones can be, absolutely. And then the Sweeping Blow, which is Strength User, which is Strength 8, -2 damage. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, make 2 hit rolls instead of 1. So you go up to 16 attacks if you're on your low profile, but as many as 20 attacks if you're on your top profile. And then obviously if you add in the Warp Storm into there, and you add +1 to that, it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So that's pretty intense. He's got an ability called Witchbane, which is essentially this unit cannot be targeted or affected by any psychic powers.
That's crazy good.
Yeah, it's insane. Because one of the ways that you try and deal with these guys is to just mortal wound them out of existence. But obviously, if you can't mortal wound them out of existence, then that is really not very good. Because he is tough, he is fighty, and he laughs in the face of Zoanthropes. God bless him. Good old Scarbrand. And then he is Rage embodied. It's a 6-inch aura. Add 1 to the attack characteristics of models in that unit. So while unit was in 6 of this model, add 1 to the attack characteristics. So
that
he already
includes him
actually
as
is
well.
adding himself. So he's already actually on 9 attacks at minimum. Crikey. Each time morale test is taken for the unit, it automatically passed. So he makes, friendly units automatically pass. Well, a unit. Oh, hang on. Here's an interesting thing, though. He gives it to you and them. He gives it to everyone. He makes everyone angry.
But wait, that can't make sense. He makes every unit automatically pass morale.
Yeah, so they have to stay there with him.
Oh,
They can't run
so
away.
They have to stay. That's weird, though. But
Yeah, it's any. Look, while a unit is very specific, it's literally any
yes,
unit.
because the next one is talking about falling back. Yeah, no, you're right. It's deliberately designed to be anyone, because it's like come stay and fight me, basically.
Yeah,
which is odd
He
because
makes 'em-
when you fail morale, the implication is that it is representing not people necessarily just running away, but also people being cut down as well as like extra damage potentially. But I guess thematically they've said no, it is running away, hence why you have to stay.
Yeah, I love it. I love that rule. That is, I'm a big fan of Scarbrand. I think he is.
Oh, and you've got to do the last one about falling back.
Oh, sorry, yeah. So if you want to fall back, you have to roll 3d6, and the only way you can fall back is if you roll under your leadership of 3d6. Yeah, that's crazy. He gets a thumbs up from me. I'm a fan of Scarbrand. How much does that cost you to add to an army? 330 points is an absolute steal. That guy is ridiculous for 330 points. Like, absolutely ridiculous. Like, yeah, he's too good for 330 points. Like, yeah, I'm struggling. The only downside to him is he doesn't have wings. But, like, so he doesn't have the fly keyword, but... Oh, and he's got Warp Locus as well. So, he also is a Locus. So he also allows units to come within 6 of him and so on.
Oh, interestingly, I'm just looking. So Skull Taker and Skull Master are both heralds, as is Ren Master on Blood Throne, but none of them are Warp Locust.
That's interesting. So they must have just changed it to specific, like, specialist units or something. I imagine it's different per thing.
I think it is for Chaos. For Khorne, it is just for Skull Altar and Scarbrand. Interesting. Yeah, be interesting to see how it changes. Now, I would normally say let's go on to the next army, but I really want to talk about Skull Taker. So can we squeeze them in?
Yeah, of course we can, mate. I think that's safe. I think we should do at least a couple more of these because.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is interesting. So Skull Taker, movement 6, weapon skill 2+, ballistic skill 3+, strength and toughness 6, 5 wounds, 6 attacks, leadership 8, and a 4+4+ demonic save. The reason why I want to talk about him, he's got literally the Slayer sword that you win a golden demon with, and actually does look very similar to the Slayer sword, so I presume that is what it is in reference to. It's obviously a melee weapon. Strength user, which is strength 6, -3 damage, -3 AP and flat 3 damage. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, invulnerable saving throws cannot be made against the target. He's obviously demonic. He's got Skulls for Khorne, which is an ability. Each time this model makes a melee attack against an enemy character, you can reroll the hit roll and the wound roll. Okay,
Oof.
Pretty good. And each time an enemy character unit is destroyed by an attack made by this model, increase the range of this model's Herald of Khorne and Lord of Decapitation's ability, see right, by 3 inches to a maximum of 12 inches. So the Herald of Khorne aura ability is while a friendly Khorne demon core unit is within 6 inches. Each time a model in that unit makes an attack, you can reroll the wound roll of 1. And then Lord of Decapitations, in your command phase, select one friendly Bloodletter's core unit within 6 inches of this model. Until the start of your next command phase, each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, add 1 to the attack's hit rolls. At least it's indifferent. It's not like the generic Captain Lieutenant deal. I mean, it's not too far off, but it has got a bit of a twist on it, which is cool. Yeah, he seems cool. And as we said, he hasn't got the Warp Locust, but he has got the Herald keyword.
Yeah, no, I love it.
It's a cool model too.
Yeah, they're really cool. I think, yeah, that's really awesome. The one I'd like to talk about to end it on is the Skull Cannon. I'm a fond fan. Yeah, I like the Skull Cannon. It's always been awful, so I just wanted to
see if it's improved.
Yeah, exactly. So movement 8, which is decent. Weapon skill ballistic skill 3, which is pretty strong from the outset because having a ballistic skill 3 on this thing is better than I remember it. Strength 6, toughness 7, 9 wounds, 2 attacks. Leadership 7 and a 4+ demon save against shooting and melee. A Skull Cannon is equipped with a Skull Cannon, Attendants, Hellblades, and Biting Maw. The Skull Cannon itself is range 48, which is incredible in 9th edition. Heavy D3+3, which is very good. Strength 8, which is on the right side of being good. -2 AP is not extraordinary. Damage 2's relatively underwhelming. Blast, each time attack is made with this weapon, the target does not receive the benefits of cover against that attack. That's big. That's big. That's a big win, and the blast is pretty handy. Attendants Hellblades are strength users, so the strength 6, -3, 2 damage, malefic 4. So you get 2 attacks plus the malefic 4. So that's pretty reasonable. And then Biting Maw. Oh wait, yeah. So the Biting Maw will be where your 2 attacks are going. So that's -1, 2 damage. Okay, fair enough. And then it's a demon. It's all right.
Well, no, surely you would just do the attendant. Oh no, because the attendant Hellblade is you can only do those 4.
Yeah, you can only do those 4 as malefic attacks, and then the 2 have to be done with the Maw.
Okay. Or was it if you fight with that weapon, you get 4 extra in addition to?
I think it was always just 4. I think malefic is just literally the extra amount of attacks indicated.
Yes, yeah, no more than the number of attacks can be made. So yeah, so you basically get your 2 biting maws and your 4 malefic blades. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. I've got to be honest, I think the Skull Cannon 100 points is a pretty reasonable get. I don't think it's
like a very lightweight Lehman Russ with a battle cannon.
Yeah, and I think it's okay. I mean, you can see some uses for it, but it's nothing to get.
I'm sort of amazed that they've got such good ballistic skill, right? Like these weird demonic creatures from another world have better ballistic skill than the highly trained, Imperial Guardsmen. Their ballistic skill is as good as a Space Marine who's trained for years and years to be good at shooting. Or is it the idea it's just like chaosy magic guides it, so therefore it's good?
Yeah, wibbly magic, mate. It's
wibbly
fine.
Wibbly magic, must be.
You got to look out for that wibbly magic. Mate, there you go. That's the Book of Blood, the Khorne Demons. What's the vibe? You liking what you read?
Yeah, seems alright. I've never been like a huge Khorne fan, but having played against them recently this year, they've definitely had a bit of a glow up, both in terms of the Skull Cannon and like the Exalted Demons. So I'm sure I'll enjoy playing against them sometime soon. With the better stats, but yeah, it seems pretty good. Bloodletters look cool. I've always liked them. I'm surprised there's not more like because you obviously got Karanak, the wolf dog type thing. I thought they had more like that, the demon hound type.
Well, they
guys.
They have the Khorne Bloodhounds or whatever they're called.
Yeah, they're just for flesh hounds, aren't they?
The flesh hounds. That's the words I
couldn't
couldn't find.
New models? I thought they
Those
were
are
new models.
Yeah. Yeah, they are.
Looks terrible, or at least the one in the picture looks terrible.
Mate, you need to go back and look at what they used to look like.
Well, that's probably also true. Fair enough.
But I think you've got some really iconic things in Khorne. The Juggernauts, the Bloodthirsters. I think those are really kind of like quintessential old school 40k and old school
Juggernauts are proper
demons.
like mad weird, right? If you think about it, it's like a demon riding. Is it like a robot like dog, or is it an armored beast? I can't remember.
Well, yeah, it's difficult to really kind of be completely certain in terms of what is mechanical and what is organic, but the general vibe is that it's a I
would
feel
say
like
armored beast. Armored beast.
Yeah, I'd go with
the
armored beast.
Picture. It's like the like, they're not hellhounds, but the hounds. I'm trying to think what they're called. The ones from Ghostbusters, the original that come bursting out of the hotel.
What the things for the thing that the end of the film.
The one that becomes the gatekeeper and the keymaster.
Yeah, I have to be honest, man. My Ghostbusters is one of my weaker suits when it comes to nerd nostalgia. I know. I was never that into it.
We can't be friends, Dan.
I've watched it many times, and I enjoyed Ghostbusters 2 as a child. I thought that was funny with the painting and all the other stuff. But Ghostbusters 1, weirdly, it sort of kind of passed me by. I think I was too young.
It's like one of the best movies ever.
Yeah, I really love it now. Like, I've watched it, but it's not like one I've watched enough that I can distinctly remember what the name of the
I want to say hellhounds, but I don't think it is.
I don't think it is either. But then I don't know. Yeah, look, I love Khorne. Khorne is by far and away my favourite Chaos God. It's the Chaos God that I always go back to when
it's the death metal emo god, so so I can see why it struck a chord with the 20-year-old you, Dan.
Well, that's it, mate. That's it. Although I never actually played them in my 20s, as it were. I think I only... Actually, no, in my late 20s I probably played Khorne. Whenever Khorne Demonkin came out, that's when I went all in on Khorne. Although I think even then, I'd
That would have been like 7-8 years ago, I think.
Yeah, so... Yeah, maybe not maybe not late 20s, maybe more early 30s.
Show your age, Dan.
Well, I can't escape that reality, mate. But yeah, I think I've always liked Khorne. I think, like back when I was a young lad and they introduced the Bloodthirster, and the Bloodthirster was this insane metal kit that was just like, it was just so crazy. Like, I remember just how much of a song and dance Games Workshop were making out of this thing. And I remember a buddy of mine got it, and he literally was like, that was the biggest mistake of my life buying that thing. And bearing in mind, I think he was only like 14 at the time. I mean, he was like, that was a mistake. He literally was like, I had to go back to the shop and they had to teach me how to pin, because it was like, this thing was redonkulous.
It's an advanced modelling skill. Pinning and like epoxy resin glue is what you needed basically for big metal models.
Yeah, 100%. But as a younger lad, it wasn't something that we were clearly that aware of at the time. But nonetheless, like Khorne has always really struck a chord with me, and I'm really grateful to see them being represented in a really great way. And it seems like they're strong. I've seen a lot of competitive players really prioritising Scarbrand and Bloodthirsters, so that suggests to me that they're a pretty strong option, although it does seem like a lot of players are prioritizing a kind of mix of demons, which I think again is another testament to the book in terms of what they're doing overall, but we'll get to that as we move along. Magical. Book of Change, everybody. Lord only knows how I'm going to work that into anything, but obviously you don't need to worry about that because you're listening to the end results. Book of Change, what are those about, Phil? I have never heard of them.
Those Tzeentchian little birdmen.
The little birdies of Tzeentch.
The big birdmen and the little squishy things that change shape and split into lots of little things.
Indeed. They love transforming into all sorts of nonsense, don't they? The old birdmen.
Exactly. I don't think we talked about it, but Khorne's all about anger and bloodshed and collecting skulls. We didn't really do like a summary of what all the gods are because we kind of assume that people know. But if you don't, Tzeentch is all about is it magic and the changing of the ways and the being a bit sneaky.
Yeah.
Manipulating people.
That's it. They're the masters of sorcery and using the warp to manifest all of their crazy magical madness. They're much more the kind of, I guess in 40k terminologies, the shooting contingent of the demons
of the four. Yeah, that's fair point.
They're the most shooty. They have exalted Lords of Change, Phil. It comes in 35, 30 and 20 point variants. The exalted abilities that are available to you are Architect of Deception. The Architect of Deception is 35 points, and if you are to take this ability, each time a ranged attack is made against this model, subtract 1 from that attack's hit roll. I mean, it's alright. Not necessarily sure it's 35 points alright, but I mean, it's alright.
I mean, an inbuilt -1 to hit against your big bird is a decent buff, I would say.
Yeah, I suppose it, pays dividends. It's not too bad. You've got the Master Mutator. At the end of your psychic phase, roll 1d6 for each enemy unit that suffered any mortal wounds as a result of a psychic power manifested by this model. This turn, on a 2+, that unit suffers 1 mortal wound. That is a 30-point upgrade. Now, again, I don't know for sure at this point, but I'm going to say that these guys output a lot of mortal wounds. So I guess if you can spread them around...
Yeah, that's the key. If they are only able to put mortal wounds, like a lot of mortal wounds onto 2 units, then you're literally doing up to 2 mortal wounds. Like, you've got to be able to put out a lot of mortal wounds against a lot of units to get value for money for this, I think.
Well, I suppose this is the thing, isn't it, right? It's like, at what point does the 30-point investment feel like it's paying off? You know, how many extra mortal wounds would you want to do in order to, you know, reap the benefits of the 30-point upgrade?
3 to 4 a turn. Now,
3 to 4 a turn. That seems a little bit excessive. I feel like
3 to 4
maybe
mortal wounds a turn.
per turn, extra for 30 points.
Yeah,
Mate, you are a
I'm
greedy
greedy.
guts.
I am.
Yeah,
I am. What was I going to say? So Kairos, not that he can take this, so let's ignore him. Lord of Change, he can manifest 3 psychic powers, deny 2, plus he knows smite in addition to other powers. So that would be potentially 3 mortal wounds a turn, which over the course of a game, assuming he's around for 5 turns, is 50 mortal wounds. That seems fair enough. Assuming you can always roll a 2+, that is, of course.
I mean, you know, it doesn't happen as often as you think it should, but yeah. And other times it happens way too often. It's weird. It depends on which side of the equation you are. If you're the guy that needs to roll the 2+, it feels like you never get them. But when you're up against that individual, my goodness.
Oh, yes.
The hits just keep on coming. And then lastly, we've got the Nexus of Fate, which is 20 points in your command phase. If there's models on the battlefield, roll 1d6 on a 4+, you gain a command point.
Well, that's not too bad for 20 points.
Yeah.
But I think the thing is, would you be better off just taking one of the other exalted powers?
Yeah. You'd be better off taking one of the other exalted powers, I'd say. I don't think...
Unless you just happen to be out of points and you just happen to have 20 spare points, then you go, okay, fair enough.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely circumstances where I can imagine that you might want those extra command point generating possibilities.
We can find out right now by going on to the stratagems.
Indeed. Let's do just that. So, Phil, please begin the proceedings.
I'm going to go for Minions of Magic, the very first one, for 1 CP.
Magical. It
is a battle tactic stratagem. Use this stratagem in your shooting phase when a Horrors at Core unit is selected to shoot. Until the end of that phase, each time a ranged attack is made by a unit on an unmodified wound roll of 6, change the AP characteristic of that attack to -3, which is not bad for 1 CP. I'm just trying to think what I was going to say Minions Core, but it's Horrors Core. Shooting attack tends to be like. Let's see, Horrors. I'm just trying to find ones that are actually cool. Pink Horrors, I assume, are core. Yes. Blue Horrors are also core. So Blue Horrors are Assault 2, Strength. Oh, it's a Strength 4. No. Strength 3, it's +1, which is odd because you don't normally get a shooting weapon that has +1 strength. It's normally a flat damage. -1 AP, 1 damage, and then similar for Pink Horrors, -1 AP. So -1 to -3.
It's a meaningful increase.
Just got to roll them 6s.
Indeed. We have the Warp Portal, which is either 1 or 2 CP. It is a strategic ploy stratagem. Use the stratagem in your movement phase when you select a demonic Tzeentch character model from your army to make a normal move. Instead of moving it as normal, remove that unit from the battlefield and set it up anywhere on the battlefield that is more than 9 away from the enemy model. If the character model was a herald keyword, this stratagem costs 1 CP, otherwise it costs 2 CP. So basically you can pick up your character and move it either towards something or more than likely away from something.
No, that's quite good. So you could move, you could effectively, I mean, I guess it can deep strike anyway, but what you could do is deep strike it over somewhere else and then use its ability to manifest units within 6 inches, wasn't it, of an enemy unit, as long as you're within 6 inches of... Oh, actually, that wasn't Herald, though. It was the Warp core or whatever it was called. The other
Yeah,
keyword,
the
I think.
warp locus.
Warp locus. So maybe you can't do that.
Well, you've got Karios Fate Weaver as a warp locus. I'm getting the feeling that it's all the named greater demons that are the warp locus now.
And any kind of... I don't think they have terrain, do they? Or have they got the mirror? Surely they've got... Oh, no, that's Slaanesh.
No, that's very Slaanesh, my friend, yes.
So, yeah, I don't think they do.
Unless one of their exalted flamers or something have it. No, Screamers don't have it. Maybe the Blue Scribes have it. No, not even the Blue Scribes. That felt like something they probably could have given the Blue Scribes, but... Oh my
god, the Fate Skimmer is a vehicle. I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, no, it just seems like, as I said, the named character in this instance.
I like it though, man. Like, the Warp Portal as an ability, I suppose, if you're... Especially when you've got that amount of mortal wound potential, right? Like, the fact that you can essentially... catch people slipping in later turns. I mean, this is something that I would probably recommend that, people use as a kind of gotcha mechanic, unfortunately, because I don't think you're probably going to find it I don't think you're going to be able to make it work otherwise, but, again, if you save it to like the third turn and people are kind of pressuring down on a Lord of Change and then you just go, nah, I don't fancy that, and then just bolt them over to the other side of the board, not only avoiding whatever impending threat was moving towards you, but also opening up line of sight to the potentially squishier backline units that are not set up to defend against any deep strikers and probably won't do all that well against the onslaught of mortal wounds that you're about to fling at them. So there's could definitely be some...
That is, you make a good point, because the demonic summoning ability, you can't ever effectively deep strike into your opponent's deployment zone. So Warp Portal is probably the only way where you can actually do that. But you can also do that from turn 1 as well.
Yeah, so
got,
you can definitely...
some sneaky shenanigans.
Yeah, you can definitely push the tempo on it if you need to. I mean, if you want to... create an immediate problem for someone, then that's obviously an option. But yeah, I think when it comes to the Lords of Change, their psychic output is so significant that you probably wouldn't seek to move them up in any kind of aggressive combat style way. You'd probably use them just to try and do a bunch of extra little mortal wounds on the side. Pick one more, mate.
Yes, speaking of mortal wounds, I'm going to do Magical Boon. It's an epic deed for 1 CP. It's not that epic, to be honest. But use a stratagem at the start of your psychic phase. Select one Demon Tzeentch psychic unit from your army. That unit can attempt to manifest 1 additional psychic power this turn. So, very good if you are comboing it with, Master Mutator to do your mortal wounds on a 2+. For each thing that suffered a mortal wound, it gives you an extra psychic power to do mortal wounds on something.
Yep, strong.
Yeah, and for 1 CP, not bad. Not an epic deed, in my opinion. An epic deed, in comparison to the Khorne one, where it's like you've got to effectively decapitate a character and then you get a cool aura bonus. That one feels much more epic than just do an extra psychic power.
Yeah. Still, though, some pretty reasonable stratagems across the board there. Some interesting stuff. They've got their own psychic discipline, as of course they do, because ultimately, they manifest loads of psychic powers. So, let's quickly rattle through some of these. So, you got the Bolt of Change, which is a Witchfire.
Sorry, that's Boon of Change.
No, I've just gone straight to number 2.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were doing it in order. And,
no. God, I'm not reading every psychic power.
Oh, fair enough.
We already established that for every single one of these sections, we're doing a couple of things. Yeah. I'm not breaking that formula, Phil.
Fair enough.
The Bolt of Change, which is Witchfire. It costs you 7 to manifest, and then you select one enemy unit within 18 and visible to the psychic and roll 9d6. For each 5+ that enemy unit suffers 1 mortal wound. For each model destroyed as a result of these mortal wounds, that unit suffers 1 additional mortal wound to a maximum of 3. These additional mortal wounds cannot generate any additional mortal wounds. Blimey. So not extraordinarily strong, but the fact that you're rolling 96 and, fishing for 5-ups, I mean, you could do okay with it. I mean, obviously the average is that you're probably going to do 3, but there's a chance that you could do as many as 4, and then if those 4 are able to kill 4 models, then you're going to do an additional 3 on top. So you can potentially, against 1 wound units, if you're lucky, drop 7 models. I mean, if you're lucky, you could drop 12.
12 is the most. Yeah.
If you're extraordinarily lucky. But yeah, most of the time. I mean, again, though, the fact that it can do upwards of, 7 potentially mortal wounds is pretty meaningful. And then obviously, if you did take the enhancement to do the 1 extra, again, will definitely help. And again, this isn't something that needs to target the closest enemy model. It's a closest enemy unit. It's a pick a unit within 18.
Within 18 and visible, yeah.
So again, in terms of spreading out your extra mortal wounds, not too bad. Pick another one, Phil.
Well, because I sort of said it, I'm doing Boon of Change. It's a blessing, has a warp charge value of 6. If manifested, select 1 friendly demon Tzeentch unit within 18 of the Psyker and roll 1d3. Until the start of your next psychic phase, the unit gains the relevant bonus from the table below. If the result of your psychic test was a 9 or more, you can select the result instead of rolling d3. So on a 1 of d3, you get extra limbs. You add 2 inches to the move characteristic of models in that unit. For a 2, you get to mystical strength, add +1 strength to the characteristics of units, models in that unit. And on a 3, you get resilient hide, which is +1 toughness. That's kind of cool.
Yeah,
bit random.
I always liked the Boon of Mutation when it used to be linked to the old Champions of Chaos rule. The one where you had to always challenge, and then if you were successful in your challenge, you then gained boons of mutation. I thought that was always lovely.
Yeah, chaos should always be about randomness, right? So
yeah, totally.
That's a good example of it.
I mean, just in the pursuit of just seeing if there's any other really meaningful, like mortal wound output abilities, we have the Infernal Flames. It's a blessing, so that probably isn't going to do it. Infernal Gateway.
That does mortal wounds, yeah.
Okay, yeah, D3 mortal wounds, yeah. So, yeah, there's a bunch of other stuff you can fling out, which is pretty cool. They have warlord traits, as is tradition. I'm going to say that the one I'm going to talk about is Warp Tether, because you'll like this, Phil. This warlord has Warp Locust keyword. This warlord has the following ability, Warp Tether. While friendly legions, Demonica, Tzeentch units are within 12 of this model, each time a morale test is taken for that unit, you can re-roll the result.
Okay.
Pretty strong. Strong.
Yeah, it almost feels like the Warp Locust bit is better than the morale test. Although saying that, what's the average morale for demons? It seems to be
it's quite low, I think.
Blue horrors are really low, so pink horrors is 7 with the leader.
Yeah.
Blue horrors is 5 with the leader. Well, actually, there's no leader. It's just 5.
The Warp Locust can be pretty meaningful, though, right? Because the fact is that you can put that on your Lord of Change, turn 2, bomb it up in your movement phase, and then obviously in reserves, bring stuff down within range of the Locust. And then you've even got more, psychic shenanigans that you can bring into effect, which is pretty cool. So that works quite well for them. What do you want to talk about in these warlord traits, mate?
I'm going to do Fractal Mind. If this warlord attempts to perform a psychic action in your psychic phase, it can still attempt to manifest 1 psychic power during the phase without that psychic action failing.
Nice. That's really strong. To have that as a warlord trait is pretty great.
Yeah, there's a few other good ones, like +1 psychic test, or another one which is can't suffer perils from the warp, which is sort of right.
Yeah, they've got some good stuff overall, I think. I mean, when it comes to their relics, there's a couple in here
I love the names. The Endless Grimoire. That sounds
There's
cool.
a couple I recognise from here when I used to play Tzeentch Demons. I did dabble with Tzeentch Demons.
The infamous blue meanies that you and
infamous
Richie did.
blue
That I think I played with them once. That was my first doubles game of 40k.
The infamous blue meanies.
Yeah.
Well, I remember the Warp Fire Blade, or at least I feel like I remember the Warp Fire Blade. Let's read what it does now and see how it compares. Oh, hang on. This is basically the same as what I was talking about before. It's going to add 1 damage and then does... Okay, yeah, so it's very similar to the axe benefit that the Great Demons of Khorne had access to, so that's a bit boring. So let's go with Soulbane. Soulbane, models equipped with a Rod of Sorcery only. This relic replaces the Rod of Sorcery and has the following profile. Soulbane, range 12, assault 3d3, strength 6, -2, free damage. So for context, that takes you from assault d6 to assault 3d3. So it means that the minimum you can get is 3 and the maximum you can get is 9, which is a marked improvement. And then the strength is the same. The minus is greater for the Soulbane and the damage is greater. So a Rod of Sorcery is strength 6, AP 1, 2 damage, and this is AP 2, 3 damage, which is a pretty good amount of damage to be dishing out. So, yeah, Soulbane, I mean, again, it's range-based, but given the fact that we've established that these guys are probably not necessarily overly keen to get stuck into combat, I think having more efficient shooting is probably not a bad shout. So, yeah, I quite like that. What do you want to talk about?
I'm going to go for the coolest sounding one. It's the Soul Eater Stave.
I mean, it definitely sounds cool when you say it.
It's a psycho model only. Each time an enemy model is destroyed by a mortal wound inflicted as a result of a psychic power manifested by the bearer, roll 1d6 on a 4+. The bearer regains 1 lost wound. The bearer cannot regain more than 6 lost wounds each psychic phase. That could be really strong, especially if you've comboed it with a bunch of psychic powers that do mortal wounds, and that's your aim is to run around and just mortal wound, 1 wound models all the time.
It's interesting. I definitely feel like they got some really interesting gimmicks in this book. Like they got some really... Yeah, they got some fun stuff. All right, we got data sheets, mate. Data sheets. That's what everyone wants to hear about. The data sheets. We did, 3 for Khorne? Or did we do 4 for Khorne?
Might have been 4, I think.
I mean, one of the things I will say about Tzeentch from the outset, obviously the new Lord of Change miniatures are gorgeous. The Changeling is incredible. But Tzeentch appear to be in a strange place in so much as they're one of the few ranges that seems to be functioning using a lot of older, more historical, albeit plastic kits, but some of the...
Only some of the... Sort of weirdly 50-50, but like the Screamers are still really good, even though they're actually quite old. But yeah, everything on that page where it's like the Flamers, the Exalted Flamers and the Burning Chariot are all really old. But the pink horrors are new, right? Blue horrors are new. I guess for change...
No, I think they're all of the same sort of era. Yeah, I think weirdly, the blue horrors are newer than the pink horrors.
I thought they were all redone in AOS.
No. So the pink horrors were.
It was the Brimstones and the Blues that were done, and the pinks were older.
Yeah, but I mean, anyway, regardless, look, the Lord of Change is by far and away one of the coolest miniatures that Games Workshop's made. I think it's it's stunning. It's an absolutely stunning miniature. So I think as a centerpiece, it's incredible, and I still really like the aesthetic of the horrors as well. I think they are a really funny looking selection. But if I can be so bold as to make the first pick for these guys, I think I have to talk about the Blue Scribes, because the Blue Scribes are a really awesome old kit. They are fine cast, so I can imagine, given the fact that they ride on a seeker, not a seeker, sorry, a
disc.
What's the word? So a screamer that is like a large disc. I can imagine that in Finecast is riddled in air bubbles and all sorts of other mold slips and all sorts of other things. when you're purchasing that kit. But nonetheless, let's have a read of the rules, because the blue scribes are always an interesting addition. So they've got a movement of 12, weapon skill, ballistic skill 4, which isn't too exciting. Strength 3, which is definitely not exciting. Toughness 4, which is all right. 5 wounds, 2 attacks, and leadership 8. They're equipped with disc blades, sharp quills.
Yeah, they've got a 5+, then a 3+ save.
Oh yeah, sorry, I
So
forgot to
3+
mention
in
the 5+.
shooting.
Yeah, that's pretty meaningful. Your army can only include one the Blue Scribes model. So the disc blades are strength 4, AP 0, 1 damage, malefic 1, and the sharp quills are strength users, so strength 3, AP 0, damage 1. So they aren't combat powerhouse.
You're not taking them for that whatsoever.
No, they're not. They're not
Strength
setting the world
user,
on fire.
AP 01 damage. What is this for guard codex? Like you
I know, this
almost
is,
never see anything with such a basic stat line.
I know. This is pretty remarkable. But here we go. Look, in terms of their abilities, they're demons, if you hadn't caught on. They've got the
Pitarix's sorceress
siphon. Yeah, there you go. It's an aura. While an enemy psychic is within 12 of this model, subtract 1 from the psychic test for that unit. And each time a psychic test is failed for that unit, that psychic power is siphoned. And until the end of the battle, that unit cannot attempt to manifest that psychic power. Psychic actions are unaffected. And that's big, the fact that you can basically just eat people's psychic powers when they're within 12 of you. I mean, that's funny. I dig that. And then he's got the sorceress barrage. So I assume one of the blue scribes is called Piatrix, and the other one is Zotarpus. Names that just roll off the tongue. At the start of your psychic phase, you can resolve each of the following effects once in any order. Roll 2d6 and select one result. This model can automatically manifest the psychic power from the Tzeentch discipline, basically, that corresponds with that number. Wow, so you just roll 2d6 and select one result, and you just do that psychic power. That's cool. I really like that. Automatically manifest that psychic power. And then when it says here, these powers are considered to be manifested with a roll equal to their warp charge value. Do not make a psychic test. They cannot be denied. Ooh!
That's interesting.
And then if this model successfully siphoned any psychic powers in the previous enemy psychic phase, it can automatically manifest the smite psychic power. That's pretty cool.
And you do both of them. Or can do both of them. That's pretty cool.
Well,
if you can, you got to suck up a psychic power to do the smite, but
so you can do a smite and then the other psychic power, but it's the fact that it's just auto done and you can't deny it is massive. I mean, that's amazing. How many points are these guys? Blue Scribes, are they 100 points?
Possibly power level 5.
Yeah, so Blue Scribes. The Blue Scribes. They're 90? What? Oh, no, there they are. They're the first thing.
Oh, yes.
90
HQs.
points. I'd take them for 90 points. I think they're too funny not to have for 90 points.
It's a lol list type of unit. It's a shame you can only take the one of them, because 3 would be hilarious. But, it actually wouldn't, because it only works against Psychers. So in an all-comers list, it's very niche, because some armies just don't really have much psychic powers at all. But against ones that do, it would be good. Yeah.
The only thing that's interesting is that they can't deny. That's an interesting mechanic for them.
Well, they don't need to deny, because they suck it up, don't they, instead?
Well, yeah, but that's based on you failing that power.
Yeah, but
admittedly, they do
-1.
make you subtract. Yeah, fair enough.
But that's only if it's within 12, so potentially they could be a target of a psychic power that's outside of 12, but like within 18 or 24, right?
Yeah.
And then they can't attempt to, suck it up.
No, but if if you try and be relatively oppressive with them, no,
Yeah.
I like the blue scribes. They get a nod from me. Which one would you like to talk about, Phil?
Well, I think we should do all of the big boys. So I want to talk about Kairos Fate Weaver.
Fair enough. Go ahead.
So he's got a movement of 12, which degrades to 10 and then 8. He's got a weapon skill of 3, which degrades to a 4+ and a 5+. He's got ballistic skill 3, strength 6, toughness 7, 22 wounds, 5 attacks, which degrades to 4 and then 3. Leadership 10 and a 5+, 3+ demonic save. And you can obviously only take one of them. And he's got the Staff of Tomorrow, which is a melee weapon. It's +2, so that is strength 8, -3 AP, and 2d3 damage, which is quite a nice amount. He's demonic. He's got the Lord of Change, the Demon Lord of Tzeentch aura. So while a friendly Tzeentch core unit is within 6, each model in that unit can reroll the hit roll of 1. So he's a captain. One head looks forward. So each time a psychic test is taken for this model, add the current battle round number to the result. Ooh. So you're getting +5 in the last turn of the game. So you're going to be just busting out super smites constantly, which is very cool. And then the other ability is one head looks back. Once per battle, when your opponent uses a stratagem, excluding the command reroll stratagem, you can use this ability. If you do so until the end of the battle, the CP costs your opponent must pay to use the stratagem again is increased by 1. That's very nice.
That's strong, yeah, really strong.
He's also a psyker, so you can manifest 3 psychic powers in your psychic phase. Attempt to deny 3 as well. Smite in addition to the usual powers, and as you already pointed out, he's a warp locus, and he's got the fly.
And he knows
keywords.
all of the psychic powers, their psychic powers.
Oh yeah, good point. Yeah, he knows all of them. Yeah, well, as he should. But that's your sport for choice, then, aren't you? That's cool.
Wow, yeah, he's fun. He's a cool geezer.
How many points is he?
He's got to be
350?
50-ish, 330-ish.
320.
I mean, that's
only
a bargain.
Well, God, Lord of Change is 300, and the sword and rod is 10 points each. So actually, especially if you've made them exalted, they're more expensive. More expensive than the Kairos.
Yeah. They've got less wounds. Saves are the same. Toughness is the same. So, yeah. I suppose it just comes down to how much those...
Staff does more damage overall than... I mean, the Lord of Change has got some flat 2, flat 3 damage. But 2d3 is obviously going to be better, I would assume.
So if you make Kairos your warlord, he gets Tyrant of the Warp. So this warlord can never suffer perils. And each time this warlord would lose a wound as a result of a mortal wound, roll a d6 and a 5+, that wound is not lost.
Oh, that's pretty good.
So, he's durable.
Nice.
I dig him. I like him a lot. Is there one more that you want to talk about, Phil? Because I snuck in the surprise skull cannon last time, so you get one extra pick, mate.
Oh, I think Pink Horrors maybe the classic.
You just want to go basic, the baseline.
Well, yeah, because they're the thing that are going to have changed the most, if anything. I'm not going to read out all the stat lines, but you get 9 Pink Horrors and 1 Iridescent Horror. Oh, plus you get the Blue Horrors and the Brimstone. Okay, that's what those stat lines are. So, movement 6, weapon skill 4+, ballistic skill 3+, strength 3, toughness 3, 1 wound, 1 attack, leadership 6, and a demon save of 6+, 3+. The little sergeant, the iridescent horror, gets +1 attack, so 2 attacks. The blue horror basically has worse weapon skill, ballistic skill by 1. Brimstones are the same as the blues. They've got 1, strength 2, so that goes down. Leadership goes down, and then for the brimstone, the strength and leadership goes down by another 1. They've got the Coruscating Flames, which is an 18-inch assault 2 weapon. +1 strength, which is strength 4 when it's a pink horror, but that would obviously go down, I guess, for blue horrors and brimstones. And then it's -1 AP, 1 damage. So you can also have other war gear, demonic icon, which can give it model equipped with the icon keyword, and each time combat attrition test is taken, you ignore any and all modifiers. And then instrument of chaos. While this unit contains any models equipped with the instrument of chaos, it has the instrument keyword. Add 1 to the leadership characteristic of all models in that unit. Okay. Yeah. 1 pink horror that is not equipped with a demon icon can be equipped with the instrument, and likewise, 1 that is not carrying the instrument can have the icon. So the exploding horrors rule. So while this unit only contains blue horrors or brimstone horror models, the unit cannot perform actions, and the unit loses the objective secured ability. So it's only blue or brimstone. I guess, though, it's done on a model by model basis, right? So you probably, well, we'll see. There's a split rule. Let's see what it does. Each time an enemy unit shoots or fights after resolving these attacks, if any pink horrors, iridescent horror, or blue horror model in this unit were destroyed as a result of those attacks, but this unit is not destroyed, make a split roll for each destroyed model. To make a split roll, roll 1d6 on a 4+, that model splits. Oh, so it's not automatic, which is good. I remember horror stories of previous editions where it always happened. So if a pink horror or iridescent horror model splits, you can add up to 2 blue horror models to this unit. This can increase it beyond its starting strength, but does not change the power rating. If a blue model splits it, you can add 1 brimstone model to this unit. Interesting, it's only 1, not 2. And each time a model in this is added to this unit, that model cannot be set up within engagement range unless those enemy units are already within engagement range of this unit. Okay, so that's cool. So you've got a lot of ablative wounds, but it's not guaranteed. You've got 10 wounds to start off with, and you could potentially lose them all and not get any splits whatsoever. Statistically unlikely, but I guess if you get 2 blues for every pink and you're rolling averages, that's another 10 wounds, right? And then each time that splits, that's another 5 wounds. So you've got, 25 wounds in the unit in total by maths hammering it as averages, which is woundy. That's a lot of wounds. How much is the unit, Dan? Do you know?
I mean, at a glance, I would say it's about 110, 120 points. But
it's 150.
Oh, blimey. Top tier. I mean, it is a unit that can potentially multiply to become many, many wounds, which is a thing.
Could be way more,
becomes,
yeah.
Yeah, and again, it's a troop choice, right? So it's OBSEC, very reliable if you're going to put it on an objective, because it's just going to consistently keep churning through the numbers, and yeah, that's not meaningful. So I dig it. I think what I like about it is I like the fact that they obviously have given horrors that capability. Again, not that they hadn't done that already. At
one point they did lose it but this could be an older edition of the game, because I remember they gave it to them, I think in 7th edition when the blue horror and brimstone models came out. And it was so oppressive because each time they split into 2, guaranteed every single time. So pink would become 2 blue, which in theory was those 2 blues became 4 brimstones, which was just crazy. Also just means you need an obscene amount of models as well.
Yeah, it was a bit dumb. I quite liked it in 6th edition where the blue horrors weren't actually modelled. They were basically
was it like a counter, or did it do like a cheeky attack or something?
It was basically a fights on death ability. So basically if you killed a unit in combat, then you were attacked by blue horrors as they
the claws, touching you.
Yeah, so it's basically done as a result, like an explode result in current 40k. Which I thought was an interesting mechanic. I quite liked that because I think it was a reasonable compromise. Because at the time,
it's a good workaround for not having the models. Yeah,
yeah. But now that they got them, I think they've hit the right, the right balance with that. Cool, man. Well, that's Tzeentch. I think not as immediately exciting to me as Khorne. I think Khorne is quite an easy kind of blunt instrument, right? Whereas Tzeentch clearly requires a little bit more nuance. But I mean, quite clearly very devastating in the psychic phase and has a lot of interesting shenanigans.
And shooting phase as well.
Exactly. And that's the thing. I think the pink horrors actually do really add a really interesting, variable to how they work. So, I'm into them. I mean, again, Tzeentch have always been very near and dear to me also. They're my usually my second favorite, demon thing. So, I dig them. I think they're cool. Intriguing that some of the Sigmar stuff didn't make its way over to them. I know obviously they managed to in fact, actually, they got very few additions from the Sigmar ranges. I
was thinking about it earlier because a lot of them are in the Thousand Sun book, which is like all the birdmen, right? And I was like, surely they would be in here, but they're technically not demons. They're just like mutant human birds.
I thought they might have gotten the big Minotaur guy from Silver Tower, the Ogroid Formaguraka.
That's a bit too AOS, I think.
Yeah, well, fair enough. I mean, it's quite demon-y at the same time, but...
that's true.
I mean, to be fair, he makes a great stand-in for a demon prince, to be honest with you, so...
although you don't need that anymore, because there is the new demon prince model coming.
Yeah, which looks extraordinarily cool. I'm a fan. Brilliant. All right, well, there you go. There is Tzeentch, the Book of Change. We're going to move on now to what, Phil?
Well, my opinion, I believe, Dan, because you just rode roughshod over the.
I apologise. I thought you gave it. I forgive me, Phil. I'm. It's late and I'm tired. Clearly, I'm being.
No, it's fair.
Being a Rudy Poo.
I'm just teasing. But I do like them. They've got lots of shooting. They've also got lots of, I think, of movement abilities with them baked in. A little bit of combat with things like the screamers. There's a lot of there's loads of cool like flamers and stuff, but they're a bit outdated in terms of the models. But everything else is pretty nice looking. I think I would be potentially drawn to these guys. They're proper mad, some of those models, and overall, not a blunt instrument as Khorne. A bit more of a finesse army, I would say. But seem really cool. I like them.
Yeah, totally agree, mate. Totally agree.
Contagion.
The Book of Contagion, everybody, or Nurgle to you and I. We're going to go through the pages of these, and as has been established as per the format of this book, this very well laid out book. It's again worth mentioning as we continue to go through it. Much respect to the layout. It's smooth. Exalted, Great Unclean Ones. Did I do the last one or did you do the last ones? I think I said the Lord of Change stuff. You did the Khorne stuff. So
yes,
I think it's on you, mate. Tell us about bountiful gifts and the like.
Well, exactly. And just for clarity, if anyone doesn't know what Nurgle is out there, it's all about disease, death, but also renewal and life. It's,
in their perspective, or the Nurgle perspective, they're creating life, aren't they? That's their thing. It's not that they're, killing people off with pestilence. It's that they're creating new life forms.
Exactly. They're killing them off with too much life.
Exactly.
Too much love. Yes.
The virile nature of life.
Exactly. And they're all happy chaps, basically, even though they look like they're not. Anyway, the Exalted Great Unclean Ones. So the points for these go between 20 and 25 and 30. We've got Bountiful Gifts, which is the 25.1. At the end of each battle round, if this model is on the battlefield, you can retain up to 2 unspent Warp Storm points, which could be quite useful. Then we've got Hideous Visage, which is for 20 points. This model has the following ability. It's an aura ability. So while an enemy unit is within 6 inches of this model, subtract 1 from the leadership characteristic of models in that unit and subtract 1 from the combat attrition test taken. So only 6-inch range, but it's a big old model, so that could be quite a lot of stuff. So that's not too bad, actually. And then...
not bad at all.
Especially when the leadership characteristic then affects your unit's distance for coming into their version of Deep Strike, because that's all based around leadership. Then we've got Revolting Resilience, or Revoltingly Resilient. Each time a melee attack is made against this model, subtract 1 from the attack's damage characteristic to a minimum of 1. That's for 30 points, and that's probably the one you're going to take.
Yeah, almost certainly. Having damage resistant built into a rather large, bloated, tough to wound creature is just added insult to injury, right? I think these guys are packing 22 wounds standard, the most wounds of any greater demon. So, 22 wounds at toughness 9.
Oh, yes, because it's the named ones of the ones we've seen so far have been 22 and everything else has been 20, whereas here, Rotigus, the named one, is 24. So you're right, these are extra durable.
Toughness 9 as well, mate. Oof.
Oh, God, really? Wow.
Yeah.
Oof,
I mean...
You're right.
That is a heck of a thing to try and chew through.
That is a Chaos Land Raider right there.
Well, indeed. I mean, a Chaos Land Raider is a Chaos Land Raider, I suppose, but this is as good as, if not potentially better.
Probably. Shall we move on to the stratagems? Would you like to go first?
I will go first, Phil. It's not necessarily that I would like to, but I am certainly able to and shall. I will go with Swarming Flies because, everyone loves the onset of Swarming Flies. This is a strategic ploy stratagem that will cost you all of 2 command points if you want to do it. Use the stratagem in your opponent's shooting phase or the fight phase. Select one Legionnaire's Demonica Nurgle unit from your army till the end of this phase. Each time an enemy model makes an attack against that unit, subtract 1 from that attack's hit roll. Very good.
Oh,
Not sure if it's 2 CP.
Yeah.
But, actually, I say that. When you combine it with the fact that you've got the insane durability of these units, to give them additional durability is potentially beyond helpful.
Yes, so 2 CP to keep your, your Great Unclean one at -1 to hit. That is actually pretty huge.
Yeah, especially if it's -1 damage, toughness 9, 22 wounds. It all adds up pretty well, doesn't it? So yeah, -1 to hit.
It gets looked at by some League of Votan and then it just disappears in a blink of an eye.
Yeah. Once the League of Votan kind of sniff at it, it's
once they
gone
come
in
to
an
town.
instant.
Well,
And that's not even, that's just its troop choice. It's just that's just its troops with their standard AP, whatever it is, bolt gun variants. So, yes.
Anyway, I'm going to go with Chortling Moraine. I think that's how it's pronounced. I've actually got no idea. Use this stratagem in your shooting phase. Oh, so it's 1 CP, by the way. Use it in your shooting phase. Select one enemy unit within 6 inches of Sloppity Barl Piper model from your army and roll 1d6 for each model in that enemy unit. For each roll that exceeds the model's toughness characteristic, that model suffers 1 mortal wound. The unit can only suffer a maximum of 6 mortal wounds per phase as a result of this stratagem. And you can, interestingly, only use this stratagem once. Oh, and it's an epic deed. So I guess he has laughed so much, he's made them die.
Yes.
Oh, it makes them laugh by reading the flavour text, I think. It's forcing them to laugh themselves to death.
Terrible business. Did we do 2 of these normally, or are we just doing 1 of each?
Oh,
are we
I
doing a
can't
third
remember.
one, aren't we?
You
I
feel
think
free
it's
to do a
usually
bonus one. I like the look of Crashing Bulk, by the way.
I quite like the sound of Slime Trail, but I'm going to go with Crashing Bulk.
Maybe let's do both. Let's be frivolous.
Oh my god. So Slime Trail, use the stratagem at the start of your opponent's movement phase. It's 1 CP and it's a strategic ploy. Select one Beasts of Nurgle or Heroticulus Slummox unit from your army. Each time an enemy unit, excluding aircrafts or Titanic units within engagement range of that unit, is selected to move, roll 1d6 on a 4+. The enemy unit cannot fall back. Oh my. Not bad for 1 CP, although it would have been nice if it, for the sake of CP, it wasn't a 4+ roll. I'm never a big fan of stratagems that then come with those added caveats. I like certainty in my stratagems, but nonetheless,
yes,
it could
no,
be good.
I know what you mean. Yeah, it's a 50-50 chance that it goes off and it still costs you 1 CP. Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's almost like if it was like, I don't know, like if it refunded on failure or something. But then I suppose that's not in the nature of it.
Then there's no risk rewards to it, I guess. That's the thing.
Yeah. Oh well. We can't have everything, I suppose.
I know. It's almost like maybe make it 2 CP and then just auto happen. That
would
seems
I would
fair.
have been much more in favour of that, yeah.
Because
that
it's
would be
definitely going to happen, but it costs like a decent amount as well.
Yeah, that would have been my preference.
So as I said, I'm going to do Crashing Bulk for 1 CP. It's a strategic ploy stratagem as well. Use a stratagem after a Plague Drone, Beasts of Nurgle, or Great Unclean One unit from your army finishes a charge move. Select one enemy unit within engagement range of that unit and roll a d6 for each model in the charging unit. Add 3 to the result if the unit is a Great Unclean One. So on a 6+, the unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. On a 9, that unit suffers D3 plus 3 mortal wounds instead. You got to literally roll a 6 though to get that one to pull off. If you have a Great Unclean One, although I guess potentially Beasts of Nurgle could have quite a few models, so it might be more easier to do with them.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, on a 9.
Yeah, so to get the 9 you need +3.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah.
What's next? We've got Psychic Powers.
Yeah, so Warp Rot Discipline.
Wonderful. What to pick? I'm going to go with the Shriveling Pox. I feel as if as I age, Phil, have been infected with the Shriveling Pox. No particular part of me necessarily, but just in general, it's a terrible business. Anyway, Malediction, Shriveling Pox. Has a warp charge value of 6. If manifested, select one enemy unit within 18 and visible to the Psyker. To the start of the next psychic phase, subtract 1 from the toughness characteristics of models in that unit. Not too shabby. -1 toughness. Not too bad. What do you like the look of there, Phil?
I'm going to go for Melodious Pole.
Melodious Pole? Melodious?
Melodorious. Yeah, it's a bit of a mouthful. I'm not making it easy on myself today. I'm choosing the names that sound interesting.
I mean, it's not exclusively your fault, though, is it, really? I mean, it feels like it's more the fault of the people who wrote these words than you specifically.
I mean, there is something to be said. Let's have an adjacent chat now. That Games Workshop has a real problem of making the game, let's say, not inclusive, because they put very complicated words into their books, very obscure, like often arcane English words that they even then sometimes either change the spelling of or tweak it slightly because they obviously want to make it unique to them. And a lot of it is a mouthful. Like, you look at things like League of Votan or certain unit names, right? They don't roll off the tongue very easily. And it's why a lot of people say Imperial Guard rather than Astra Militarum, which, isn't too bad as things go. But yeah, some of these names, or some of the character names, some of the unit names across all of Games Workshop, they're just a mouthful. They're actually really hard to remember because of it, and no one knows how they're pronounced half the time. People still get Katchang wrong all the time.
Oh yeah, Katachan, Katachun.
The Katachanis.
The Kata-cha-cha-cha. I'll say this, though, for it, as I'm very open about my dyslexia when I go through the process of reading things. I attribute what little capabilities I have accomplished when it comes to my ability to, read this complex dialect that, I think Games Workshop and or the Warhammer 40,000, writings has assisted me in expanding my vocabulary.
Well, there is that. It could be, the counter argument is it's raising the standard of your knowledge of words because, maybe we don't read much other than Games Workshop books. So it's a way of getting out there in the world.
That's certainly my problem. I think that's probably given me a very good perspective on things. But
I mean, there has been
say?
times I've looked up a word because I'm like, what is this word? Let's look it up. And you're like, oh, that's interesting. Or it's just like, oh, this is a cool word with a cool ye olde meaning.
Can I ask, are there any like 40k words that have become part of your everyday kind of lexicon, as it were, now that when you first heard it, you were quite perplexed, but also kind of excited about the prospect of learning it? I'll give you mine. This is the one that always stuck with me. When I first heard the word conversion, I was always like, oh, at once it makes all the sense in the world, but at the same time, it's a mystery to me. New and exciting. Conversions? Ooh. Whereas, beforehand...
Well, that's just like hobby terminology, though, right?
Well, mate, but in my world, that was, Games Workshop terminology. I never encountered, at least not in any, meaningful way, the word conversion before. It was a new, exciting phrase that I had added to my word salad over the years. And, it's thanks in part to Games Workshop, in fact, more or less exclusively to them. And, that has been established. And I'm talking about when I was like 12. But, when you were a 12-year-old, no one's using the word conversion in common dialect, as it were. It's not like you're going, what are you up to there, son? Oh, I'm just converting something. It's like, best case scenario, it was, I don't know, sat with some toilet roll tubes, smashing something together. I'm building something or whatever, I never was so bold as to suggest that what I was doing was taking something and altering it into something else, converting it, if you will. Or it's morphing time, I suppose, but that was more Power Rangers based. Anyway, the point is, conversion is a word that strangely I remember being excited learning when I was a younger human.
Oh,
have you got one?
Good.
Is there a Warhammer word?
I've got sort of two. One of them is really obvious, and that's Codex, because it's just a really simple word for like an old book, a tome. So that's a very cool one that weirdly gets used all the time in Games Workshop and never would actually get used outside of 40k circles, but does have like actual real meaning in the real world, sort of thing. So that one's a cool one. And then another phrase that I always knew but was glad to see repurposed by Games Workshop, which is their phrase of crossing the Rubicon, which is basically when Caesar crossed the river into Rome, I believe. Please don't, bash me if I'm mistaken on my history there. And that's what it meant. It was you were doing, and it's in general sense, it just means you're doing something that you can't go back from. That's what it always means in everyday speech. But I love that actually 40k has used it as a phrase to your space marines are becoming Primaris. They are crossing the Rubicon. I like that.
One that I found that I was using a lot more after being reminded of its existence by 40k was triumvirate. That was one where I was like, I was always like, ooh, triumvirate.
There's a lot of really cool old, like Roman military phrasing and terminology. There's also like even hecaton's a really cool word, and I think it means like strong or really tough or something. There's a decent Greek meaning to that, and that gets used quite a bit in 40k as well. Yeah, there's all sorts of good words.
Indeed, words like warlord traits.
Yes. Oh no, wait, hold on. I didn't get to actually finish reading my psychic power. God. Sorry, that was the tangent. The tangent's now ended. We're back to Minotaurs Pow. It's a malediction, a warp charge value of 8. If manifested, select one enemy unit within 18 inches and visible to this psyker until the start of your next psychic phase. The enemy unit cannot perform actions. If it was performing one, it immediately fails it and it loses the objective secured ability. Ooh, that's strong.
There you go. Awesome. Can we talk about warlord traits now?
Yes, we can do that, yes.
Okay, we're doing the warlord traits now. Here we go. Number 1, the heaving mass. That's what I'm going to do.
Oh, I read that as heavy mass, which is why I was having a little chuckle.
Oh, no, it's a heaving mask.
Yes.
There you go. You're mocking my dyslexic ways, but you.
Oh no, I was doing it wrong. I was reading it incorrectly.
Oh, you got it wrong. I understand. I thought you were mocking me because you thought I got it wrong. And
no,
then
you got it right. I know. I was just saying that I read it and was laughing, thinking it was a heavy mess. Going tee.
Oh, indeed. Tee. Anyway, you give 2 extra wounds to your warlord. So old Rotigus is pestilent miasma, but so he obviously isn't a heaving mass. But I guess we'll talk about that in a second. What do you want to pick?
Overflowing fecundity. Each time,
What?
I know.
Overflowing fecundity?
Who knows what that is?
Oh my goodness.
Well, it says a swift clotting, filth, and rotten regrowth. So I presume it is, some kind of wound-related issue. Each time an attack is made with this warlord, an unmodified wound roll of 1 to 3 for that attack automatically fails, irrespective of any abilities of the weapon or the model making the attack may have. So transhuman, basically, permanently, which is kind of cool. I guess, would you put it on a greater and Claymon? I mean, probably not, because nothing's really going to be wounding it on 2s. Yeah. Maybe 3s, but that's very few and far between. But on a smaller character, you would do that, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you're going to get charged by one of those just super titanic beasts that have strength 16, in those instances, you're going to be wounding them on a 3. I suppose, obviously, if you're getting hit by something with strength 10, you're going to get wounded by on a 3. But, those weapons are not so prevalent that you probably need to worry about it that extensively.
No.
Sorry, you were going to say?
I'm just going to say we're going to have to point out Virulent Touch because it is bonkers, right? Each time this warlord makes a melee attack, excluding attacks made against Titanic units, if a hit is scored, that attack automatically wounds the target.
Imagine that. What kind of lunacy would we be talking if Games Workshop would do it, throwing around rules like that?
I mean... and you can put that on a great and clean one, right? That is mad. That's really strong.
Yeah.
It's Leagues of Votan strong, everyone. That's how good it is.
Except not quite as strong as Leagues of Votan.
Well, it's not army-wide, obviously. But
Exactly. What I like is that, and again, but I like that Leagues of Votan got a universal special rule for their whole army that was like one of the most busted stratagems that the Skitarii Admech got. And obviously, as we remember a year ago, the Skitarii Admech stuff was so busted. It was literally like dominating the game a year ago. I just love that Games Workshop never seemed to work it out. It's like, oh, is that a good mechanic, is it? Yes, it is. Oh, whoopsie daisy. Anyway, Pestilent Miasma, this is the one that Rotigus has, so we may as well talk about it. The start of your fight phase, roll 1d6 for each enemy unit within engagement range of this warlord. On a 2 to 5, the enemy unit suffers 1 mortal wound. On a 6, they suffer D3 mortal wounds. Blimey heck. Not too bad. Relics of Nurgle. Do you want to go first, Phil? Do you want to talk about Relic of Nurgle?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Entropic Knell, which is another cool name, because it means a bell. Ooh. In your command phase, select 1 enemy unit within 12 inches of this model until the start of your next command phase. Enemy units cannot benefit from that enemy unit's aura abilities. And for the purposes of determining which player controls an objective marker, treat the number of models in that unit as half its current number, rounding up. Yeah, that's quite cool. Niche, but could be pretty strong.
Yeah. I mean, being able to turn off aura abilities is good in itself, right? So the whole, objective controlling variable is a kind of sweetener, I guess, but being able to, mitigate auras is pretty meaningful. So, yeah. I'm going to go with Horn of Nurgle's Rot, because we all like the Horn. Each time the bearer has selected a fight, after its attacks have been resolved, you can select 1 friendly Plague Bearer's Infantry Corps unit wholly with an 18 of the bearer to be replenished. So basically, you can select 1 friendly Plague Bearer's unit to be replenished, and they have to be wholly with an 18 of the bearer. Roll 1d6 for each enemy model that was destroyed by the bearer this phase. Each 4+, you can return 1 destroyed model to that plague bearer unit with its full wounds remaining to a maximum of 3 models per turn. These models cannot be set up within engagement range of enemy units unless the unit itself is already within engagement range of a unit. Each unit can only be replenished once per turn. So basically you can resurrect up to 3 plague bearers on the assertion that you have killed 3 things and are then able to roll 4+.
Doesn't seem that good. I mean, unless plague bearers are normally tough, but is having 3 come back really that big a deal? Unless you've got other ways of bringing more back as well that turn.
Yeah, I think obviously given the fact that over the span of an entire game, the best case scenario is that you're going to get 15 of these things back. Bearing in mind that, you know... Well,
it's per fight phase, so it could be twice per battle round.
Oh, so it could be 30.
Potentially.
But that's on the basis that you're losing them frequently and then ultimately still killing stuff. I think the mobility of the army makes that slightly less feasible, right? So I don't know. It's an interesting premise, but I don't think it's extraordinarily strong. I think it would have been much better if it was at the start of the command phase, you can bring back D3 or something. Like if it was that every command phase, I feel like that would just be a little bit more consistent.
A bit more straightforward, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I understand that they're trying to do like a whole, you're killing stuff and then using it to create more plague bearers type vibe. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, I get it. But also maybe, yeah, because there are other armies that just utilize the, regen D3 mechanic. Drakari have it, for example, with their homunculus covens. So, I don't necessarily feel like it's, broken to the point of not being necessarily used ever again. In fact, I feel like it's perfectly reasonable. So, yeah, it's just odd. It just feels like it would have just been easier, but maybe it's too strong in the case of Nurgle to be able to do that.
Having quickly read the flavor text, it's really thematic. The idea that you've just killed a bunch of guys and then you blow your horn and then those dead enemy models become plague bearers.
Really
that's
cool.
That's cool. So it does make sense. Like the theming of it has trumped the kind of the practical game mechanic of let's just bring stuff back in command phase for no real reason. So so in a way they've done a good job with the theming, at least, even if it is a bit convoluted. Interestingly, the Endless GIF has like twice as much flavor text as everything else, and then like a little 1-sentence ability.
Yeah.
Which is mad. It just felt like they were we've got some space to fill up. Just write a bit more about this one.
Yeah, the Endless GIF is essentially a lot of words to essentially express that at the start of your command phase, the bearer regains up to the number of lost wounds equal to the current battle round.
Which is kind of cool. But
decent.
By turn 5, would it be really that important?
Well, look, here's
possibly,
the thing, though, man.
Possibly.
Here's the thing. If across the entire span of a game you're able to regenerate, I mean, what would that be? That'd be
15?
Yeah, it's 15 wounds. Yeah, 15 wounds.
Which
so
is actually
50 wounds is not insignificant.
No,
the span
that's
of
true.
A game.
Yeah, it's that.
But obviously you have to. But you have to hope that you don't. Whatever's going at you doesn't kill you. But that's what's actually really interesting about it, I suppose, especially towards the mid game. I feel like you probably still want to be very defensive with it in turns 1 and 2 because it's not really a massive game. But certainly when you get to like turn 3, being able to regen 4, then 5 wounds, woof. You may as well push your luck, especially with toughness 9, 22 wounds.
I guess it gives, especially if you've got that -1 damage. I guess it means you can, do maybe more risky plays where you're like, I'm going to do this thing because I know I'm going to potentially, if you don't kill me, I'm going to regen 4 or 5 wounds back. Yeah.
So long as you're not playing Votan, you'll be fine.
We're going to be doing that for the rest of the episode, aren't we?
Basically, that's basically the vibe. And we've already recorded the outro long ago, so I mean, our hot take on Votan feels relatively out of date as the week's gone on. Anyway,
true, it does actually. What's
units?
What one do you want?
You're
to
pick one? You want me to pick one?
Well, I don't mind. I'll pick one.
I'll start.
No, I'm starting.
No, I'm starting. Damn you! Damn you!
Well, you
No,
are...
no, it's fine. You gave in so quickly. Do you want to just do it?
Well, I just want it's in order. I'll do Rotigus because I said I'm going to do all the special named
All right, well,
ones.
get to it. Tell us about that there, Rotigus.
Exactly. He's a big boy. He's got movement 7 that degrades to 6 inches and 5 inches. He's got weapon skill of 2 that degrades to 3+, 4+, ballistic skill 3, strength 7, toughness 9, 24 wounds, 6 attacks that degrades to 5 and 4, leadership 10, and a 5+, 4+ demon save. He's equipped with Streams of Brackish Filth, a Fanged Maw, Gnarlrod, and Nurgling Claws, and obviously you can only have one of him. So the Streams of Brackish Filth is a 12-inch range, 2d6 assault weapon, strength 6, -3 AP, 1 damage, and it automatically hits. So it's like a flamer. That's pretty good. That's no slouch. The Fanged Maw is a melee weapon. It's strength user, which is 7, -1 AP, 2 damage, and it's malefic 1. So that's like your freebie attack. Then we've got the Gnarlrod, and it's got 2 profiles. Its Mighty Strike is strength +1, which is strength 8, -3, 3 damage, and each time an attack is made with this weapon profile, a non-modified hit roll of 6 automatically wounds the target. Because I assume he can't have the ability. Actually, what is his warlord trait that he got? Did you read that one out?
Yeah, it was the one where he was...
the Pestilent Miasma one.
Yeah, yes, so it was the one where he does mortal wounds.
Yeah, because him having the... hits equals auto wounds would be a bit mad. Okay, then we got Sweeping Blow, which is strength user, which is 7, -2 AP, 1 damage, but you make 2 hit rolls instead of 1. And then lastly, we've got Nurgling Claws, which is strength 2, AP 0, damage 1, and malefic 7. So you get 7, weapon skill 2 though, at least. Those Nurglings are souped up. And then lastly, we've got the demonic ability, Deluge of Nurgle. So each time a model successfully manifests a psychic power, if the result of a psychic test was a 7+, after resolving the psychic attack, the closest enemy unit suffers within 24 inches, suffers D3 mortal wounds. So you get a free smite, basically, with every psychic attack. That's really good. I mean, and a 7+ is the Nurgle number, but also it's the statistical average that you should be rolling for. Although, for the life of me, I can never barely roll a 5+ half the time when I do psychic tests. Anyway, lastly, he's got the Demon Lord of Nurgle aura ability. So while friendly Legionnaires, Demonica, Nurgle core units within 6 inches of this model, each time a model in that unit makes an attack reroll, hit rolls of 1. So he's a captain. He's also a psyker. He knows he can manifest 2 psychic powers in your psychic phase. He can attempt to deny 2. He knows Smite and 2 psychic powers from the Warp Rot discipline, and obviously he's a psyker and Warp Locus keyword amongst all the generic ones. So, how many points is he? Have you looked ahead to see?
I haven't looked ahead to see. I apologise, Phil. I apologise. Oh, here we go. He is 320.
Yeah, that's not too bad,
well, mate. He's strong. I like him. I think he's he'll definitely make a good account of himself.
Yeah, I think interesting. They're all pretty much that same sort of points cost, except Slaanesh. They're a bit cheaper.
Very strong though. I mean, the fact that he's toughness 9, 24 wounds, 4 up invuln, 5 up invuln against melee, 4 up against shooting. He's a nuisance.
He's going to be good, although I do suspect having an exalted generic Great Unclean One with a Warlord trait means you can have him -1 damage, then you can have him every hit auto wounds. Although, to be fair, if you are doing, let's say, Strength User, Strength 7, not against Marines, but against anything less, you're going to be wounding on 2s anyway, so auto wounding is good, but it's not, the end of the world if you got a wound on 2s anyway, right? Because you're going to get most of those through anyway. But against tougher stuff, against Marines and stuff, you're wounding on 3, so auto wounding would be quite cool.
Yeah, I just think he's just going to be a pest, isn't he? He's just going to be... And again, what I like about reading these particular, bigger versions of the Greater Demons. They give us a good flavour of what, the regular Greater Demons are also bringing to the table, and it's an opportunity to kind of compare and contrast, as it were. But I think in the case of Rotti, it just seems like he's got some really interesting gimmicks, and I don't know, I like him. I dig him. I don't think you could necessarily build an army around him, because I just don't think with that movement he is nearly aggressive enough. I think movement 7's pretty miserable. Obviously he's a big model. So without the mobility, he can be really,
I guess you can always
demonic deep strike him.
Yeah, but even with that, right, like it's a sort of one and done thing, right? You bring him down, and then from there on in, he's running around trying to get things. But the thing is, with models of that size, is they're quite easy to screen when they don't have that. Because the reality is, right, is like obviously he's got a lot of attacks, by some model standards, but weapon skill 2+, he's going to swing in. He can get himself up to like 12 attacks if he's using the sweeping blow, but it's only 1 damage a time. You could bog him down with troops and things.
Yeah. I mean, he gets 8 extra 3B attacks basically, but
that's true. Sorry, yeah, I forgot about
that. They're pretty basic.
Yeah, but I think that's the thing. It's like his psychic potential is really potent. The fact that obviously when he's getting the 7s, that he's doing the extra mortals. I think there's something to be said for him, but I think
and his streams of brackish filth, his shooting attack is, I mean, it's only 12-inch range, but actually that's pretty decent. Like that could do a lot of damage.
It's the size combined with the speed. That's the problem. It's like it's not hard to keep him at arm's reach, but hey ho. I am going to talk about plague drones. The plague drone. If you don't know, the plague drones are the plague bearers riding on giant flies. They are really quite grotesque.
Quite an old school model, actually. It's been around a while.
You say that. I don't think it's older than like 6 years or maybe 7 years. It was an early...
Really?
Maybe. Well, now I'm saying these things, I'm not sure.
I think you're thinking of the other AOS kit, which
I
weirdly, it's the giant, like, almost like greater demons that were being ridden by the Night guys that came out about 6 years ago when they redid the Great Unclean One model, actually. These ones, I think, pre-existed that and were a bit older.
Well, nonetheless, we're going to talk about them all the same. So you can get them in units of 6 or 3. The standard plague drone is movement 10, weapon skill, ballistic skill 4, strength 5, toughness 6, 5 wounds, 2 attacks, leadership 7, 5 up, 4 up. And the only difference is that the plague bringer, the leader, is 3 attacks and leadership 8. Unit contains 4 or more models. They have a power rating of 12. Every model equipped with Death's Heads, foul mouth parts, and plague swords. So Death's Heads, really weird. It's a 12-inch range, assault D3, strength 4, -1, 1 damage blast. Nothing really to write home about, but it's, not insignificant. Foul mouth parts, strength 5, -2, 2 damage, malefic 2, so it's an extra 2 attacks on top of the 2 you have standard. Plague sword is -2, 1 damage. Each time attack is made with this weapon, an unmodified hit roll of 6 automatically wins the target. Certainly not bad. And then we also have this thing called a prehensile proboscis, which is strength 4, -2, 1 damage, malefic 4. I'm assuming that's an upgrade that we're going to get to in just a second. You can have a demonic icon or an instrument of chaos. We've talked about those in the other sections, but just to reiterate, a demonic icon gives you the icon keyword, and each time a combat attrition test is taken, you can ignore any or all modifiers. And the instrument is you gain the instrument keyword and add 1 to the leadership characteristics and models in that unit. One plague drone is not equipped with demonic icon, can be equipped with the instrument of chaos. One plague drone that's not equipped with an instrument of chaos can be equipped with a demonic icon. And any model's foul mouth parts can be replaced with 1 prehensile proboscis. Which, I don't know, I think because obviously the foul mouth parts are 2 damage, although they are less attacks. That's potentially the way to go with that. It's just the fact that they are so many wounds at toughness 6. with a 4-up invuln against ranged attacks. They just feel like they will be a really annoying mass that you have to try and respect. But also...
it's like, I mean, yes, probably like flying Death Riders, but better in combat, but just as resilient because they've got more wounds. So I guess it's weird because obviously Nurgle, like Space Marines, right, have an inbuilt -1 damage to everything, but these guys don't have that, right?
No.
So it's interesting that they are different.
I respect that, though. I just like the fact that they're just lots of wounds.
Lots of wounds and just,
me.
really high toughness.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I think, good on them. But yeah, they're 45 points a model, so 135 for unit 3. But again, 15 wounds, toughness 6. It's tough to get it through. So, interesting unit. Pick a third one, Phil, and then we'll wrap up these there Nurgly things.
Well, I can't resist a fortification. Everyone thinks, he's going to do something sensible, like, the Nurglings or the Plague Bearers. No, it's the weird fortification that no one will play. Although saying that, these ones used to be damn good. So are they still damn good? Who knows? It's for Feculent Narmor, everyone. So
they used to be crazy.
They used to be busted. You see them all the time, and I think I
People
remember playing against them a couple of times with just like tons of Plague Bearers plus like 1 or 2 of these. It's only got a few characteristics. It's got a strength of 6, a toughness of 7, 9 wounds, leadership 7, and a 4+3+ demonic save. It's obviously demonic. It's got the Garden Grows, so during deployment, when you set up this unit, it can be set up anywhere on the battlefield that is more than 9 inches away from your opponent's deployment zone and any enemy models. Ooh. And then it's got Sickness Blossoms. At the start of each turn, roll 1d6 for each enemy unit within engagement range of this model. On a 2 to 5, the enemy unit suffers 1 mortal wound. On a 6, it suffers d3 mortal wounds. If any enemy models are destroyed as a result of these mortal wounds, you gain 1 Warp Storm point, which is quite cool. Then it's got Shroud of Flies, so while any friendly demonic and Nurgle units excluding vehicles and monsters is within 6, each time a ranged attack is made against that unit, subtract 1 from the attack's hit roll, so that's a good defensive buff. And then lastly, it's got the Plague Bell Chimes. In your command phase, you can select 1 friendly Plague Bearer infantry core unit within 6 of this model to be replenished. If you do so, roll 7d6. For each 6, return 1 destroyed model to the unit with its full wounds remaining. These models cannot be set within engagement range unless those enemy units are already within engagement range of this unit. Each unit can only be replenished once per turn. So that's interesting. They've obviously used the replenish phrasing, so obviously you can use this plus. Was it the stratagem that we saw?
Yeah, well...
Oh, no, it was a relic, wasn't it?
I think actually it was a warlord trait.
Oh, wasn't it? But the horned one that bought...
Oh, no, you're right. It was a relic. You're absolutely right. Yeah. It was a relic. I apologise. Yes.
So yeah, it sounds like you can't combo them both on the same unit because it uses the phrasing of replenished. It's interesting. I mean, it's got some nice defensive stuff. I like that it's got some Warp Storm point shenanigans. And you're statistically likely to get a model back, but maybe more if you roll hot with those tabletop tactic dice that people seem to use all the time, or other brands are also available. Oh god, he does, yeah. Or the RFW ones are also busted, I have to say.
Basically any of the, because I think the 40k Brawl ones are the same. I think it's just basically...
Any branded dice just seems... Yeah. I don't know if it is, but it just feels weighted. It's like every time. Oh, it's your logo again, I see. Great, thanks.
Yep, lovely.
We need to get some LOS ones where we can just be like, nothing but 6s.
That would be the way forwards, mate. We should look into that, to be fair. Maybe we should do like a limited run gift set for
Christmas.
For Christmas for patrons. There you go.
Ooh,
check that out there.
That's a good idea.
Wouldn't that be nice of us if we did do that? Maybe we should. Anyway, let's not talk about that. Let's talk about the general synopsis on Nurgle. I mean, they're tough. They've got a bunch of abilities that make them tough, and they've got a bunch of stats and profiles that make them tough. They are tough, is basically where it comes from. But they're also slow. typically speaking, being slow with very limited range is not a recipe for success. Again, given that obviously a great many people are obsessed with the competitive version of this game, the bulk combined with the line of sight blocking terrain can certainly assist you in the sense that you are going to be able to utilize that to maybe bog down objectives and do things of that nature. But I think realistically, Nurgle are... It's difficult to say for sure right now, but I feel like Nurgle are not the prettiest daughters. I mean, obviously that's not the case.
Take that back, because they are visually the prettiest.
Yeah, that is true. They are probably the strongest looking from a range perspective, but like, I just think this is the thing. I just think it's difficult to... I think obviously if you love the aesthetic and you love Nurgle, I think you will frustrate a lot of people that you play against. But I think that's also another problem with them, is that it's like the games against Nurgle just become, can you get through them? You know, it's always
it's basically like playing dwarves in Blood Bowl that just cage up around the ball and slowly walk a square or two a turn up towards the end zone, and there's not a lot you can do about it. And you know, maybe you can, but it's meant to be a bit of a slog and not a very fun game. I think pretty much every game against Nurgle that I've played, they've just had hundreds of plague bearers. And they've just all gathered around together in a big clump. And he's just literally like a World War II tactical lady, just shoved them all forwards with a stick. Well, they had not an actual stick, but it might as well have been a stick. You know, when they moved the planes around on the. I
understand what you're saying. You know when they're smoking cigars and pushing the pieces around their beautiful boards.
No, that's basically it. They just shove them up the board very slowly, and you're, oh my god, there's just so much to get through. And normally there's obviously things like the fly, so they're -1 to hit, and they've got insane durability, and they've got the heralds and the bearers all doing some insane buffs to mitigate everything that you're doing to try and kill them. It doesn't seem... I don't know if they did before, if they had like some kind of double move ability in the past, or if they were just always slowly moving up the board, but it doesn't seem like they've got any psychic ability that allows them to gain extra movement, so they are just going to be slowly chugging up the board, which is thematically correct.
Indeed. Anyway, that's us talking about Nurgle out of the way. Again, we're going to move on now to the next bit. Or Slaanesh to me and you, and we're going to get things going with the Exalted Keeper of Secrets. But before we do that, Phil has to do that thing where he says what Slaanesh are.
Oh, pleasure and pain, whips and chains. It's,
Saturday night round your house.
Yeah, exactly. If only you knew. Indulge your greatest desires, Dan. Do you want to stuff yourself full of cheese and crackers? Oh, the god of Slaanesh will allow you to do that. Enjoy yourself. Eat that cheese, Dan.
That's true.
Eat it.
That's true. I mean, I definitely have... filled my guts with cheese and crackers, thus them expanding to the great extent that they have already. But there we go. What a beautiful way of describing it. They're also very, intrinsically linked to Elder. Elder being the silly buggers that birthed these demonic beasties.
And crab claws. They love some crab claws.
Although the crab claws have been downplayed over the years. They're more kind of just like claws now. Less kind of crab aesthetics.
It's a shame.
But there's a few little nods to them in places. Anyway, so if you take a Keeper of Secrets, which is the greater demon of the Slaanesh, gorgeous miniature from the outset. I mean, they did a really amazing job revamping the Keepers. So it's highly likely that you'll probably want to own one of them. But if you were to do so, what can you give them? Well, for a mere 35 points... you can give them words I can't pronounce. Diaphonous Panoply, whatever that is. Each time a ranged attack is made against this model, subtract 1 from the attack's wound roll. Very good. I assume they're toughness 7, maybe even toughness 8. So subtracting 1 from a wound.
Toughness 7, yeah.
There you go. So subtracting 1 from that wound. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Then we've got another set of words I'm probably going to struggle to pronounce. Epicurean of Agonies.
Sounds good.
Agonies I was okay with. It's just a bit where it's like Epicurean, whatever that means. In this instance, it means for a mere 25 points, each time the model makes a melee attack, an unmodified hit roll 6 scores 1 additional hit. That's good, because I'm going to guess Slaanesh demons have a lot of attacks. And then last one is the Unstable Onslaught, which is a mere 20 points. Add 2 to advance rolls and charge rolls made for this model. That is really good.
That could be a good
How
one.
that is only 20 points is a little bit of a shocker. That's value right there. So I imagine, though it is the cheapest option, it potentially has a lot of potential value. So
Yeah,
I can see people using that.
the one where you score extra hits, so you do 6 attacks on the generic Keeper of Secrets, but that does degrade, so potentially it helps you out a bit more when your profile does degrade to get a couple of extra hits in, maybe.
Nice. Good to know. They got stratagems, Phil. Tell us what one of them is.
Ooh, Thirst for Souls. Well, the very first one sounds very good. It's 1 CP. Use a stratagem in the fight phase when a Demonica Slaanesh unit from your army is selected to fight. Until the end of that phase, each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack against an Aeldari unit, you can re-roll the hit roll and the wound roll. Now, obviously, it's themed to Elder. Very good. But to get re-roll hit rolls and wound rolls for 1 CP is very good.
Especially as there are some very bothersome, difficult to get rid of Aeldari units out there in the world, right? So the fact that you can, potentially re-roll hits and wounds against them, noting that Aeldari have the same ability right back at you, though. So they also have access to the strategy.
Oh, well,
yeah.
It's, the grudge match of all time, I guess.
Well, exactly. Hardly ever met an Aeldari player that remembers it's a rule, but it is. It's very rare that people genuinely remember that that's an option, but yeah, it is definitely one. So good to be aware of. I'll pick one, I suppose. Let's go with the Endless Dance. It is a battle tactic stratagem for 1 CP. The Endless Dance is as follows. Use the stratagem in the fight phase when a Demonette's unit from your army is selected to fight. Until the end of the phase, each time a model in that unit makes a pile-in or consolidation move, it can move up to an additional 3 inches. This is not cumulative with any other rules that increase distance models can pile in or consolidate. So you will now be able to pile in or consolidate up to 6 inches, which is pretty valuable because it definitely means that you're going to be able to get a lot of Demonettes into combat and then ultimately, deliver a lot of damage. Do you want to pick one more, Phil?
Yeah, I'd like to. I want to do Rapturous Standard, which is a 1 CP war gear stratagem, because I finally wanted to know if the icon keyword actually did anything, and it finally does. Use a stratagem at the start of the fight phase. Select 1 Demonica Slaanesh icon unit from your army. Until the end of that phase, each time a model in this unit makes a melee attack, you can re-roll the hit roll. Which is kind of cool.
Yeah. Not too shabby at all.
I quite like it when war gear unlocks a keyword which effectively unlocks stratagems for you to use. I always think that's a nice little thematic touch.
Yeah. I do actually like that as well, to be fair. I think it's always really interesting when you gain access to these sort of keyword things and they then add in extra flavour. I think when they've been doing that... What was the... Oh, yeah, it was the Harlequins that had that, especially where they basically had war gear that then gave them access to stratagems, which was where a lot of the abilities came from. So it was the way they kind of circumnavigated the fact that only certain quantities of each weapon type was available in their box sets. I thought that was a really neat solution to that whole situation, really. So that was cool. They've got a psychic discipline. It's called Soul Stain. So the Soul Stain discipline. Delightful Agonies is one such ability that comes in the form of a blessing with a warp charge value of 6. If manifested, select 1 friendly legion, Demonica Slaanesh core unit with an 18 and visible to the Psyker until the start of your next psychic phase. Each time model in that unit would lose a wound. Roll d6 on a 5+. That wound is not lost. Goodness. That's pretty ridiculously strong for a warp charge of 6. So Fair play is what I could say to them. What have you, sir?
I'm going to go with... Phantasmagoria sounds good, but I'm going to resist it for Hysterical Frenzy. It's a blessing. Warp charge value of 7. If manifested, select one friendly Demonica Slaanesh core unit within 18 and visible to the Psyker until the start of the next Psychic phase. Add 1 to the attacks characteristics of models in that unit, and each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, on an unmodified hit roll of 6, you score 1 additional hit. Which is pretty tasty.
It is pretty tasty, to be fair. Which one to end it on? You pick it, Phil. I feel like I picked the last one.
Oh,
for the last
okay.
one.
Well, I will pick Phantasmagoria then, because it is such a great name.
Exactly. Everyone loves a bit of Phantasmagoria.
Games Workshop having awful naming. Yes, it's a warp charge value of 7. If manifested, select one enemy unit within 18 inches and visible to the Psyker. Roll 6d6. For each 5+, that unit suffers 1 mortal wound. Until the start of the next Psychic phase, each time that unit suffers a mortal wound as a result of this Psychic power, subtract 1 from the leadership characteristic of models in that unit. Okay, so you can potentially do up to 6 mortal wounds and reduce their leadership by 6 for each 5+ you roll. Which is only for a turn in terms of the leadership, though. But that could be quite cool. If it combos with anything, or just, the morale phase, I guess.
Yeah. Interesting selection. Warlord traits. Let's just get into that. Quicksilver Duelist is each time this warlord makes a melee attack, you can re-roll the hit roll. If that attack is made against an enemy character model, you can re-roll the wound roll. Blimey heck. Strong.
That's Shalaxi Hellbane's one as well, which is the named Greater Demon.
Oh, decent. Yeah, I like it. I think that's a good one. I mean, re-rolling is good. So, never a bad thing. What are you going for, Phil?
I am the Savage Hedonist. It is at the start of each battle round, add 1 to this Warlord strength characteristic to a maximum of 3+.
Okay.
That is actually pretty good. So,
yeah.
Battle round 1, I've already got +1 strength. And then battle round 2, I'm now +2 strength. And then battle round 3 is +3. Well, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right.
So the Greater Demons are strength 6 if you wanted to stick it on them. Effectively makes it strength 7 by default. Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah.
Strength 8 by turn 2, which is like sweet spot, really.
You've got this ability here, the Fatal Caress, which sounds interesting. Each time the Warlord makes a melee attack on an unmodified successful wound roll of 5+, and vulnerable saving throws cannot be made against that attack.
That is also very good. That is a caress and a half. It's a stabby caress.
That is. It is definitely the sharpest of caresses. I will say, though, I find rules, as I often say, where it is based on kind of a specific value or, an amount that, sometimes it's easy to forget. I imagine a lot of people would take that ability and go, oh, God, I forgot you. I'm ignoring invulns. It's the sort of...
Well, part of me is like, if that's on a key, it's one that you could probably forget, but hopefully it's one when it is important, you will remember it, because it's like, it's the thing that ignores invulns, and ignoring invulns is so good. It's worth remembering.
Nice. Relics of Slaanesh. The Forbidden Gem is interesting, I suppose. In your command phase, select one enemy unit within 12 of the bearer to the start of your next command phase. Any aura abilities that unit has have no effect. A lot of stuff switching off auras in this book, which is definitely interesting. 12-inch range, though, but then I suppose in the case of these guys, they are whippy, so they're going to get there quick, right? So, yeah, no, I dig it. That's certainly no bad thing. What do you want to go for?
I'm torn between Slothful Claws and Whip of Agony. I think I'm going to go for Whip of Agony, though. It's a model equipped with a Living Whip or Lashes of Torment. So you change the type characteristic of any Living Whip or Lash to Assault 8. And then each time a bearer makes an attack with a living whip or lashes of torment, excluding attacks made against vehicle units, an unmodified successful hit roll of 4+ automatically wounds the target. That is clearly like Games Workshop's latest like cool new mechanic after ignoring run saves. It's a certain hit roll auto wounds, which is on a 4+ as well. So that is actually really strong. I don't think I like it as a mechanic, but on a relic, if it's going to be anywhere, it should be on a relic.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you. Should I
pick
another one?
Do one more? Yeah, go on.
I was drawn to the Mark of Excess, but that's just... I suppose we'll do the Soul Stealer?
Yeah, if you want.
Soul Stealer. Models equipped with Wit Stealer swords or Hellforged swords only. This relic replaces Wit Stealer sword or Hellforged sword and has the following profile. It's melee. It's strength +2. -3. 3 damage. Each time model is destroyed by an attack made with this weapon, the bearer regains 1 lost wound. Like it. To a maximum of 6 regained wounds per phase? Hello? That's pretty mad. Each time the bearer makes an attack with this weapon against Aeldari units, if it hit is scored, the attack automatically wounds the target. Goodness gracious. Those Aeldari are not going to enjoy that very much, are they?
Hence the name Soul Stealer. It's quite appropriate, I think.
I dig it. I really dig it. All right, mate. Tell us about Shalaxi.
Oh, how could you guess?
I know. We've established this format by now. You do your thing.
Exactly. So it's movement 16 inches that degrades to 14, then 12. So very fast. Weapon skill 2+ degrades to 3 and 4+. Ballistic skill 2+. Strength 6, toughness 7, 22 wounds. 6 attacks degrades to 5 then 4. Leadership 11 and a 5+, 4+ invulnerable save. He's got the living whip, the snapping claws, snip, snip. He's got the soul piercer, stab, stab. And obviously you can only have one of them. So the living whip is a 12-inch assault 6, strength 6, -2 and 2 damage. Then the snapping claws is a strength user, so strength 6, -4 AP, flat 3 damage and malefic 4. And then the Soul Piercer is a melee weapon that's ×2, so 12 strength, -4 AP, and then 3 damage. But each time an attack is made with this weapon against a character model, this weapon has the damage characteristic of D3 +3. So pretty good at killing characters. The bearer has a demonic characteristic of 4+, 4+ if you take the Shining Aegis. So you can replace the whip with the Shining Aegis. So the 5/4 becomes 4/4, so better in combat. I believe that's the shield that it can be equipped with. It's got the demonic keyword plus the demonic abilities plus the Demon Lord of Slaanesh aura. So a friendly Demon Slaanesh core unit within 6. Each time a model makes an attack, reroll hit rolls of 1. So it's a captain of the demons. It's got mesmerizing form. Each time an attack is made against this model, subtract 1 from the hit rolls. That's very good. Then it's
ranged and or melee, so pretty decent.
Yeah. Then it's got Cloak of Constriction. So each time a melee attack is made against this model, subtract 1 from the attack's wound rolls. Oof. So -1 to hit and -1 to wound, but that's in combat only. And then it's got Monarch of the Hunts. This model is eligible to form a heroic intervention if it is within 6 inches horizontal and 5 inches vertically of any enemy character units. Instead of 3 inches and 5 inches, you can basically make a 6-inch move. If it finishes its move within engagement range of the enemy character, though, that's the key thing. And then all other heroic intervention rules apply. And then lastly, it's got 2 psychic powers. Can deny just 1, though. It also knows Smite and 2 from the Soul Stain Discipline. Seems alright. Weirdly, it doesn't feel as strong as some of the others. I don't know if that's just the way I'm looking at it. I mean, it's very fast. It's still tough.
Super fast. Yeah. Has 10 attacks, which is no slouch, right? Like, I mean, that's pretty reasonable. And these are consistently free damage, -4.
That is
some
true.
of them are strength 6, some of them are strength 12, but still pretty tasty.
Yeah, because I was like, oh, it doesn't have like a sweeping profile to deal with hordes, but as you say, it does get 10 attacks because of the 4 from the Malefic. But they are all like really high AP and high damage, so you could quite easily mince through a squad of Marines.
Shalaxi would really, really go to town on a lot of, elite infantry. I mean, like custodies and things are not going to like her very much at all.
Yeah, it's almost wasted on hordes though. Like if you could surround them in grots, like it'll kill 10, sure, but it can't deal with 20 or more.
There's a lot of elder units that wouldn't like her very much as well, though, right? Because like Shalaxi will definitely cause a lot of problems with things like Shining Spears. Weirdly, Banshees probably won't mind too much because they're not really, in Shalaxi's wheelhouse necessarily, but certainly, Spears. A lot of the jet bike stuff, to be fair. There's some interesting stuff that wouldn't do overly well. And the psychic power output is acceptable. It's not extraordinary, but then, Slaanesh aren't necessarily supposed to be, super psychic based. So, I think it's perfectly reasonable that they can only cast 2, deny 1. But yeah, it's interesting is what I would say. I'll tell you what is weird, right? Just to get it out of the way. It's so strange that they've not added the other Slaanesh demon model from Age of Sigmar to this. Like, I'm super surprised.
The new one that came out last year? The one, it's sort of like floating with, like, not wings, like a giant cape, I want to say.
Yeah, so I think it was part of the Hedonites of Slaanesh range. I can't remember the name of it. I'm just looking up now. Here we go. The Sinoness, the voice of Slaanesh. I mean, or it's Dexea, the talon of Slaanesh. I think in both instances, I mean, you don't get more Slaanesh demon than these creatures. So it is a bit of a shocker that they are one of the few very obviously demon things that hasn't made its way across to 40k.
Wasn't there like that? Was like a big fat guy being carried around on I want to say a palanquin.
Well, yeah. So that's Gluttus, Oscorian Lord of Gluttony. But that's essentially, again, appears very demonic, I suppose, but is predominantly.
Is it more human?
Yeah, it's a human. I mean, again, the worshippers of chaos in the confines of Age of Sigmar are so much more kind of deified,
more abhuman, I guess.
In
the 40k context.
Yeah, I think like in Age of Sigmar, the demon and kind of human synergies are much more kind of advantageous. Advantageous. I can't say advantageous. That's the word I couldn't find there. Good God, they're much more advantageous in the sense that, when you look at like the various forces as they've merged with chaos, they've got more kind of aesthetically pleasing upgrades. Whereas it feels like in 40k, the mergers with demons is much more body horror, whereas in Sigmar they seem to be a bit more, as I say, a bit more idealistic, I suppose. But all the same, it was just a shocker not to see that one make the cut. But one that did, and one that's worth talking about, is the contorted epitome, which is the mirror, as it is otherwise known. The mirror. So as a movement 12, spoilers, pretty much everything in this army is quick. I mean, just to quickly go over to the Demonettes, just for reference, Demonettes have a movement of 10. They are quick. These are very fast things. Weapon skill 2+, ballistic skill 3+, strength 4, toughness 5, 8 wounds, attacks 8. 8 attacks. Leadership 8, and a 4-up, 4-up. They've got collided tentacles, which is strength +1, so strength 5, -2, damage free, malefic free. And then they've got the ravaging claws, which is strength user, strength 4, -2, 2 damage. So that is a total of 11 attacks there. They are demonic, but they also swallow energy. Each time this model would lose a wound as a result of a mortal wound, roll a d6 on a 2+. That wound is not lost.
So
Goodness
no
gracious.
mortal wounds for me.
Well, very few. They are heralds of Slaanesh, while friendly Legion Demonica Slaanesh core unit is within 6 of this model. Each time a model in that unit makes an attack, you can reroll the wound rolls of 1. It's very strong. And then Horrible Fascination, which is an aura, while enemy units is within 6 of this model. At the start of your opponent's command phase, your opponent must roll 3d6 for that unit. If the result is higher than that unit's leadership characteristic until the start of your opponent's next command phase, half the move characteristics of models in that unit. Each time a model in that unit makes an attack, subtract 1 from the hit rolls. Wow.
They're too busy looking in the mirror, obviously.
Yeah. And then lastly, it's a Psyker that can manifest 2 and can deny 2.
Oh, wow. That's
There you go.
probably worth it just for that.
How many points is this?
Let's have a quick look. I'm flicking.
It seems very strong. I've got to assume it must be like 160 or something.
Oh,
It's
what,
160
160?
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, bloody hell. Yeah, it's worth it though. I mean, 8 wounds. Toughness 5. The fact that it can do that where it can really stump people's movement is massive in 40k. So the idea that you could situate this person, because obviously you can move them in your turn, and then this triggers in your opponent's command phase. So you can really neutralize movement for a turn, and you can kind of set that up in a interesting way. So no, I really impressed with that. That's cool.
Nice.
Do you want to pick the last one, Phil?
Yeah.
There's quite a lot in this book, isn't there? There's lots of different types.
I know. I was thinking that it's actually got the most units out of all of them. But
I guess that's why they didn't add the Sigmar thing.
I don't think I've seen half of these before, and I don't know if it's because they're kind of really old, slightly derpy models like these chariots and stuff, or if they've just never been good, so no one's built them. Like Big Phil, our go-to Slaanesh player, he doesn't rock any of these. He's just got, the Demonettes and the Seekers and basically all the big greater demon models you could fill your face with. Speaking of which, I think I'll do Seekers. Let's do them.
The classic.
They are, you take 4 to 9 plus a Heartseeker, movement 16 inches, Corporal Army. Weapon skill, ballistic skill of 3+, strength and toughness of 4, 2 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 7, and a 5+4+ demon save. The Heartseeker gets 1 extra attack, 1 extra leadership, so 5 and 8 respectively. Every model is equipped with a lashing tongue and a piercing claw. So the lashing tongues they're both close combat units. Close combat weapons. Lashing tongue is strength 4, AP 0, 1 damage, and malefic 2. So that's your freebie attacks. And then piercing claws is strength user, so strength 4, -2, 1 damage. And then you can take the demonic icon, and the Instruments of Chaos, which we talked about before, and they're your only 2 war gear options. And then their only ability beyond demonic is Unholy Speed, which is +1 to charge rolls made for this unit, which is very good.
They are well quick, is the general vibe.
Yeah, and decent amount of attacks, not a crazy amount, but the fact you get a few freebies in there as well is quite good.
Shock horror, the Slaanesh are quick and they are stabby. Who would have thought, eh?
Exactly, yeah.
I do really like them, though. I think as a range, they're definitely an interesting one. I've always actually really enjoyed, the chariot minis. They always seem like some of the most underrepresented miniatures available, and definitely ones that should be, more awesome than they've been in the past. And although we didn't choose to talk about them, and in the interest of time, we won't. It's cool that it seems like they've added in some interesting flavour to that. And overall, I think obviously we're going to need to talk about the Be'lakor stuff now, just to round the whole thing out. But I think they've done a really good job of realizing each of these different flavors of demon and giving us a lot of reasons to consider and be excited by all the different forms and functions of the demons. And you can easily see why it is that you're going to want to sort of mix it up and sprinkle in lots of different types, and how that whole thing will kind of come together. So no, I like the Slaanesh based on what I'm seeing there. I think they've done a pretty fantastic job with them. So look cool. What do you reckon, mate?
Pretty good, but could do with a fortification. Well, obviously, I think the mirror is like a mobile fortification, really. They seem pretty solid. Like they seem up there with the rest. A good like B plus. Like not broken, just good. And lots of models, if a lot of maybe dated or fiddly to build ones, because it's mostly chariots in terms of the model range. Seems pretty cool.
Nice. And Be'lakor stuff.
Well, yes, that's what it means. Book of a Warp is basically Be'lakor. No more, no less.
No more, no less. Yes, the Book of the Warp, which is essentially us wrapping this whole glorious saga up. I hope you've enjoyed it up to this point, assuming you've listened to all of it. If you have, God bless you. Let's talk about it. So Be'lakor definitely was and is the big bad of Chaos Demons at the moment. He definitely added a lot of excitement and or lethality, I suppose it's fair to say, into the wavering Demon Codex back in the latter half of last year when he was released. I feel like Be'lakor...
Yeah, Psychic Awakening, wasn't it? Not Psychic Awakening, a Warzone book, sorry.
Yeah. Well, originally, do you remember it came out in Age of Sigmar first, and then they did like a really weird thing where you didn't have rules for ages.
Yes,
in 40k.
Peak COVID times, everyone.
Yeah. And then when he finally did have rules, we all kind of wished they hadn't done him. We were like, oh dear.
They were pretty good. It will be interesting to see if it's the exact same rules, or if it's updated and changed.
I feel like it's updated and changed. I'm pretty confident of that. But the thing is that like Be'lakor was already strong, based on a book that was pretty old, in fact, very old, and as a result, quite weak. So it'd be incredible to see what they've given him in concert with
because with this,
else.
He does also get an Armies of Renown that we can also talk about briefly. He is Chaos Undivided poster boy. Out of all the others, this is the guy that you want.
Him and Abaddon, I suppose.
Yes, yeah. I wonder if there's a bit of rivalry between the two of them.
Quite probably.
Because in AOS, he has that with, what's his name?
Archaon.
Archaon, yeah. They have like a competing rivalry. So he's all about Chaos Undivided. I guess if you want to have an army full of all the different Chaos Demon minions, this is the route to go. And who better to lead it than Be'lakor? And if you take him, basically you get the Noctic Discipline, which is basically his own special psychic discipline that he gets access to. Nice.
Some of the psychic powers within the Noctic Discipline are as follows. Shrouded Step. A blessing for warp charge value of 6. If manifested, select one friendly Legion, Demonica Infantry, or Disciples of Be'lakor infantry unit within 18 of this cycle. Remove that unit from the battlefield and set it up anywhere on the battlefield that is more than 9 inches away from an enemy model. Wicked. So yeah, that's good. That's very strong.
Nice. I'm going to go for Betraying Shades. So Witchfire, warp charge value of 6. If manifested, select one enemy unit within 18 inches and visible to the psyker. Select up to 6 models in that unit and add together the unmodified attack characteristics of those models. Roll a number of d6 equal to the total. For example, if 5 models are being selected and they have an attack characteristic of 2 and one has the attack characteristic of 3, you roll 13 d6. There's no cap. If the result of a psychic test is 11 or more, add 1 to each dice result. Okay. And then for each roll of a 6+, the unit suffers 1 mortal wound to a maximum of 6 mortal wounds. So the 6+ is on a d6, so very unlikely to happen. But if your psychic test manages to be an 11 or more, you basically do it on a 5+ instead.
Yeah. Seems like a really convoluted way of just saying, like, you know, could do up to 6, could do... Like, why doesn't
probably
it just D3 or D6?
Probably do 1 or 2 mortal wounds. It's like a lot of stuff to probably not do a lot of stuff. It's like being a guard player and shooting, basically.
It's basically Smite, but with extra steps, isn't it? It's like, all right, cool. It's like Smite, but, you know, different.
Yeah, I mean, I guess potentially if you could find a unit that does like 6 attacks per model or something mad, because they're like a Slaanesh unit or something, then you could actually be rolling a bucket of dice. So even if it only goes off on a 6, maybe you'll get like 4 or 5. I mean, it's good. It's always good that they have those caps in there because stuff can get ridiculous. But it doesn't feel very likely you'd ever hit that cap.
No, I would agree with that statement. Oh, well, interesting is what I would say.
Do you want to
choose
pick
one
the last
more.
one?
Yeah, why not? I'll just go with Reefed in Shades. So, Blessing, it's a warp charge of 7. If manifested, select one friendly Legions, Demonica, or Disciples of Bellicor unit, excluding monsters and vehicle units, within 12 of this Psyker. To the start of your next psychic phase, enemy models cannot target that unit with ranged weapons unless that unit is the closest eligible target to the firing model, or it is within 12 of the firing model. Very strong. This is a psychic power that's been sprinkled around in a few places. It is very good. Being able to shield a unit like that is very strong, and something you could definitely build into really well. So yeah, cool, nice. Do you want to do one more just for the sake of it? I mean, it is the only thing in this section.
Yes, let's do Pile of Despair. It's a malediction, warp charge value of 7. If manifested, select one enemy unit within 18 inches and visible to the Psyker. Roll 3d6. If the result is greater than the unit's leadership characteristic, it probably will be, select one of the following to apply. Until the start of your next psychic phase, if that unit has any aura abilities, select one of those abilities and the unit loses it. Until the start of your next psychic phase, that unit cannot perform actions, and if it's currently performing one, it immediately fails. Or, last but not least, until the start of your next psychic phase, in the fight phase, that unit is not eligible to fight to that phase until after all eligible units from your army has done so. That one, surely. That's the good one.
Oh yeah. That's never a bad shout, really, is it? Nice.
Yeah. I mean, they're all good. They're all sort of niche for the, what's the right word? Timed appropriate, right? They're all good things when those things need to be switched off in terms of the abilities and actions and stuff. So, yeah. Handy that you can pick from a list, basically, to give that a lot of universal utility.
I was just checking the Disciples of Bellicor again. Pretty mad that they've still got the whole thing where you can sprinkle in Imperial Knights as well, or rather, Chaos Knights into...
Because it's just an agent of Chaos, right?
Yeah. Well, it's specifically specified as a benefit, so a specific knightly household or Chaos whatever thing.
Well, it's because he took over. Was it House Raven, right? Wasn't it? And then that's now House Corvo. According to this,
it is. Yes. House.
Corvus.
Where is it? Yeah, House Corvax.
Corvax,
yeah.
That's it. Yeah, because that is the one. He stole an entire planet that was House Raven and converted it into his own domain, which then is House Corvax. Yeah.
Disciples of Bellicor would be a really fun thing to lean into and actually do a properly themed army list around. I like the idea of the Chaos Knight combined with Bellicor himself, chucking in some Marines, some Demons. That'd be pretty cool.
Proper scary looking list, and a few big centerpiece models as well, which would be pretty good. Don't get me tempted. Don't tempt me, Frodo.
Anyway. Let's talk about the man himself, Phil.
Okay. Do I get the honours?
You get the flipping honours, mate.
Thank you very much.
You get to talk about all the big ones. Come on.
I know. I'll resist doing an innuendo about that. Yes,
yeah, I've done probably too many of those this episode, I feel like. I think I'm definitely over the quota.
He's got a movement of 12 inches, which degrades to 8 and then 6. He's got a weapon skill and ballistic skill of 2+. He's got a strength of 8, which degrades to 7 and 6. He's got toughness 7, 20 wounds, 6 attacks, which goes down to 5 and 4, leadership 9, and a 4+4+ demonic save. You can only have one of them in your army, and he's only equipped with one thing, which is the Blades of Shadows. Or Blade of Shadow, because he only has one of them. So he has 2 profiles, the Sweeping Strike, which is, they're both melee, obviously. Strength User, which is 8 by default, but could go down to 6. AP -3, 1 damage, but you make 2 hit rolls instead of 1. So by default, that's 6. 12 attacks. And then Piercing Strike, which is +4, so that's Strength 12 on your top bracket, -4 AP, D3 +3 damage, and as before, you can't make invulnerable saving throws against that attack. But
Wowzers.
demon saves now get their demonic save against it. So Be'lakor on Be'lakor, or Be'lakor versus any other demon will be an interesting match. I mean, I imagine they'd still die.
Yes.
He's got a ton of abilities, so let's rattle through them. He's got Demonic, he's got Shadow Form, which is each time an attack is made against this model, your opponent cannot re-roll the hit roll. Each time an attack is made against this model, subtract 1 from the attack's hit roll and wound roll. Which I'm pretty sure it used to be in like ranged only before, so now it's in both rounds, which is even better. Oh wait, no, it might be this bit from before. Each time a ranged attack is made against this model, subtract 1 from the attack's damage characteristic to a minimum of 1. I remember there was something that was about ranged attack before, so maybe it's that, and that actually just hasn't changed. So basically, he's -1 to hit, -1 to wound. You can't re-roll the hit rolls, and in ranged combat, he's -1 damage. That is still stonks. Then he's got the Lord of Torment aura. So while an enemy unit is within 6 inches of this model, subtract 1 from the leadership characteristic on models in that unit, and each time a combat attrition test is taken, subtract 1 from combat attrition tests. Then he's got the Dark Master aura, so a friendly Demonica or Disciples of Be'lakor unit, excluding vehicles, is within 6 inches of this model. Each time a model that unit makes an attack, reroll a hit roll of 1. So he's got a niche captain medal on him, giving out that ability. And then he's also got Spiteful Jealousy. So if your army is Battleforged, you cannot include this model in a detachment that includes any other Demon Prince models. Each time this model makes an attack against a Demon Prince model, you can reroll the hit roll and you can reroll the wound roll. Well, that's cool. I don't remember that bit being in there before.
That was in there before.
Was
yeah,
it?
There was.
Oh,
yeah,
I like that.
And that one thing you failed to notice with Dark Master as an aura, though, right, is that it's a friendly Legion, Demonic, or Disciple of Be'lakor unit. There is absolutely no mention of it being core or character.
So
it's everything.
Well, obviously himself as well, right?
Himself as well, yeah. So he gives himself reroll ones, and he gives everything.
Oh wait, hold on a
reroll ones.
second. No, he's not. Does he have
He's
that?
he's a Legion's Demonica.
Oh yes, but he's not Disciples of Be'lakor, which is weird. But then,
or Disciples
Yes,
of Be'lakor,
yeah,
and that's specifically for the Army of Renown. If you put him in an Army of Renown, he would become Disciples of Be'lakor.
no. In theory, he shouldn't be because he's not the disciple. He is the Be'lakor.
But I think he would either way.
No, he'd probably
still
gain
get
it. He'd probably gain it. Yeah.
But what's crazy about that is it means that the Chaos Knight that's in your Disciples of Be'lakor is rerolling ones. Everything is. It's mad. You could do some. Yeah, that's very strong to have everything rerolling ones.
Yeah, so because you could even give that to another greater demon, right? Obviously, you can't have it in your same detachment, but you could have 2 detachments, right? Or 3 detachments.
Yeah, if they're not Disciples of Be'lakor, then yeah, you can do it. If you're doing it just as a demonic army,
Yeah.
then yeah, totally.
So he's also a psyker, so he can manifest 2 powers of your choice.
Only denies one, though. Very odd.
Only denies 1. He knows Smite and 2 psychic powers from the Noctic discipline. And then lastly, his Warlord trait. So he must have the one shown below. The Shadow Lord. In your command phase, select one friendly Demonica Core or Disciples of Bellicor unit, excluding vehicles, within 3 inches of this Warlord until the start of your next command phase. Each time a modern that unit makes an attack, you can reroll the hit roll. Right, so he's a chapter master of the demons, as opposed to the captain ability that he gets by default. Yeah, okay. He's as good as he was before, and it doesn't seem like they've toned him down at all.
Yeah, he's very, very strong. He is a... Yeah, he's very strong. That's all you can really say about him. That's very good. Well done, them. Bellicor continues to be Bellicor. Goodness gracious.
He's good. There's 2 extra data sheets here, which
Do we want to talk about
the
those?
only
The Demon
generic
Prince
ones.
and
The Demon
Soul
Prince
Grinder?
and the Soul Grinder. I mean, maybe the Demon Prince is worth talking about if you want to.
It's a Demon Prince, right?
Weirdly, it's the old model, so this was obviously done before.
Well, yeah.
I mean, the new one's not out yet, so it sort of makes sense.
Well, the plan, I believe, originally was that this was supposed to come out, obviously, before anyone leaked pictures of the new Demon Prince, but didn't go that way. But, yeah, I mean, I'm not too worried about talking about Demon Princes and Soul Grinders at this point. I think we've probably... I mean, this is way more
They're
data
very
sheets
iconic, and they're probably going to be decent. Right.
Of course. Look, I think that almost certainly is enough demon, readings to give a pretty fair appraisal of the overall book. I think.
Are we going to talk about Disciples of Bellicor?
We did. We talked about it at the start. You said what it was, didn't you?
Oh no! I mean,
Renown.
are we actually going to go through the Armies of Renowned rules?
Nah.
You're like, no.
Right.
We refer to the previous episode, Warzone. Whatever.
Well, it's basically
it was.
it's a very specific army for Bellicor that gets a bunch of buffs because it's Bellicor, but it gives you a lot of flavour.
Yeah, he's got a ton of restrictions.
Read it, Phil. Come on, real. Yeah, I know you want to.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm just looking at that. There's too much text. Like, there's a lot of reading to do.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. We've already been at this for this thing's going to be like forever long, isn't it? I mean, yeah, this is like
quite likely
an eternity.
Suffice to say, you've got a bunch of army restrictions, which basically in terms of your unit composition, you've got a ton of benefits that you get. Plus, you get 6 stratagems for him as well, which look all right, right? That is our summary. There we go.
There you go.
The book is done.
Whoosh. The book is done. Another one in the book. Look, I think here's the thing with demons, right? Like, it felt like to me that when the demon book came out, it didn't necessarily set people's heads spinning in the same way as obviously Voltan are at the moment. I mean, that's a whole nother conversation which we sort of get into in the outro, but to be honest with you, we don't really do it justice based on recent events. Did you hear that Germany have banned them from tournaments? That was quite funny.
Yes, although surely Germany's not one person, right? Or is there a collective that have got together to decide that all German tournaments, or is it?
It's just like I think the community,
the
there
German
probably
ITC or whatever maybe has come out to say that. I mean, it feels a bit knee jerk, but it'll be interesting.
I mean, the book's
to
not
see.
even out yet, right? I mean, but it does seem quite silly. Anyway, look, that's a whole nother story for a whole nother time. Demons. I think this is the book that demon players wanted. I don't think it's extraordinarily strong in layman terms. I think your average player with an average level of imagination will come up with some really fun, interesting lists. But I think there is enough nuance here and enough really interesting stuff in this that skilled players will be able to really bamboozle people. I think there's just a really beautiful mixture of units and compositions and abilities that in the hands of, great players, there's clearly a lot of amazing stuff that can be done. I wouldn't be surprised if Demons really came out from left field during the upcoming London Grand Tournament. Not that we often speculate on results of Grand Tournaments, but I feel like at this moment in time, there's a very real chance that Demons could surprise a lot of people there. I feel like at the moment, they've got a lot of great tools. I think they've been going under the radar just a little bit up to this point, and I think there's a lot there that could surprise people. And I think, honestly, it's a really exciting book that's genuinely, again, much like Chaos Space Marines, got me really excited about the prospect of both playing against and potentially one day mucking around with collecting the Forces of Chaos again. Because, I mean, the thing that's most exciting to me is the way they've integrated the whole range together. So the idea that I could be taking Chaos Space Marines, sprinkle in some Demons, chuck in some Chaos Knights, starts to really kind of take shape. And actually, for the first time ever, I genuinely believe that the rules accommodate building a force of chaos that is so much more in alignment with what my expectations around chaos is, which, as I've said many times, lots of cultists, the cultist leadership structure that's there now in Chaos Space Marines with the things they've got there. Super excited about all of that stuff. The possessed, all of the, spawns and mutated creatures combined with a few Chaos Space Marines, and then obviously having all the Neverborn, the demons sprawling out in all directions. I think you could definitely create some super thematic and very, very entertaining demon armies that will definitely deliver a lot of fun for their controlling players. And I think that's great. I think that's what Chaos have always wanted. I just think they want the freedom to be able to express the fullness of the lore and the literature that kind of fuels, the sort of mythos around Chaos. And I think this, in conjunction with Chaos Knights and ultimately Chaos Space Marines, alongside Thousand Suns, Death Guard, soon to be World Eaters, I think it's a really exciting time to be a Chaos player again, because I think you just got a lot of opportunities and options, and I think this is really fun. It's lovely to read 40k books and be enthusiastic about them. I think, and I think Chaos Demons do that in the same ways that Chaos Space Marines do. So, yeah, I mean, fair play to Games Workshop. The Summer of Chaos releases have been some of the best things they've done in a while. And I feel bad that all the attention is on Leagues of Votann at the moment and how silly they are, because, truth be told, like, the work they've done on these Chaos Space Marines and Demon releases really deserves more appreciation than they probably got. Well done. That's fantastic. And lastly, gorgeous book as well. Such incredible evocative artwork. Yeah, genuinely can't recommend it enough. I think it's a great time to be a demon player. What do you reckon, mate?
High praise. I kind of agree. It's I think in terms of the theming, it's really good. It's great, as you say, that you can finally fulfill your wildest imaginations when it comes to being a Chaos player, whether that's running the kind of quintessential kind of Space Marines with demon armies, which I remember long ago. So I remember when the Death Guard book came out, it was a bit like, well, where's all the cool Nurgling stuff to go with them? And it's like, okay, that's a separate book. I guess you could argue they could be integrated, but as a demon generic player, it does make them to have their own book that's completely separate. I think the theming's really good. I think the only downside is if you are a mono god faction for Chaos, you have a very limited model choice, potentially with the exception of Slaanesh, but it feels like they've got a load of weird chariot variants which boosts up the number of data sheets that they have in comparison to all the others. But otherwise it's almost like an AOS army or a Leagues of Votann 0.1. Like, the first release of Votann's very small and will probably get bigger over time, whereas it feels like all the Nurgle ones all the demons in isolation are actually quite small model ranges. But I don't think that's ever been a problem, because whenever I played against them, like I said, against Nurgle, it's always been like a ton of Plague Bearers and a Greater Demon and a tree and a couple of other things. And that feels very thematic at a 2,000 point level. Like, you don't maybe need lots of models. the idea of being able to do like an undivided force is really appealing. Like I'm going through that book, I'm like, oh, I could have a little bit of everything. But I feel like that only really works best at really large scales where you have almost like a dedicated, 1,000 points or, I don't think 500 points of each would necessarily do it all justice, right? Whereas I think you need almost like a bit more to do a proper undivided force. Unless, of course, you go down the Be'lakor route, which I think is the most appealing, right? Is to take Be'lakor and then a bunch of everything, plus a bunch of, a knight and some Chaos Marines and some other dudes. I think that would be really interesting. So I think they've done really well in that respect. And then as we talked about power level, it sort of feels very similar to what it was before, probably better for the generic demons. Obviously, Be'lakor doesn't seem to have changed at all. In terms of like the Slaanesh stuff, because I've played a few games against Big Phil and stuff, it feels like it's probably improved slightly, but not by a huge amount. There's probably more quality of life in terms of the abilities, relics, stratagems, and stuff like that have brought it up in level rather than necessarily the data sheets. Although, some of it's interesting. Like, I think loads of people decried about the whole demonic invulnerability and how silly that was and how it's like another version of an invuln save. It's like, I don't actually mind it, right? I think it's thematic. I like how it has a different save, whether it's from shooting in close combat, and the fact that actually it is immune from stuff that ignores invulnerable saves, at least I assume it is, it actually is a real benefit to them in the wider world that we're sort of living in, where there's almost too much ignores invuln stuff going around now in the later codexes.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think obviously there was a necessity to give them a mechanic that will, allow them to still, utilize their main gimmick in face of so much stuff ignoring invulns. Noting that Chaos Demons have quite an abundance of arsenals and weapons and things that does the same, right? Like there's a lot of stuff in that book that was ignoring invulns, right? So they're kind of demonstrating the necessity for that rule in their own range. But I think, to your point, mate, I think, between kind of like Mono God and Undivided and what you can kind of mix in, I think obviously now, because you can chuck in different battalions, you can really bring it to life in interesting ways. And I think, I think with the way that demons function, it's definitely an argument. And the Warp Storm mechanic is interesting. Not my favourite, because, again, it's another piece of administrative work. But it's still kind of cool that they've kind of got something that demonstrates that.
It's quite simple as well. It's not like the Thousand Suns where you've got to tot up all your like psychic potential amongst all your psychers to work out what this is just roll 8 dice and how many was it, 4 pluses? And then that's it. That seems really straightforward, and you do that at the beginning of your battle round or turn, I can't remember which now. That seems nice and easy, and then you've got a bit of choice in terms of what stuff you're going to do, and I guess most people would sort of plan their army around using a couple rather than all of them.
The only thing I would say about the Warp Storm stuff that I didn't really get a chance to talk about before, though, is I do miss some of the kind of more comedic qualities of it. Again, going back to 6th edition with the demons, there was a kind of infighting to the mechanic that became quite funny. So, like, if you did like a storm that was influenced predominantly by Tzeentch, it would have negative impacts on Khorne. And if you did something that was impacting like Slaanesh, it would have negative impacts on like Nurgle. So it was always like really funny that you'd roll for it and then it'd be like, oh, it's infused with Nurgle-y stuff. So as much as that's bad for your opponent, it also sucks if you happen to have some, maybe Slaanesh units in your army, which I thought sort of spoke to the kind of constant sort of struggle between the gods and their ongoing kind of feuds amongst themselves.
So one thing I just realised there seemed to be a lack of is in the past there used to be, it felt like whenever you did like a morale check, if you rolled like a 1, you would always get a bunch of models come back, and it feels like, was that like a generic ability, or was that like on the data sheet of specific units? Because it feels like that's not in there anymore.
Yeah, so that was sort of specifically linked to like icons, effectively. So that was like an ability that was given. But I think Games Workshop have since moved away from egregiously giving respawn abilities because of the fact that they obviously do carry kind of points implications. So
that's probably a good thing, because I remember that was one of the things where it was like, even though you're trying to churn through like a big blob, if they rolled well, it's like, okay, well, even more coming back, and that was always a bit painful. Limiting it to, as I said, relics and stratagems is probably a good way of going about it.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think I think they've struck a good balance, it's fair to say. But there we go. Also, yeah, final thoughts. The layout, if this is what the layout is to be going forwards, well done. It's a real delight to read.
I suspect it could just be because of the weird niche of how they've divvied up all the gods. Like,
I disagree though, because one of the things you may have not noticed that wasn't in there is secondaries. They don't have any match play secondaries in there.
Oh.
He's going to the book. He's looking.
Well, because so at the end is Crusade.
Yeah. But they don't have match play secondaries in there, which tells me that this is a.
But what happens if you don't want to play the latest version of the GT pack?
Well, then I guess you have to use just the generic secondaries.
Well, it's a bit odd. I mean, I it makes sense because they've removed them from the GT pack, but it almost feels like, from a consistency point of view, just keep them in there. But
could it mean, though, Phil, that in future editions, 10th maybe, which maybe this book has been built with 10th in mind, maybe we're not having secondaries as a default mechanic anymore?
Or it's
you only imagine.
Living the dream. Or it's just because they're in the GT pack now, and that's where they'll live forevermore, as you get one or two, or have many.
Yeah, but if they live there as the only place where they are,
then they can disappear. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Then fantastic. Let them stay there.
Interesting.
Look, I reckon that's enough on Demons, my friend. It's been a delight talking through them with you. Hopefully people have enjoyed it. Genuinely, it's a good book, and it really is the icing on the chaos cake, which is
because we really enjoyed the Chaos Codex. That was a good one.
Yeah, Chaos Space Marines, strong. Chaos Knights, there was some issues early doors trying to get my head around the whole kind of weird tilting kind of like... I can't even remember what it was called now, but the mechanic where it was like you were rolling from phase to phase of demonicness. But, once you kind of grasp that kind of system, it wasn't too tragic. And I think, the Chaos Knights are very, very strong, right? And... at least much stronger than the Imperial variants. So, I think this adds a lot of interesting stuff. I definitely won't be mucking around later on Battlescribe, contemplating lists. I would never do such a thing. That would not be wise. But genuinely, I think there's a real potential appetite to do something interesting with that. I think if I was to revisit Chaos, I'd probably try and revisit the Crimson Slaughter. I built up a real affinity for the Crimson Slaughter. Do you remember the Crimson Slaughter?
I do not.
So the Crimson Slaughter were the Chaos Space Marines that renegade Chaos Space Marines that fell to Chaos during the events of what was it called now? Dark. The 6th edition box set with Dark Angels. Dark Vengeance, yes. So they were the counterpart to the Dark Angels in the Dark Vengeance box set.
I remember them.
And they were really interesting because they were all red and berserk and crazy because they were driven mad and being essentially... It was almost like World Eaters in the sense that they had, like, rather than having the nails that were driving them to, do, further acts of violence, they were just kind of... riddled with this pain and this hunger that could only be satisfied by killing. And they were just driven mad. But everyone all assumed because of that they were like a Khorne thing, but they were actually Tzeentch, which I always thought was quite funny.
Yeah, because they had a sorcerer, didn't they?
They did have sorcerers, and but it's because because obviously Tzeentch is the Lord of Change, and he was changing and mutating them, so they had a lot of had a lot of possessed and all that kind of stuff, and had a lot more kind of baroque, kind of crazy mutated armor because they were just really, really struggling with the changes that Tzeentch was placing upon them. So I really liked that concept in that army. So maybe.
I think cultists, like obviously you got the new cultists plus the new like cultist possessed models alongside demons would look really good, I think.
The only thing with the Crimson Slaughter is that they didn't really muck around with cultists all that much. No. They were because there's a renegade chapter of Space Marines that were on the killing spree. They didn't really worry too much about cultists. It wasn't really their jam. Although weirdly, I feel like the cultist kit was actually sold alongside them.
It was, yeah. You got the plastic cultists, and then a couple of Space Marines, and then the Chaos Lord with his little familiar.
Oh, you're not wrong. So maybe I'm wrong about that cultist assertion. Maybe they were well in with cultists.
I think every Space Marine chapter will use cultists in some fashion, even because they love a bit of cannon fodder, don't they? Those Chaos Marines.
Yeah. Well, maybe. I mean, maybe if they are even more cultist centric. Maybe then I need to strongly consider these things, get my cultists going.
Hashtag New Year, New Army 2023.
Maybe. RFW free, baby.
Oh, do it, Dan.
Do it. Well, got things going on otherwise, so we'll let those resolve, and then I've got a lot of Warhammer I need to sell. I'm thinking of just chucking it all on eBay in one lot and just being like, let's just get rid of it and see what I get for it. But maybe I'll plug it on this podcast in an intro and be like, hey guys, just so you know, I'm going to sell all of this. Someone buy it off me, please. Because at the moment, it's just been hell trying to get rid of it all. Anyway, there you go. Because I do need to get rid of it all because I just got boxes of it doing nothing. I mean, around me is just sprues and... I haven't actually sat down to build Warhammer properly in months, just because I've just been so busy with all sorts of things. But there you go. Here's what it is. Grumble, grumble. Chaos Demons. Much approved. Anything from you, Phil?
5-star.
Transitional noise. All right, all, it's the end of the show where me and Phil have general chit-chat about things which is going on in the general hobby as well as our own day-to-day lives. You're right, Phil? Did you enjoy that podcast that we haven't recorded yet?
I'm sure I will.
Yes. Never a dull moment when talking through a Codex. Am I right?
Well, that is actually true. I forgot it was the Codex. Yeah, what a great episode. What a great episode of 5+ hours talking about Chaos Demons. It was a blast. Although saying that, the last few have been pretty good fun. So, I'm actually more looking forward. Not that I've actually... We haven't actually done the Chaos Demons one yet, as we've alluded to, but I'm sure it'll be fun. However, I'm more looking forward to the Leagues of Votann, because, as I've always said, I do like squats, even though these aren't really squats.
Are you trying to kind of go back on all of the things you've said about the range of squats up until this point?
Well, no, and the thing is, I've publicly stated it on a post on Instagram very recently that I think they are slightly growing on me to an extent, only a small extent. Basically, having seen other like members of the community, the privileged ones that get sent the early access copies for them to paint up. Well, I don't think they're leaking them, but they're painting up their own models, right?
Someone is.
Some of those look pretty good. Like, they've done good paint jobs on them, and they've converted them up, and they look more interesting than how they look in the sort of standard promo artwork that we've seen so far. And as I said before, actually, the actual artwork looks phenomenal. I think they look really great there, but it's how that gets translated to a model that just somehow gets lost in translation. I think it's like the heroic scale and the proportions just change and then maybe it's the way the model is posed, or the angle of the photo plus the colour scheme, I don't think have done it justice. So I've always had that caveat of I'll wait till I see it in person. And I think when I see some of them in person, I'll be like, these are cool. Because I do think the bog standard troops look pretty good.
They're okay.
I quite like them. I just wish they would probably lean more into that weird NASA look if they're going to do it. Let's not dwell on it too much. But I think some of it does look good. I don't think I'm going to suddenly love the trikes anytime soon, because they just look a bit rubbish to me still. And I imagine they forever will. And if there's a day when I say I love them, Dan, that's when you know I've been taken over by the mind aliens and they've possessed me.
I mean, I think we both said at various points that it's almost certain that people will do things with those kits that make them look incredible, right? Like, there will definitely be painters out there who are making gorgeous League sort of Voltan models, but the miniatures themselves have been relatively underwhelming in places. Not all of them, but a great many of them have not really excited me up until this point. And, you know, although I'm seeing some really gorgeous, like, orange and yellow and red colour schemes that people are doing with them that all look very, very cool, it's still, it's not grabbing my attention in the same way as, other ranges have done. But, look, I think the thing that's really interesting about Leagues of Voltan at the moment, though, is it seems like the only people who are really, 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 really into them at the moment is, like, the super competitive scene. It seems like, and it's the weirdest thing watching it happen, right? Like, I appreciate it's been a while since, like, a competitive book has come along that's been this necessarily strong as people are alluding to. We haven't read it yet, so we don't know. Despite it being leaked everywhere, I can't be bothered to read it. And I will save my opinions until we get the book in our hands and review it for this pod. But it just seems interesting because the majority of people who seem to be excited about it are the competitive guys who all seem to be falling over themselves to buy it just because obviously they want to win whatever big tournament's coming up next. I suspect for us here in the UK and Europe, that might be the London Grand Tournament. But yeah, like, it feels like the usual kind of competitive spokespeople are getting all really, really excited about this book. And I think in a way it's interesting because it demonstrates to me how far I've gone in terms of my hobby journey and how little I currently care about competitive 40k, because, like, it literally couldn't even care less about the rules for these guys or what they're going to do on the tabletop. I'm just so beyond worrying about super competitive 40k that I'm just like, oh, cool, yeah, whatever. So I guess people will be winning with them. Great. It's like, it's just an interesting thing to watch, with a bit more of a kind of, with a bit more of a removed viewpoint.
Yeah, like a step back from that competitive mindset and more of the general, I guess, holistic, like hobby view of it. And
it's weird though, isn't it? Right, because it's like, I accept now that, I think if you want to be good at competitive 40k, you have to basically, well, if you really want to be good at competitive 40k, you've got to get to a point where you are in the inner circle of playtesters and or previewers that get things early, so as you can be in a position to have built everything before anyone else has a chance, and then, show up and exploit the 2 months of power that you get to enjoy before the new book comes along, or the scene works out kind of counters, or there is a degree of neutralizing that goes on through FAQs, erratas, and balanced data slates, etc. But that's the thing. It feels like now in the competitive scene, unless you happen to be one of the high-ranking influencers that are giving everything in advance, it doesn't really feel like very many other people have a sniff anymore, because essentially the way you stay good at competitive 40k is you need to basically have Games Workshop send you everything for free, or be in a privileged position where you are able to get people to, paint your stuff for you or whatever. You basically need to be able to churn through it, spend hundreds of quid and ride it for like 2 months and then be ready to move on to the next thing.
I'm sure there are people that do well that aren't like a playtester or an affiliate of Games Workshop or a preview person, but you've got to spend a lot of money, right? And you're going to recycle your armies. There are people that turn up to tournaments with barely painted armies that are sort of quickly base coated, done sort of a bit haphazardly, and then will probably be flogging that army after that tournament because they're then on to the next thing. And if some people find enjoyment out of that, to me that's not the hobby that I would enjoy. And it seems madness that people
that in the past.
Want to do that.
I have enjoyed it in the past. It's just the thing is I think I've just gotten to the end of that meat grinder where I'm like, chasing that is really tough.
I imagine there is an excitement to it, and people do get really competitive and like, oh, I want to do well, and they get that sort of burning fire of enthusiasm to do that. But as you say, I think they burn out quite quickly, and even after probably 6 months to a year, people are like, okay, is this what it is? Is this what I've got to maintain constantly? Because especially with 8th and 9th edition, you've had a very steady flow of codexes, pretty much non-stop. And what will be interesting is once Guard come out, it is probably only going to be like a 6-month window, but you've got a period where there are no new codexes coming out. What are those competitive people going to lean on to do well? I suspect there will be other books, sort of like a Psychic Awakening type vibes, that will drip feed a couple of new models plus a bunch of new rules for people to stay competitive. But we've been saying it for a long time about how people who are playtesters have an obscene advantage ahead of other people. And you could fix it quite simply one of two ways. Either A, ban those people from tournaments, which everyone would, well, not everyone, those people would probably say that's unfair, even though they do have an actual advantage. Or B, not let codexes be playable until an FAQ has come out for them. Because by that time, that is a good 1-2 months after the codex has come out, by which time everyone else has had a fair chance to build and paint up an army, especially if it's a new one like Votan. But also, chances are the egregious problematic areas of that codex have hopefully been fixed as well. So they're not getting that sort of obscene advantage by having that sort of either free stuff or just early access to rules. So that would fix it, I would have thought.
I think in some instances, though, as well, I think a great many of the kind of main spokespeople, people who kind of dictate what the rules are and how competitive should be, the leaders of the competitive scene are often the ones that are themselves benefiting from this kind of, tilted system, as it were. So it's often the case that the people who could and should probably advocate for a better, more fair competitive scene are the ones that benefit from it being like this. So they ultimately enjoy maintaining what they have, which is fair enough, right? Like I get where people are coming from with that kind of stuff, and I understand that actually having these churn of books is actually probably better for the for the health of the scene, because it means that things are always changing and stuff is happening. But I think it's a shame in other ways, though, because I think it removes some of the experimentation and create situations where you're always just kind of chasing that next high, that next broken thing. And anyway, it's just been really interesting with leagues just to watch the sort of competitive scene, get excited about it. And as I understand it, the website for Games Workshop was pretty busy yesterday with people obviously getting in there to get their box sets. And I mean, that's fantastic, right? Like, regardless of the motivation, if Games Workshop are selling squats, if people are liking them, if it's a successful launch for them, I'm really happy for them. I'm really happy for the people in the competitive scene who are getting a powerful book that they are excited to play. Like, I'm not suggesting that this is a negative. I'm just saying that it's an interesting time within the kind of community, because I think weirdly squats have ended up in this weird sort of divisive place where the miniatures have been met with mixed feelings. Maybe I speak from a blinkered perspective because I myself have had mixed feelings towards that range. But I've heard those feelings echoed by many other hobbyists, many other painters who paint at an extraordinarily high level, far more accomplished than my own. So I've heard a lot of mixed emotions about this release from that side of the community. And again, it goes back to what we were talking about when we were talking about the leaks, which was that, is there a chance that, this is played into Games Workshop's hands, that people have obviously been able to get hold of these leaks and become excited about how strong this army is and are now falling over themselves to get it because, again, the London Grand Tournament's coming up. So, really need those squats because they're going to be the things that take me to the top.
But it's weird even with that because it's like you're not even getting the full range of the squats. You're getting the army box, which is very small. It's like mostly infantry plus the hovertrikes and a couple of characters, right? It's not probably most of the good stuff because it seems like the Hekaton Land Fortress is one thing that people are raving about. It'd be interesting to see how that actually plays in practicality because I feel like even if the rules are quite good, it's just too big a model to be practically move around the table. But then I don't actually know the actual scale of it, right? Like you see pictures of it.
I mean,
it feels like it's
Land Raider size.
Land Raider size, if not bigger. It's definitely taller, I would say. But it'd be interesting to see how big it actually is on, in comparison to other stuff.
Yeah. Well, look, regardless, I think, it's interesting. It's an interesting time with Leagues of Voltan, I think, or the squats, as we otherwise call them. Obviously, it's amazing to see the incredible stuff that people are doing from a painting perspective. It's just interesting to kind of also see how the competitive scene is sort of taking to them and just how mad they are. I mean, it seems like mechanic-wise, they've got a few very strange, decisions which are just a bit odd. I hear that you can't reroll to wound against them at all. And that they have a mechanic where they auto wound on numbers decreasing down.
Yeah, so they previewed that that's like the grudge token system. So by default, I think it's a 6 to hit auto wounds, which is like as I said in the previous episode, like it's like the guard mechanic for the balanced status slate. Whereas if you've got another grudge token on it, it's like a hit of a 5 auto wounds, and then you can go up to like a hit of a 4 auto wounds, which is crazy strong, especially with some of their like high strength single shot weapons. And I think the more interesting thing, and this is, we can discuss it now because they previewed it, but I'm sure we'll get into it more in detail in the actual Codex episode, is they've got a ton of unique weapon profiles and actual actual weapon types. So they don't use like heavy rapid fire assault weapons. They've got their own types, which is sort of puzzling that they've introduced them into just this one codex, especially when some of them could easily be on others. So they've got like a beam weapon, which is a concept that's been used a bunch of times, but here it's like a specific type where, you draw a line from one unit to the firing model and everything under that line gets hit. You've got I can't remember what it's called. It's like something like High Las or something. It's basically a standard weapon. It's like a heavy weapon that doesn't have a heavy weapon negative. Like you can move and still shoot, but it's not rapid fire and it's not assault. It's just, it does this many shots. No matter, like, you can move and you can shoot, but obviously you can't advance and shoot, as far as I'm aware. And it's quite interesting because I was like, why isn't that just in the game as a default weapon type for everyone? Like, why has every gun got to have a sort of mechanic? Whereas this is almost like it's just a standard weapon. You can move and you can shoot it, and that's the number of shots you do. There's no gimmick to it. And it's interesting that it's only until now that they've actually introduced that into the game, specifically for them.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's a shame, though, as well, isn't it, that in this version of the game that they've started, again, adding layers of complexity even into weapon profile types, right? Where it's like before...
Oh, it was Daka was the first one that they added in.
Yeah, Daka was the first one, yeah. And They've even done it to like saves now with demon saves, and they've, you know, they're layering it in ways that it's like, again, it beautifully illustrates how little the core rules of this game really matter, in the sense that, like, it's like literally you may as well really now say with the core rules, it's just, this is how movement works. This is the broad concepts around shooting and wounding. And this is the assault phase, which is, I suppose, all it is.
But everything is subject to change based on your particular rule set. And I think in part that is because they, from 8th edition, tried to shrink the rules down to that, like, 4 pages, or was it even? Yeah, it was 4 pages, wasn't it? Yeah. And they were like, okay, let's shrink everything down. So that means, okay, well, we've just got to cut stuff out. And where do we put that? They haven't removed it from the game. They've just moved it from the core rules to an individual codex. But obviously that ends up, you know, having a lot of repetition throughout all of those codexes, where, you know, you could argue, well, that's where universal special rules were good and quite useful. Although the criticism I've seen about the new Horus Heresy book is a bunch of those universal special rules aren't in the core rule book. There's some there, which is like the main ones, but then every army book, like the Liber Astartes, Liber Hereticus, all have some universal special rules in those ones as well. So if you're a Space Marine player, you're potentially looking in 2 different books for your universal special rules, and it's not obvious where they are. Whereas if they were just all in the core rule book, even though that would make it bigger, ultimately, you know, you've got one source to go to look for those special rules. Whereas now it's sort of like they've done it the extreme opposite end, where it's just all in the codex for your book, but your book may be completely different to your opponent's book. So every rule is always different.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I know we've said it a lot here, but it's, you know, it's interesting how much 8th/9th edition has divorced itself from any real kind of like core mechanics, and it's all about the data sheet now, isn't it? It's like, as I keep saying, it's a 3-dimensional Magic the Gathering. It you know, the models and where they reside are ultimately, you know, kind of indicators of abilities, which are ultimately then implemented in conjunction with what it says on your data sheet, ultimately. And you know, it used to be that, you know, don't get me wrong, it used to be that the Warhammer was, you know, a war game with a lot of weird nuance and very odd kind of scenarios as a result of its ever-expanding range. I think one of the advantages of games like Bolt Action is that Bolt Action only has to account for infantry, fighting infantry against tanks, and then if they want, they can sprinkle a bit of planes in, but the rules they've got for planes are relatively unintrusive.
You are calling in an airstrike that does a strafing run, and you get a chance with your anti-aircraft to shoot at it before it can do its attack run. That's normally like a once per game ability, doing the actual attack run. So it's not something you'll be doing every single turn. It's not something that's flying around the table like it is in 40k and stuff. So yeah, I think the way they've done it is much more streamlined, but it's easier to do for them because it's all historically based, where, as you say, it's infantry v infantry, and, you know, tanks are there as well. Yeah. And that's kind of all they have to worry about. They don't have to worry about galactic space bugs or giant gods and things like that.
But that was the thing with 40k of old, right? Up until 5th edition, the game was all infantry, big monsters and tanks, right? Like that was it, right? It was infantry, cavalry, bikes,
you had
jump
swarms
infantry
as well.
Yeah, swarms, but the point is, it was mostly stuff on foot, stuff on wheels or on 4 feet, and stuff in bigger vehicles, or stuff that was
and stuff like that.
Skimmers, which were like whatever. But the point was, even that I suppose is pretty expansive. But the moment they went, oh, and here's super heavies, oh, and here's flyers, and here's
fortifications,
fortifications, and it just, and I understand why 8th and 9th were essentially what they needed to create, because the system-based gameplay mechanics that fuel older editions don't work with all of this, you know, size and scale and things. It doesn't function in that way. So it makes sense that they did what they did. It would just be nice to see some consistent system mechanics in it, even though I know that it's difficult, as I've already outlined. I just think, I like that kind of consistency because it just helps with the flow of gameplay. So when you start going, oh, here's a new weapon that operates completely differently from all other weapons, it's like, it's like, surely within rapid fire, assault, heavy, and pistol, melee, but within those 5 categories should incorporate all of it, right? But I guess it doesn't anymore, so fair enough.
No, that's true. What was interesting, so I, despite dunking on it, I think in the last episode, have been reading the latest issue of White Dwarf. And there was quite an interesting article on that. And it was talking about the game of 40k and how models should represent visually, effectively like WYSIWYG, but more meta WYSIWYG, what everything does. So the idea was, if you look at a unit and it's got a big gun in it, that big gun should probably be like a cool anti-tank weapon. And if you look at a big vehicle, that's tough and durable, so therefore has either got high toughness or high wounds. And basically the idea is you should be able to visually, at a glance, look at someone's army and know roughly what everything does in terms of its power level. They were like, oh yes, if you've got a big floating, is it like homunculus? The big ones that Joe likes. Or for his Dark Elder. The Talos, yeah. If you've got them, you should know they should be more scary than some infantry, because they're big and scary looking. And I was thinking about it, and I was like, to an extent they're right, but at the same time, they're completely wrong as well, because quite often, especially when it comes to like Elder or Drakari especially, half the time I've just got no idea what the stuff does. And actually the really scary stuff is the swarm of 10 plus like tiny ladies on foot that are just running around being murder machines with their nets and stuff, and not actually the big scary looking models that, while are tough and durable, maybe aren't that scary in close combat in comparison to some of the other units. So I appreciated that the designer of 40k was basically saying, yes, everything should visually represent how good it is in the game. I sometimes think, especially maybe with the more Xenos stuff, that it's actually really hard to tell that, and the intention behind it is great, but I don't think they've done it very well in the game. At least because the amount of times I always ask my opponents, okay, what have you got what's good at anti-tank, what's good at killing infantry? It's like, I've got to ask them that. I can't just visually tell it from looking at their army. I think when it comes to Space Marines, it's pretty obvious actually. Things like Space Marines and Guard are pretty self-explanatory because they're almost like the most realistic real world sort of comparisons. But when it comes to sort of more esoteric parts of people's armies, that's not actually the case. And as you say, like in terms of it being like a card game, it's like, well, one unit could be pretty average, but as soon as you apply a bunch of stratagems to it, it could suddenly become way better than it's visually indicating that it is.
I think, I mean, it's lovely to hear him say that, but it's not. You're absolutely right. It's not true, for one, and for two, again, one of their major issues with the way that this edition plays is that it's all about the number, right? Like, it, as has been established through 8th and throughout 9th, although they have done better, because what they have essentially done to kind of answer this problem was try and increase lethality within certain like weapon types and so on and so forth. Like the blast special rule was introduced as a means of trying to address some of these problems, but the reality of the situation is still the same, which is that numeracy often will trump all other attributes, as it were. If you have more numbers, you will always perform stronger. That
I think is like an inherent, almost like a flaw.
Yes,
of the
it is
whole
a massive
system,
flaw of the
right?
system,
and that's just because it's a dice number.
But it wasn't a flaw
when you
of
have
the system
like,
of old. The system of old had very sophisticated mechanics that actually managed numbers. Numbers in the old editions were a negative. Normally, you wanted minimum-sized units. You very rarely wanted big volume, and also elite units had a lethality to them that countered the numerous unit. If you swarmed a unit of incubi with 30 orcs in 5th or 6th or 7th edition, though admittedly, I mean, that's a bad example because orcs had a bunch of leadership things that made it difficult for them to be removed. So let's change the example and go, if you had 30, God, Gretchen doesn't seem like an appropriate example, but yeah, I don't know, if you had like 20 Necron warriors, because you used to get them in squads of 20, I believe, and they swarmed around some incubi. In the current edition, those incubi are in for a long night because those Necrons aren't going anywhere because they're getting back up and you can't do enough attacks to kill them all, and then ultimately they've got high leadership and it doesn't even matter because only a portion of them are going to run away anyway, because it's all, So basically, it turns into one of those things where a 20-man unit that maybe costs you 200 points, or maybe 150 points, will run into a 200-point unit, and although it's not necessarily winning, it's doing well enough, and because of the attrition of numbers, eventually it will probably end up being in a more advantageous position. Whereas in the old edition, the incubi would go, "Well, I'm initiative 5 and weapon skill 5. What are you?" "I'm initiative 2 and weapon skill 3. Cool. Slice you up. Roll a leadership test. Okay. You're minus, I don't know, say like 7 of them died to that initial barrage of attacks. And be like, okay, well, minus 7 to your leadership. You're running away. Your initiative is 2. My initiative is 5. I roll a 3. You roll a 4. Oh dear. I've chopped you all down. So the whole unit's gone, right? Like that was a mechanic that helped manage those problems and made elite units feel elite, whereas now it's like doesn't really matter if that's an elite unit because it's just been hit by 20 of something, and although it might kill 10 of that something, it's still going to be stuck there dealing with it, for turns to come.
Yeah, I think in part it's also due to the weight of numbers is a big thing because you have so many benefits that trigger on like an unmodified hit roll or a wound roll of a 6. So therefore, it doesn't matter that your ballistics is only a 5. If you can give yourself all re-rolls, it's like, cool, no matter what, I'm just looking for those 6s. Even like Space Marines that hit on 3s, sometimes you're like, cool, I'm going to re-roll the 3s, the 4s and the 5s because I want a 6, because a 6 is a mortal wound or it's something. So actually it's just that fishing for a number sort of breaks the game, and as you said, the reason why that wasn't very prevalent in previous editions is just because they don't really have those mechanics. You occasionally had stuff like, a wound roll of a 6 gave you like rending or something, and you'd get better AP and stuff, but it's not as prevalent as it is where pretty much most armies do have that kind of aim mechanic where you just want volume of shots and it doesn't necessarily matter what the strength is, stuff like that. So yeah, it's interesting to see what they were saying. They also talked about, terrain being a big factor of the game, almost as if it was designed by intention. And I remember reading that bit of the article going, well, that's wrong. Basically, people have added terrain into the game because of how lethal the game was, not, as a mechanic that you deliberately designed. And it felt like obviously obscuring was a reaction to that to make line of sight more important as well, which is what they were then claiming was their, visually makes sense. If you can't see it, you can't shoot at it. And it's like, well, yes, but that's always been part of the game. In fact, it was more accurate in older editions because if if there was one guy poking his head around the corner of as part of a unit, you could actually only kill that one guy that was visible to your unit. Whereas now it's like, cool, I can actually technically kill the whole unit, even though I can only see one of them. So weirdly, line of sight they were claiming is more representative, but actually I think it's less representative of real life mechanics and how it kind of would work as a sort of more as a tabletop simulation.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right, mate. I think it's really interesting how they've developed all of this, and to suggest that terrain, But I think this is the problem. I think, I don't know what I'm trying to say at this point. All I'm going to say is I hope they get it better, and I hope they get it right in 10th edition, because I feel like and again, this might be a bit of an extreme statement, but I feel like 40k is on a bit of a knife edge in terms of its in terms of where it's at right now. I think a large percentage of people have fallen out of love with the game, and I think they're finding it challenging to keep on playing with the way things are. And I think when people hear about how amazingly ridiculous the Leagues of Voltan are, they're not going, "Oh man, I gotta go out and get it." They're going, "Of course, this game's mad." It's just sort of that thing where it's like, ugh.
Yeah. No, I think that's right, and it'll be interesting because 10th edition will either put people off 40k, not necessarily for good, but for a long period of time if it's not good, or it will draw those people back in. Because I think 8th edition got loads of new players or old players that haven't played for a long period of time back into the game, and then it felt like it was having a bit of a renaissance because the rules were pretty easy to pick up and everything felt a lot more balanced, even though there were broken stuff, and it felt like you were on a journey with Games Workshop where they were releasing new rules every few months with the kind of quarterly updates and stuff, and it felt like you were on a journey with them to sort of almost like play test the game, and it was quite a fun period of time, and it felt like they've ditched that concept for 9th and gone, here it is. But each new codex would come along and fundamentally change how the game works for that army and break stuff, and the power level would go up and stuff. So it'd be interesting what they do with 10th, if it brings people back or puts people off. I saw Dave from Mini Wargaming do a tweet a few days ago asking people what they thought of the kind of current state of the game of 40k. And I had a quick flick through the comments, and so many of them were basically like, yeah, I'm just done with the game. Like, it's the power creep, it's the constant churn of new rules, or the speed at which, rules are always changing, whether that's the balance update or what have you. But I think most people were still like, but I still love 40k, I still love the setting of it, I still love buying and painting my models. But I think a lot of people are just put off by the actual game as it stands. And, I think a lot of people we know sort of feel quite
totally
similar to that, where it's like, yeah, we always love 40k no matter what. But whether you love 40k, the game, is very different from the other hobby aspects of 40k. And it'd be interesting to see how that gets addressed or changed in 10th edition.
And again, to be completely transparent, I'm pulling for it. I want it to be massively successful. It is my keen desire that 40k go from strength to strength, and I am super hopeful that 10th edition is going to be incredible, because the last person who wants to be unhappy about the state of the game is me, because I have always been a keen 40k player. I have always loved it. I love the community. I love being involved in it. I think it is a really enriching, life-enhancing thing that I have that, really makes me very happy. So I desperately want 40k to be good again. Not that I don't necessarily think it's extraordinarily bad right now. It's just that it's hard to defend it at the moment. And like you said, Phil, when you hear the sentiment from the wider community and we get statements like, I love it, but and yeah, I think that's the shame of it. I just want it to be, I wanted to be universally great again. And again, I've always said 5th edition is definitely one of my favourite editions. But I probably had, all things being equal, the most fun playing 8th. Yeah.
That's fair enough. I think 8th was a fun period of time, and I don't know if that's just because that was actually we were quite established at playing 40k and going to Warhammer World on a regular basis by then, because we sort of, I got back into it in like tail end of 6, all of 7th. So 8th was a really interesting time. Probably. Did I have the most interesting stories? There was a great interview recently. Not Rick Priestley. It was
Alessio,
the other guy. He works for Warlord. He's one of the ex Games Workshop guys. That works for Warlord Games. So Warlord Games has just had their big kind of Warhammer Fest, like their Warlord Games Day, and there was a bunch of interviews with that, and one of the guys asked, they were talking about like rules that kind of break, that are just a bit busted, right? And he was talking about vortex grenades and other stuff. Talking about vortex grenades back in like 2nd, 3rd edition. He was like, they were kind of awful. They broke the game. It was like, oh yes, I've hit your really elite unit or vehicle with your elite unit inside, and it's just dead. Like, so it's off the table, it's completely removed. And he's like, that's kind of a terrible thing to happen to you. But he's like, but it's also really memorable. And it's like these memorable stories that you have with the kind of busted rules of the stuff that he's like, sort of like, so long as it's fun and memorable, that kind of sometimes trumps it being actually a good rule. So he was saying, if you're going to write a bad rule for a game, make sure it's enjoyable. Well, not necessarily enjoyable. Make sure it's memorable, I think was his takeaway point. And that was, was it Andy Chambers? Might have been Andy Chambers. I can't remember. I do apologise. If you go to the Warlord Games YouTube channel, there's a bunch of like interviews and stuff out there at the moment. So just go have a look because it was there, and that was quite interesting because they're all obviously all ex Games Workshop employees, so they all have little snippets of stories about the older days of Games Workshop on 40k and stuff. So that was an insightful piece of commentary about a rules mechanic of if it's not good, make it memorable. So it's like, oh, that's interesting. So it does make you go sometimes where you used to hate certain rules, and even to this day we always kind of say, yeah, pie plates and templates were sort of bad, but at the same time I do have a real fond memory of it, which is why they made it into our list of things we're glad to see back in Horus Heresy, because like I do remember really enjoying them, even though they were often a source of arguments about what's actually under it or where it's scattering to and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think legitimately the pie plate issue was very real, and but I think at the same point, you know, often in my opinion with that stuff, the pros did feel like it sort of outweighed the cons, and not having them there is does feel like a loss. I mean, I definitely remember the tactile delight, as it were, of you know, when I was a kid trying to work out what guns it were that fired the massive template, like, you know, when you got like the old 2nd edition template, you know, push out card ones. You're like, what fires this?
Oh, right, yeah.
You know, like I need to find the guns that use the heavy flamer template. I need to find the guns that use the large blast. These are the things I want in my army. Not realizing that a lot of those massive templates actually had quite low strength, which was kind of a weird thing. It was always like, oh, this is strength 4, whereas the small one's strength 10. You're like, what? But it's the bigger blast.
Yeah, it sort of feels counterintuitive, but you're right. I think the bigger blast is more like shrapnel rather than like a concentrated explosion. And
I mean, they
like
did
that,
start adding like loads of weird mechanics where they're like, oh, if you're in the central circle, then you've got, you know, that's the X damage.
Yes, more damage.
Oh god. But again, I mean, you know, he's absolutely right, though. The Vortex Grenade was an interesting rule back in the day. The one I always remember was the Graviton gun. Do you remember the Graviton gun, Phil, from 2nd edition?
I do, because I converted one up for, weirdly, a Space Marine, because back in the day I had it wasn't even an army, it was a unit of Legion of the Damned plus a couple of characters that I converted up, which was funny because I always thought Minotaurs was my first Space Marine army, and then I remembered back in the day I did have a very small Space Marine force back in, a 2nd edition. It would
well, the Graviton gun was tremendous because you could put it on a Tech Marine. And the Tech Marine was great because he had ballistic skill 5, which in modern 40k terminology is ballistic skill 2+. And then you could also give him a jump pack. And the Graviton gun was crazy, which was literally you hit the thing you're shooting at, and then it puts it and then it had to roll like a toughness test or something. In fact, I don't even think there was a toughness test. I think it was literally if you hit something with a Graviton gun, they basically are put into like a little gravity whale, and then basically just sent off.
I thought it was you wounded it on its save roll.
No, so you're thinking about Graviton guns as they were in like 6th, 7th edition when they introduced them there. Back in 2nd edition, it was a war gear card. It was literally a 6-inch range pistol, and it was just a one-shot kill. So you could run up to like, I don't know, a really double-hard character and be like, "There's Marnius Calgar. gravity gun, and then it was just like, bye, Marnius, as he floats off into the moon. It was like, I loved it. It was so dumb. But again, to your point, really broken mechanically, but you could build it in. And yeah, like the one I always used to use as well was I always used to put a vortex grenade on my warp spider Exarch. So I would always punt my warp spider Exarch up the other end and go, vortex grenade, and then just.
No, nice. Yeah, because I think he was relating it to another game that they do. I can't remember which one it was, but they were sort of saying one of the balancing mechanics is to make it like you can't pick these weapons. Like they're randomly drawn from like a deck at the beginning of a game that you can then assign to characters. So yeah, the vortex grenade or whatever their equivalent is in there, but you can't always choose it, and it just spices up the game when someone does draw it for their army. Because yes, it's going to be really powerful, but it's a one-shot weapon, and you're not always guaranteed to get it and stuff like that. So
no, agreed.
I do like it when they.
Well, there you go. Look where Leagues of Votann took us, Phil. You know, somewhere else we went recently, in the name of mystery. Me and Phil did one of them big open world immersive experience. Yeah, the open world adventure of Phantom Peak. We did that the other day. I actually took a photo of us, Phil, in situ, and then posted it on the gram. And people had asked me to, talk about it in this podcast. So this is why I'm doing it quickly.
Oh, okay.
So basically, it's in London somewhere. Alexander something.
Canada Water.
That's it. So you go to Canada Water.
So.
East London, and then you basically go to a place where a bunch of actors are sprinkled around a Western-themed, kind of like American Western-themed facility that ultimately is filled with mysteries. So there's loads of like interactive elements to it.
Yeah.
It was super fun, to be fair. I mean, pretty fresh in my memory. But yeah, it was a nice way to spend 5 hours or whatever it was. Was it 5 hours or 4 hours?
Yeah, no, it was 5 hours, yeah, because it's time, so it's only available Friday to Sunday, and you can do like a 5-hour slot. So I guess there's a 12 till 5 and a 5 till 10, which is the one we did. And when we got there initially, it was rammed, right? And the basically throughout the middle, it's basically like an L shape. Not a walnut, but an L shape kind of path that you can go down. There's like shops and arcades lining most of them, or like restaurants and bars. But it's a very narrow path because through the middle is like a little stream, and at the end is like a very miniature lake, like a giant paddling pool. And there's a few little offshoots. So there's Old Town, which is like a little cave where there's like a bank and a destroyed blimp of all things. But really great fun. Very narrow corridor. So it was a bit of a squeeze initially, but I think over time people weren't just blocking the entrance area and filtered out throughout the whole place. So it got a little bit better to move around a bit later on. But yeah, there's an app that you use to put in codes so that sends you on one of the 15 adventures or quest lines, I guess, if you want to call it that. You use an app which gives you prompts to go somewhere. You might get a code that you then either need to put in back to the app to send you to the next place. You end up speaking to actors. There's a bunch of different like interactive video screens which will either play you a video, or if you go to the post office you'll get a message from someone that way, or there's a telegram office so you can send a telegram, and there's lots of little sort of mini games that you can do as well. You can try and become a citizen by getting little free rosettes, and you get a rosette for winning a game. We never did that because they're actually incredibly difficult to hit the score that you need. So one of them was like a Simon Says game, but you need to do effectively 15 rounds of that to succeed. We also did Feed the Mare, which was a fun one where you're chucking like softball tomatoes at a giant face, and you got to hit the tongue. And you need to do that, I think, 15 as well.
No, that was
actually,
22 times.
We got 22, insane. That was it.
Yeah.
I got to 12, and I thought I did pretty well at that. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that was great fun, and it's the sort of place I've always imagined, like, oh, this would be a great thing to do, where you can go on like little quest lines and have interactive experiences with actors and stuff. And this is the one that's come closest to having it fully fledged out, whereas things like Secret Cinema have done it in terms of the setting and the venue and the actors, but there's never really been like secret quests to go on or anything. Whereas this has done a much better job at doing that.
Yeah.
Although there's a lot of just walking around as well, like going to place A and B. It's the ultimate fetch quest,
mate,
basically.
Tell me about it. There was a lot of walking. Word of warning, if you're definitely not someone who wants to walk, I don't know, I mean, we must have walked like 3 miles over the course of the...
I clocked in 11,000 steps yesterday, and I basically hadn't done any other walking that day.
So what's 11,000 steps
to the venue.
In miles? Is that like 4 or 5?
I don't know, actually. It probably a good 2 or 3 at least. I would have thought.
How many miles is 10,000 steps? 5 miles, apparently.
Right, so there you go. So it's not, no. Basically, we spent 5 hours, or no, at least 4 hours walking around, I would say. And then another hour, like, we went on a boat ride. And we sat down and had some food and drinks and stuff.
What a ridiculous thing that was. I mean, literally, they put you on a crate in a small, like, I don't know what you would call it, like one of those like log flumes you get at like theme parks without the log flume drop.
Yeah.
It's just literally just a small body of water, and they go around talking to you about platypuses, and how some guy called Jonko, or whatever his name is, Jonico.
Jonas is his name, but Jonico is
the
company,
right, yes.
I think, that founds the
town.
That's
it, yeah. So Jonas is the founder, Jonico is the company. There's some secret society trying to kind of do something as well.
Oh, the cooperative, I think it was called, which is like the secret rebellion. So there's like, so that you basically go along and you learn the story and the founding of the town, and you obviously meet the citizens. But as you go on these little quests, you find out a bit more about the history, like you find out like what happened to the blimp and why that was destroyed. But you also find out that, you know, the founder might be a bit more insidious, and that there are people sort of fighting against him and stuff. Mild spoiler warnings. But yeah, there's probably more to it. So we did 5 quests out of
technically
15.
6. Because we got a secret one.
Well, yes, we discovered a secret one as well, which was interesting. So yeah, there was lots of fun bits. All the people being in character was hilarious. So
my general thoughts on it was, I think the venue was impressive enough for what it was. I think it was. I mean, based on what it is, it's pretty cool. The actors, some of them were tremendous. All of them were great. That was fantastic. The facilities, the food, the drink, all really good. Expensive, as you would expect, because once you're locked in to Phantom Peak, there's nowhere else to go. So the bars and food options are pricey, but not insanely pricey. It's not like they're going, oh, do you want a cheeseburger? No. That's 20 quid. It was relatively reasonably priced for, what it is. I respected that even the vendors were immersed in the world as well. Me and Phil bought some ice cream, and we were speaking to the vendor, and they continued to, preach the good word of Jonas and.
Oh, well, because I got pistachio, and they like, oh,
yeah, Jonas's favourite flavour. Yeah, absolutely. All the flavours approved by Jonas. So that was kind of cool. I think my only complaint is that I was a real last minute addition. So Richie organised this. Shout out to Richie. And he had one of his mates drop out on him. So I got added at the last minute. And I think 2 things I've complained about. One, I don't think I came into it with the right level of kind of pre-existing drunkenness, as it were. I think you need at least 2 or 3 pints before you enter this sort of thing, just to kind of loosen you up to the extent that you're kind of, you know what I mean? It's like, it's you want to be a bit more tipsy, just sort of want to be a bit more kind of up for, or just generally able to, immerse yourself in this stuff a bit better. And I regret that I didn't have a costume, because I think that would have further immersed myself in the moment. I think a lack of costume and a lack of beverages before we got going were my two things.
I sort of agree, because early on, I think it was the chat group that we'd created for it. I think you missed out on it, where we were talking about dressing up, because Amy wanted to dress up and me and Richie were like, did you have to? Like, there wasn't really much in the FAQ about dressing up, so I was like, I don't know if people do, and we don't want to look like a character that people are going to come up and talk to us by mistake. I don't think that would have ever been a problem, but we did go and we saw people did dress up, and I was like, I could have at least worn a waistcoat or something to have sort of felt a bit more in the vibe. And I think if I was to go again, and I am, Dan, tempted. I'm really tempted to go back, because I had a great time. I liked to, every time we completed a quest, we got a card, and I'm like, oh my god, I want all the cards. I want to do at least all the quests. I sort of feel like there should be some bigger, not overarching story, but like some kind of secret or end game to it, which I don't believe there is. Like, if someone did ever complete everything, you'd want them to have something amazing for doing it, and I don't think there would be that, because no one would be mad. I think you'd have to go back at least twice. You'd have to do it 3 times in total to do everything.
I think as well. The other thing I will say is I think you need 3 people teams. I think 2 is too few, but 4 is too many. And I think we had 5, and I think 5 is even more.
I agree, because you've got to gather around a video screen and watch stuff, or read something on a newspaper or birth certificate. And 5
I
is
think if you'd immersed yourself more in it I think if you'd had the appropriate level of drink at the start, and that you would come in a character as a thing, I think you would have immersed yourself in the world more. And I think if you were in a smaller group, I think that would have given you more of an opportunity to kind of share the information. It felt a lot like some of the times that we were just we got to a point where we were just trying to rattle through it, where we were like, oh, we want to do another one. And it was sort of like, the stories never necessarily felt as immersive to me as they should have done, because we were kind of just focused on doing the things.
Do you know what? That reminds me, when, I don't know if it was with you, but definitely with Richie, I played a few games of Borderlands with him online. And I just felt like I was lost the whole time. I was running behind everyone, going, "Where are we going? I don't know. What are we doing? I've got no idea. I missed the cutscene. Because someone else has run up to spoken the guy. So I was like, I've got no clue what the mission is. Okay, now we're shooting some people. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I've respawned nowhere near anyone. I hated it completely. And I can imagine that is a very similar feeling, where only the person that gets to the quest point hears the story, and no one else really knows what's going on. So I think, as you say, having smaller groups would help. Because I did see, because sometimes we would be waiting for an actor, and a group in front would be speaking to them for absolutely ages. And I think that's because they're not just going, okay, right, give us the code for the secret mystery. They're instead actually just enjoying the moment a bit more, taking their time, and just having some interactive conversations. Like you, what was it? You said something really funny to Sparks about shells, shills. That was it. You said something about shills, and we had a random joke with him that went on for some time about that. And it's those moments that make it a lot more enjoyable. I think
everyone needs to kind of approach it with the same attitude, though. But I think as well, it's sort of about. I think it's about that shared experience and all the rest of it. And I think the thing is that, I think what I enjoyed was the first one is a nice taster, but I agree with you, Phil. I think we should go back. I think we should make the extra effort and try and immerse ourselves in it a bit more. And I will...
Maybe you, me, Richie do a hardcore team, just the 3 of us, and we go dressed up.
That's the way to go. Anyway, there's that. So anyway, Phantom Peak, that was fun. And I guess we just plugged it. So there you go, Phantom Peak freebie. The FAQ came out and they got rid of the 2-inch engagement range. I don't mostly care, but Phil, you got any thoughts on that?
I think the more interesting thing about that is there was a social post by Games Workshop saying, "Oh, there's an update to the Warhammer 40k FAQ." Every single comment was like, what have you changed? Because there was no purples or magentas and blues or whatever, colours on the document. It looked like nothing had changed, and that's because if you delete something, they just delete it, and there's no notification of them having removed it, right? So people were like, in a changelog, you either need to say what you've done, or you need like a strike through option, at least for that version. So they basically removed the rule where rather than it being 1 inch to be in combat in or through a ruin, it's 2 inches. They just completely removed that. So it took eventually some reading through the comments to see what had actually changed, which was that they'd removed that one thing. Nothing else seems to have changed. But yeah, the general consensus is if you're going to do updates where you delete stuff from an FAQ, you need to have a visible note that you have deleted something and not just literally remove it and expect people to literally scan the entire document to work out what's changed. The fact that the actual rule has changed probably for the better, because it sounded like when we talked about it, it kind of created more problems than it solved. It still doesn't solve the problem like that. The problem still exists now they've removed it, but people are aware of it. Maybe they just introduce a stratagem or something that fixes it, because that's what all the generic 9th edition stratagems that they added into the game did. It was fix a problem with the rules where it was being abused. So maybe it's on a charge I can attack an extra inch or 2 through a wall, and that would potentially solve all the other problems.
I have a house rule or a rule I think they should add to their various erratas. I think they should add to Armour of Contempt. If both armies have Armour of Contempt, neither army has Armour of Contempt.
Ignore it.
like
yeah, that sort of would solve it. Yeah, I sort of get that. Although it does actually, weirdly, it does change the game, because it's suddenly like, okay, you've got Space Marines on Space Marines. If you've got -1 AP weapons, they're now not effective at all. Personally, I would rather change it where Armour of Contempt doesn't stack with cover saves. I think that would be a more useful change across sort of most armies. It is also weird that some things that do have power armor don't gain it, like an Inquisitor in power armor doesn't get Armor of Contempt, but cultists for Chaos models do get it, even though they're not in power armor, because it's just a generic anyone with this keyword. So I think it'd be nice if Armor of Contempt was specific to power armor, if they're going to keep at it for, say, 10th edition or further balanced data states going forward for this edition at least. Be nicer if they could narrow it down to specific units that do have power armor.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Armour of Contempt is one of those ridiculous rules that I don't know. I don't really understand what the upside is of it. It's a sort of a layer on a layer to fix another problem with the game, right? The power armor now no longer feels useful because of all the AP in the game. Yeah. Which is 100%. A wider problem. But there we go. Anyway, long story short, yeah, they got rid of the whole 2-inch within ruins, or rather area terrain stipulation, which is sensible because it definitely added a lot of extra nuance, but then at the same time, it's obviously being introduced as a means of trying to fix something that they perceived to be a problem. But I guess in this specific instance, that the problems that were created in an attempt to fix the problems that were perceived was potentially worse than what they were trying to fix in the first place. So, yeah, long story short, they've gotten rid of it. Yeah, fine. Again, yet another thing that isn't very helpful for Imperial Knight players. I think between the Leagues of Votann and these changes and even Demons and other stuff, I think, crikey, Imperial Knights have really dropped off a cliff over the last little while. But there you go. Pour one out for the poor Imperial Knight players like myself. Feel sorry for me. It's not easy playing Imperial Knights. There you go. I reckon that'll do, mate. A bunch of chat about who knows what. A nice way to finish up the pod. So we're going to go away now, I guess. Yeah?
Yeah.
Goodbye, everyone.